and Generation Challenge. We're going to be your host, as always. My name is Angelika Valkova, and I'm happy to be joined, as always, my very good friend, Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, what are we expecting from today? And first of all, you know, we had such a push in the Chess 960 Rapid. Now we're finally starting with the Classical.
Hey, Angelika, and of course everybody else. Yeah, it feels to be great back once again. This is day 3 of the main action. It feels great because today is the start of the classical chess, the second portion of the triathlon. So once again, the triathlon is one of the most unique events. To be honest, I don't think there's anything even close all over the world. Rapid, classical, and blitz. So the rapid is over. Today we start with the classical tournament, the round number 1, and it's going to be fun.
Definitely. And for our dear viewers, just to remind, you know, what it is all about, let's take a look at the format of the Grandmaster Triathlon. As we can see, we have 3 different tournaments which are uniting in Grandmaster Triathlon. We have a classical tournament with 5 rounds, round robin. There is also a rapid tournament which already happened on Sunday. Blitz tournament is coming up after 5 rounds of classical. But you know, what is happening after those 5 rounds of classical, Artur? Something very exciting. What is it?
Yeah, there's this final stage. And essentially, the players will be trying to gather as many points as they can. In classical, it's 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw, 0 for a loss. In rapid, it was 2 points for the victory, 1 draw, and 0 for the loss. And everything is counted together. So that's why after this blitz tournament, there's going to be another rest day. Then there's the final stage. And if the leader of the tournament will be surpassing the follower who has more than 12-point deficit, this player will be eliminated. So there's actually a very good chance for the tournament leaders to get rid of some unwanted competition for the final stage.
Definitely, it's very logical. 12 points, so it means 4 points multiplied by 3 rounds, so you cannot really catch up with the leader if they win. But as we can see, in the playing call, the players are getting ready. I see almost all of them getting seated. We see some handshakes at the board. And this is one of, I think, the clashes of the round. Definitely Matthias Blubaum against Jezer Dogmush, and Aydin Suleimanli against the leader of the tournament, Levon Aronyan.
It's quite amazing because you never know how the pairings are going to impact the tournament standings. But today is a very, very special day because both leaders of both Masters and Generation Challengers, they're playing with the black color against the second place in the overall ranking. So that's why Suleimanli is now trailing 3 points behind Aronian. But once again, the victory gives 4 points. So this is an excellent chance for the young Azerbaijani Grandmaster to catch up and overtake the leader. And the same also applies for the Generation Challengers tournament, where Marco Materia is going to take on the tournament leader, Václav Finek.
But also we have other exciting pairings like the female duo that we have Carissa Yup with the white pieces against Grandmaster Alexandra Kostyniuk. They're already getting seated. By the way, these 2 players are going to meet each other very soon also in other super tournament, women's super tournaments. Here are the pairings for the round number 1 in the Masters you're mentioning already. Aydin Suleimanli, second place currently in the leaderboard, facing Levon Aronyan. Matthias Blubaum, representative from Germany. Earlier, you know, Vincent was always coming here to Biel Chess Festival. Now it's Matthias, and he's going to face Jezer Dogmush, the youngest 2700 in the history of chess. Jose Martinez, the representatives also from the South America, he'll play against Lim Le. And what about Generation Challenge?
Yeah, so there's the 2 leaders, Marco Materia against Václav Finek. Also Xiao Tong is not so far behind. Actually, he does share the second place together with Marco, and he is going to take on Vaishali. Carissa Yip against Alexander Kostyniuk. And I think this is also an excellent chance for the ladies try to catch up with the leaders, because so far the youngsters, at least in the rapid tournament, have been really, really good and chalked up a lot of points.
Definitely, and the one person who was definitely struggling in the rapid for Masters, it was Jezer Dogmush, so it's his chance, you know, to come back. The same as Generation Challenge, Vaishali was not having a great time. So classical is the format where they can get 4 points for a victory. And here we have the overview of the playing call with many other players since today. MTO and ATO players, so Masters Open Tournament and Amateurs Open Tournament, are starting. So we have the full playing call of the chess. So in case you would like to play in the Biel Chess Festival, you can play in the same hall with the superstars.
Yeah,
on the
there's
stage.
always this opportunity to come back next year because next year Biel is going to celebrate the 60th year anniversary, but the games have officially started and we have selected the game of Aydin Suleimanli against Levon Avronian. Against these are the two top players in the Masters tournament. Very, very important game here.
And what I see on the board is Slav, and I immediately recall the game in the Rapid, which was played. Also, Levon Aronian had the game in this exchange Slav variation, which was completely crazy. And let's see what is going to continue by Aydin here.
I just love this flex by Aydin. Immediately as soon as Levon played the Slav, you saw Aydin got up, removed his jacket, and put it behind him, and he just sat down. It really reminds me of this legendary scene where I think it was Michal Tal many, many years ago, obviously, playing against Paul Keres, where Michal Tal sacrificed the piece. Paul Keres looked at it, he got up, removed his jacket, accepted the piece, sacrificed, and ultimately won the game. Anyway, very big, high-stakes game here. So for Aydin, it's a big choice. Is he going to play the right now quite trendy continuation c6 or d5, or maybe he's going to allow black to accept the pawn on c4 and hold on to it?
And talking about the black pieces, Levon Aronian, and here we have it, knight of 3 has been played, so it doesn't take on d5. But Levon Aronian, we know he's current leader with the 9 points in the overall rankings of the Grandmaster Triathlon. But looking also at him, he looks quite stylish, coming in this, I don't know, it's like some kind of shirt, one of the most creative players, but also one of the most fashionable styles. What does this say for?
Yeah, a4 is one of the main continuations here of this Slav variation, also with d6 on c4. I think the Armenian superstar says, I'm here for a big fight because black definitely has simpler ways to continue. But speaking about Levon's wardrobe, obviously I think this is one of the most discussed topics among the chess fans. And in some of the recent interviews, Levon has said himself, he just likes to wear some good colors here. And he's following the trend here also in Biel in Switzerland.
Yeah, as you can see it. And the pawn is being now recaptured on the c4. The trade, so we most likely are going to see the isolated pawn position, IQP.
Yeah, so it's a very, very common discussion, these positions. Big question here for Aydin. What does he want to do? First, let's see how he's going to respond, because ultimately, if he takes either the pawn or the knight, then the character of the position quite dramatically changes. And in the meantime, while he's thinking about his choices, let's have a maybe very quick overview of all the 6 games, both in the Masters and Generation Challengers, because there's a lot of action going on at the same time.
Oh my God, what I see in the top right corner, there has been a move g5 just played by Limle against Jose Martinez, immediately going for an attack, and Jose is taking time. What do you think about it, Arturs?
I mean, yeah, as usual, Limle woke up and chose violence. he really likes this spicy stuff, especially in the opening phase. I think I've seen this maneuver, not necessarily in this specific line. We're definitely going to check it closer. What else are we seeing? We are seeing some classical Queen's Gambit decline position in the top middle board. Matthias Blubam against Jez Erdomosh, then Marco Matteri against Václav Finek, the top 2 players in the Generation Challengers tournament. That's the lower left corner. This is some Bogo. India, not your most popular opening these days, but probably surprised by the young Czech Grandmaster. Lower middle board, where Shatong is playing against Vaishali. It's some sort of Raul Lopez. And then finally, on the lower right corner, we have Carissa Yip against Alexandra Kostanyuk. It is the Karakan advance with knight d2.
Wow, so many different, completely different choices, as we can see on each of the board, and most likely are going to have also very different pawn structures in the position. I suggest to go to the game of Jose Martinez against Limle, because this pawn move is really something what surprised me, that immediately have went for the g5. I also would like to see the body language of Jose, how he is reacting to it. But definitely this g5 move applies, that he wants to go with a g4, targeting the knight on f3.
Okay, so here we are. This is the current position right now, and I think that definitely white is a bit surprised, because normally at the opening stage, all the players are playing out pretty quickly. Because the one thing we are not seeing, obviously, on screen is their home preparation. They typically would have access to a professional software. Most chess professionals are using ChessBase, like it's a software on their laptops. They're checking it very, very deeply, trying to predict the game. But I mean, these days, of course, it's very, very difficult to guess because everybody is trying to avoid home prep. Let's maybe go step by step, right?
Absolutely. Let's go. So we have e4, e5, and knight f3. No Petrov, knight c6. And we have Rui Lopez on the board.
Yeah, one of the oldest openings in chess. White is threatening to eliminate the knight on c6, which protects the pawn on e5. Black plays a6. The common theory here is that this doesn't really give anything for white, because if you play knight x on e5, black has a very nice choice between queen d4, double attack, or sometimes queen g5, depending on the variation, recapturing the pawn and having a really great position. That's why bishop a4, d6, the Neo-Steinitz variation, which probably is some sort of surprise by the Vietnamese grandmaster. Bishop d7, c3. I don't think this is the main line, Angelika, because I was investigating this line quite recently, and I think they would typically play something like knight f6, bishop e7, or g6, bishop g7, but g5. This is spicy.
So I just checked, what is being played usually, and definitely it's like something like g6 is a top move, which is played, knight g7, but g5 was played only in 100 games out of more than 2,000. So for sure, it's one of the moves you don't prepare against, you don't see, but of course, now it's at the board, so Jose has to make up his mind. And he's going for the break in the center with a d4. So how do you reply on the attack on the side? You attack it with a strike in the center. Is it the rule that Jose applying here?
Probably. Yeah, that's the best practice in this position. So the logic which suggests that you want to open up the position, but I think black also is going to take d takes on e5. I don't remember this continuation. I think it was some sort of a f4 continuation for white, because first and foremost, I think we have to understand what black wants. I think black wants to play something like h4, g3, maybe sacrifice a pawn, open up the h file, somehow get the queen, connect with the rook, castle alongside, and try to checkmate you. But yeah, since this is not the main continuation, most likely white has some very good response to it. As you said, Angelika, it's probably some opening the center, and it's either d takes on e5 or f4. I'm leaning towards f4 because that's what I'm remembering at least.
If we can name it, f4, according to the game database, is the main move in the position. I mean, if we can say so, because the position is very, very rare, but it was played in the 33 moves, this f4 move. And the idea is, of course, that black doesn't want to take on f3 with the g-pawn. You don't want to open up the f-file, and for that reason, it's not so clear what to do for black. Yeah, but probably taking with the queen, because it's a checkmate threat.
Yeah, I mean, I think black doesn't take on f3 at all, because queen f3, you're totally correct.
Yeah.
The problems with this pawn on f7 are immediately visible. But I think I remember how the line went here. I think it was f4, the main line at least, takes, black plays d5, sacks the pawn. If you accept it, there was some sort of a knight b4 or knight e7, maybe it was knight e7. Knight e7, knight f6, collect the pawn on d5. The king is exposed. Black establishes himself a very strong outpost on d5. And I think that white was supposed to, after f4, takes, d5, play e5, knight h6. And there's a very big strategic battle. So black is trying to block these light squares and then somehow push those pawns to the king side. But as you can see, engine says white is still better.
But Arturs, there is so much time that has been spent. G5, G4, H5. Probably some other pawn move is incoming. So it's already at least 3 pawn moves, and black is not developing. The king is still in the center. You don't really see clear way, because for white, F2, G2, H2, all these pawns are standing on the second rank, so there are no weaknesses. Do you think maybe that's something what engine implies to, that the loss of the time should be punished here?
Well, yes. I think that at the same time what Limle is doing, he's taking a calculated risk. And very often you just can't beat very good opponents by playing simple solid chess. You have to risk it, because once again the tournament format is 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw, and 0 for a loss. So this means the players will be taking more risks than usual. And speaking about the Vietnamese Grandmaster Lim Le, he is the 3-time winner of the Biel Chess Festival. He was not here the last year because of personal issues. He was replaced by Vladimir Fedoseev, who ultimately won the event, but this year Lim Le is back. And I think that for him, this is also another opportunity to try to catch up with the leader, Levon Aronian, because Lim Le was struggling a bit in the rapid, so he does need try to fight in every game for a victory.
But we did speak, before the start of the tournament with Lim Le, and he said he's very ambitious because he really would like to get, fourth title and hopefully even like some historical fifth title, because earlier it was only Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who got 4 wins at the Biel Masters tournament throughout all the years. He also won 3 years in a row, then he didn't win, and the next year he won. So maybe it's something what Lim Le could do, but yes, you were saying like he was struggling in the Chess 960 as well as in the Rapid tournament. But I guess while Jose Martinez is taking his time, let's take a peek on the other game which haven't checked in the Masters tournament.
Okay, so let's move on to the game of Matthias Blubam against Jez Erdomosh. These players also are, of course, obviously like everybody else, is desperately fighting for a victory and those 4 points. But they already have faced each other before in classical chess, and they did it in this year's Tata Steel Chess Super Tournament, which I think it was in January. Yeah, typically it's running in January. Blubam was playing with the white color, the same as in this game, and it was some sort of a semi-Slav, the game ultimately finishing in a draw. By the way, what I find is really to be amazing that back then Erdomosh's rating was only 2658, and now he's rated over 2700. So Erdomosh's rise is just incredible.
Yeah, he's progressing, and now I don't remember when was the last time that he played, some junior tournaments. He is constantly playing in the Super Grandmaster tournaments. I know he's also representing Fürnheim team at the Bundesliga, so he's a very, very top. And recently he played Tepe Sigeman, the strong tournament where he faced also Magnus Carlsen. I guess it was also the last game that he played classical before coming here to Biel. But, talking about the opening, Arturs, I have something to confess here, because at least the first moves are according to one of my chessable courses.
I love confessions. Yes, please confess.
So if we go from the beginning, let's see what happens. So it is d4, knight f6. Okay, we go with a d5, but doesn't matter. The position is going to transpose. So now we are getting this position of the Queen's Gambit declined, and the h6 move is what I recommend in one of my, actually my latest course on the Chessable against 1d4 in sidelines. So, dear viewers, if you would like, you can check it out.
So what's the idea of h6? How would you explain to the viewers?
So first of all, when you're playing with black pieces against Queen's Gambit, you have to anticipate all kind of responses. And Bishop g5 is one of the main moves which you have to look after for. But after knight c3, whenever you play this h6 move, you're already stopping those ideas. And in some moments, you could already go to some kind of Ragozin positions with bishop b4, but without annoying pin on the queen. So basically without the bishop being on g5. And you're the one who is dictating the game. Now the bishop can only go to f4. That's the only square the bishop goes to. And you're ready for it. Your opponent might not be ready. This h6 move has been successfully played by some top players like Magnus Carlsen. Also, I think Hikaru played in the candidates tournament, as well as Vaishali, who is also playing here. So it's really, nice trend. But, if we can go maybe from the beginning, how it usually starts is like this d4, d5, c4. We can go...
Here?
No, like if we go from the very beginning. Because d4, d5, c4, so we have our usual Queen's Gambit, declined e6, and now knight c3. And here you play h6, If you would be complete beginner, your coach would say, why do you play 3 pawn moves in a row, right? You don't develop your pieces. But this has
tell that to Levon Aronian, because he was playing in the rapid and chess 960, like sometimes up to 10 moves with pawns.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the main idea, but of course, let's return to the game. That was just my confession.
All right, so yeah, it's a very trendy idea. I think also Michael Sarin used to play this quite a lot, this h6 line. Everything is being reevaluated, some new ideas are approaching here. That's why Black immediately traded the bishops here on d6. And like I have a pretty vague understanding of this position, but I think that normally Black still is trying to play like d takes on c4 and either c5, reach a symmetrical position, or maybe after d takes on c4, go for the e5 push. So Angelika, which one do you prefer yourself?
I mean, definitely both are possible. All depends very concretely. I mean, as we know, chess is a concrete game. But as you're saying, Black has to do something about these problems in the center. Since White right now has a space advantage, the pawns on d4 and c4 are occupying more squares than Black. So this c5 and e5 push are definitely something to consider. But you have to, of course, to prepare them to go for. I think c5 usually is easier to be executed. But I think also e5 is by preparation is also definitely possible. And we might get to the similar positions of the game Aydin Suleimanli against Levon Aronian, who have the isolated queen's pawn. What do you think about that?
Do you want to go to that game?
No, we might get the similar pawn structure.
Oh.
So after all the trades will happen, you know, at some moment.
Takes,
we might get
yeah, because the update about that game is that Suleimanli did take on d4 with the pawn, so they do have an IQP position. We are definitely going to check it in a while. Now, this position feels to be quite your typical Queen's Gambit decline. Okay, h6 is an inclusion. The dark square bishops have disappeared. Black is looking for ways to equalize, like most likely d takes on c4 and c5, or as you said, perhaps c5 is a bit more challenging. Let's maybe select another game, shall we?
Maybe just short update on the game of Jose Martinez against Limle, because something is happening there that actually, Arturs, you predicted that is going to happen. The f4 move was ultimately played in the position. So let's just scroll back a bit, because I think it's one of the most fascinating positions in the round so far.
Yeah, so f4 was played. I don't think actually White even has anything better than this. Otherwise, like either you take with e5, you play f4. Black responded with takes, d5. It looks really scary for Black because, yeah, the king was in e8. It's quite exposed, and White gets castle short. Or what if there was a checkmate? But I mean, these days people are really relying on the engine analysis, and I still very clearly remember this quote by the former world champion Avishai Anand, who actually was here with us in the commentary studio several years ago for a couple of days, and he has this famous quote: "I don't care if it's weird, if it works, it works." And I got this opportunity to ask him, how do you come up with this amazing thought? And he said, it's not even mine. I probably borrowed from somebody else. Yeah, so engines these days are influencing the choices of all the best players in the world. The plans for both players, I think, are quite obvious. Black wants to block these light squares, and White is somehow trying to open up the position. This king is maybe feeling a bit in danger in the center. But yeah, ultimately, Stockfish says White is slightly better.
And we have Black controlling all those light squares, but White has a space advantage. Meanwhile, Black has a space advantage on the king side. Probably it's a good moment for us to take a look at the bird's eye view to see what else is happening, because we have Generations Challenge tournament. And what do you see exciting from there? We had Bogo Indian in the bottom left corner, Marco Materia against Václav Finek, looking like Black is getting some space advantage on the king side. There is a break of c4 in the bottom middle board from Tang Shao against Vaishal Ramesh Babu in our Rui Lopez that we were discussing. And there is also the Caro-Kann of Carissa Yup against Alexandra Kostyuk in the bottom right corner.
All of these are very interesting positions. So maybe from the theoretical standpoint, Materia's position against Finek is not the most top-notch theory, and perhaps, I'm not really aware of Václav's entire repertoire, to be honest, but he was trying to most likely surprise his opponent. Carissa's choice 92 and IB3, we're going to get to that. She's trying to avoid certain positions against Alexandra Kostyuk. And yeah, Shatong against Vaishali. I love these A3 lines in the Rui Lopez. But maybe let's go to the game of the two tournament leaders in the Generation Challengers, Marco Materia against Václav Finek, this Bogo Indian.
Yeah, definitely, because it's something that you don't usually expect. You expect some, okay, e4, d4, okay, you expect knight f3. But here we have it, bishop b4. So the main idea is to ask some questions, right? Where do you want to go? Do you want to pin your knight? Do you want to play knight c3? Or do you want to defend on d2 square?
Yeah, by the way, the move bishop b4 still doesn't tell us anything because black at some point can still go back and play d5, for example, after this move bishop d2. Here, okay, black decided to play c5, which is the Bogo Indian. There's also the a5 move. There's the bishop e7 move. For some reason, engines don't like the trade of the bishops. I think the big idea is that white very quickly gains some space in the center. And black plays c5, allowing to double the pawns here on b4, which maybe would seem like a bit dangerous for your casual chess fan. But black is trying to take away good squares for this knight on b1, which is essentially one of the big ideas of the Bogo Indian.
And since the dark squared bishop is gone now, there is no real way to create problems for the pawn on b4. Also, pawn on a5 is going to defend it. And I have a short question, Arturs. Is there also some way the Keres defense, because it's bishop b4 move, as I know, is also in some ways also Keres defense when you take on d2? Or do you
which moment? Once again?
So just this bishop b4, bishop d2, and then trade on d2.
Yeah, you can do that, but for some reason, yeah, this is not very popular. I think that white typically takes with the queen. Like, again, it's a very common mistake. Not like, okay, mistake, inaccuracy.
Inaccuracy, yeah.
Yeah, between club level players that like to develop pieces with the tempo, but I always have believed in the principle, do not chain your knights together because they take away space from each other. That's why the knight goes to c3, and as you can see, they do not cross each other's paths. But anyway, we go back to the current position. e3 is the main concentration. Knight e2, I think a3 is responded with either queen e7 or knight a6. I think queen e7 is the main concentration. And if my memory is not really failing me, I think that the strongest idea for white in this position was to play a3, queen e2, and at some point play knight e1 and knight c2. That's what I remember, because you don't really want to give up the b4 square. Let's say if I'm playing, let's say black is the move, for example, knight a6, a3, queen e2, takes, and wait, why doesn't it work?
Because it's black's move?
Because it's black, of course, yes. There's that. Sometimes
this is
black.
the rule of chess, you know?
Yeah. So this is what black wants in these positions. Like, he wants to get this knight on b4. It stands really amazing. As you can see, white cannot really get rid of it. And then black typically plays, I think it's e5, fighting for the center, opening up the bishop, and doing whatever he's planning to do at the king's side. And that's why this a3, queen e1, knight e1 and knight c2, in whichever order it was, white says, you know, that if you take with a3, I'm going to take with the a pawn, I'm going to open up the b file, and you have some issues with these squares.
Yeah, that's why you have to be really careful here as white, because black is getting this space on the queen side, and you have to understand that you cannot really trade on b4, giving up the square. So this is the main idea of Václav Finek. He came very much prepared today, and now he's, by the way, he's spending some time. Do you think he's still in his preparation, or he's already out of it? I mean, he should have been expected such type of positions.
He should be, because I think this is still the main recommendation by the engine so far. So I will be pretty surprised that he did not expect this. Again, we do not know the reasoning of the players, because when they're preparing, they're expecting something. It could be that Marco had never played this before, or let's say he's even an e4 player, suddenly he surprised him with d4, or suddenly he went for this setup that he had never done before. All of this happens all the time. And yeah, maybe here Václav is just trying to recall what he was supposed to do. But there's another thing I would like to show you, is what is the most common mistake for white in these positions? And very often, white likes to push e4. Because, I mean, who doesn't?
I wanted to ask about it.
There you go.
I wanted to push a pawn.
Yeah. Let's say I'm playing knight c6. I'm not entirely sure if my move order is going to be super accurate, so pardon me. Let's say white plays e4. Again, whatever is the right move order, I'm not entirely sure. For example, something like e5, d5, knight e7, and black's big idea is to get the knight on c5 and say that you have a bad Lasco bishop. That's the very big idea of this line.
And then you're getting some kind of the king's Indian defense position without the bad bishop on g7, and you have a beautiful square on c5 for the knight. Wow, this
Yeah,
looks
something like this.
amazing.
Yeah,
This
something
look
like this.
Positionally, pretty bad for white.
And this is also one of the reasons why black does play the Bogo Indian. They like these positions. Obviously, it's much, much more complicated than this, but that's what black is trying to do. By the way, I think that the engine even likes e4 for some reason. But yeah, players are thinking.
Players are taking their time, and meanwhile, it's a good moment for us to let's just immediately switch to the next game of the Generation Challenge event. We have the clash of the two female players. Maybe let's go there. Carissa Yip against Alexandra Kostyniuk.
All right. What do we have here? The advanced Caracan. Right. Okay. Let's have a look at the current position. Have you played it before with white or black?
With the black, I played Caracan.
You're a Caro player.
Caracan,
Everybody
yeah.
plays Caracan these days. It's unbelievable.
I tried everything against e4 for black. Now I'm trying with e5.
Even I started to play the Caracan, and then I dropped it. Do you know why I dropped it?
Why?
There's a very simple reason. Let me show you the starting moves. So e4, c6. You know, among pros, very often the Caracan is treated to be an aggressive repertoire. And the reason is that white doesn't have an easy way to liquidate into a draw, get symmetrical pawn structures. d4, d5, e5. Theory is changing these days. This is the top-notch theory. You take space and everything. When I was taking my baby steps, I think everybody was playing knight c3 these days. But all right, e5, bishop f5, and I think there's like 90% of people here who play h4. You know, like I think it goes like this: h4, h5, bishop d3, queen d3, e6, knight f3. You play online like 90% of people, they play h4. Now I told you my secret why I don't like the Caracan.
Yeah, and also there is sometimes this opportunity to go with e6, you know, sacrificing the pawn.
Yeah.
So it's like after the bishops are traded, this e6 is always, or like g4, for example, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes away, and then at some moment some e6. You know, it's just basically, yeah. Probably the problem is that there is no harmony. And you know, talking about this, the Caracan, maybe one of the tricks of the Caracan, if you would like to show. We can start from the beginning. So after e4, c6, d4, now d5, knight c3, takes, knight takes, knight f6, and here queen e2. And here your opponent will play something like, yeah, just develop
This is what you want, yeah?
Yeah, this is what I want.
Amazing. Wow.
I think this is what
Never seen it before.
this is what happens in many of the games, online especially. So for everyone who plays Caracan with black, just be careful not to go into that mate.
All right. So, but speaking about knight e2, the idea of knight e2 is to stop c5. This is what I promised to explain to you, because the main concentration is either h4 these days or knight f3. And after knight f3, one of the very big lines here is e6, bishop e2, and I think it went something like c5, short castle, knight c6, bishop e3, queen b6, knight c3, queen b2, knight b5. There was some capture on c2, etc., etc. You know, there's books, courses, everything published here. So it's very, very hard to remember all of this. And that's why there are people, pragmatists, who just play knight e2 and they say, no, I just don't want to do this. You know, I just want to put the knight on b3. If you play c5, I'm going to control this c5 and d4 square. Let me just have a quiet game here.
And it makes a lot of sense for black to aim for that c5, because in that way, black is getting the similar structures as the French defense, but the bishop is actually active. Bishop is being developed to f5. So we don't have the French defense bishop. And that's very smart from Carissa.
Yeah.
Not allowing it.
Smart play. Smart play. If you ask me in which lines 92 doesn't work, I really don't remember, because it's always like this. You open some doors, you close some doors, then you open new ones and close some other ones. Anyway, let's get to the current position. White is trying to slow down the c5 push, but the knight on b3 now is feeling a bit awkward. castles, knight f5, a4, fight for space, black responds with a5, bishop d2, tickling the pawn on a5. And what do you make of these smart moves?
Yeah, definitely. Black is wants to get some space on h7 for the bishop, just in case, to step backwards. At the same time, probably some knight. Can we have like some knight h2, knight g4 maneuver here in the position? I'm not so sure, but probably just targeting the knight who's at g4. Is it something that white wants to do at some moment?
Probably it's some theory still. Yeah, I don't necessarily recognize this. I think one of the big themes here is to play g4 immediately. Let's say whatever black does, let's say black plays h6. I think normally they play something like bishop e7. Bishop e7, g4. Again, here we go. Crazy pawn moves in front of the king. How dare you do that? But you need some pawn play. There's typically a trade, f4, f5, and okay, I see I'm probably mixing up the lines because the engine doesn't like it, but this is like the common way how black is trying to stop this f5 onslaught.
But looking at current position, what the players are having, and the opening choice from both of them. I mean, what do you make of it? Because Alexandra went not for something like e5, something more classical. She went for the Caro-Kann. What did she try to make out of it? She wanted to be more solid, or she wanted to get some more unbalanced positions?
Yeah. Very hard question. I don't know, but I think that this move bishop h7, Angelika, it signals some sort of a g5, because g5 is also very characteristic for the Caro. I find it to be very interesting that black is not yet developing the bishop in f8, because one would have thought that in this position, right here, right? Okay, knight f5, it kind of makes sense. White plays for the space, you try to stop it. White plays bishop d2, you have to play like here, right? Bishop e7 and show castle. But again, there's definitely some opening theory here where white pushes this g4, h4. And finishing my thought, I think that in this line, black actually benefits having not the bishop on e7, because now this knight h4 takes. The queen here could be better positioned than the bishop.
That's true, because now there is some kind of attack ongoing. h5 could be a threat in some moment, trying to open up the files against the king.
Even though it drops the pawn, yeah. So
we don't care about the pawns, we care for attack. And
right.
What Alexandra is doing, she's keeping her king in the center. Does it imply that she's not going to castle? Oh, she plays bishop b4.
Yeah, she played something else.
So not g5 yet, but bishop b4.
Yeah, very, very tricky chess by Alexandra.
And she's still in the book. She's playing moves very, very fast. Just for our viewers to remind them, players have 2 hours for first 40 moves, and there is no increment. Increment starting only from move 41, and also after move 40, they'll get extra 30 minutes. So this is some, as we can say, world championship time control that they play here in Biel, which doesn't, happen too often unless someone played in many like candidates tournaments, world championship events.
This is some deep stuff. Yeah, this h6, bishop h7, waiting for white to commit to rook c1, then play bishop b4. Okay, I can understand it, because now after the trade, the pawn is going to be under attack, and you have to pay attention to that. But then the first question I have here is, why doesn't white play c3, bishop e7, and c4? And there's a very good chance we're going to see, but Carissa is taking her time, and yeah, that's what happens when your opponent plays so quickly. You want to make sure that you're also not going very deep in the prep of your opponent, because you have to understand. I mean, you're not playing right now. Carissa is not playing against Kostyuk. She's probably playing against some supercomputer right now. So there's always this dilemma for the players. Do I go for the most principal combination? Is this still a prep? Is my opponent playing some mind games? Do I sidestep? And while I'm speaking about it, c3 was played, and I'm pretty sure that c4 is about to happen.
Definitely will happen on the board. And we have one more game we haven't yet checked. It's a game of Tong Shao against Vaishali Rameshbabu. I suggest we check the game before we take our first break.
So this was the Ra Lopez. Okay. Yeah, looks fun. Some unbalanced position.
and there is no longer the C pawn and no
No.
longer B pawn.
It's gone.
Okay, let's see what happened. Let's see.
So the Real Lopez, the most loved and hated opening. Some people love it, some people hate it. Depends probably on the mood.
Do you love it or do you hate it?
Currently, I hate it.
Why?
I don't know. I have played it all my life from white. Like, one of the biggest pain for playing with white, playing e4, is seeing black responding e5, because there's the Real Lopez, there's the Berlin, there's the Petrov, there's all kinds of super solid setups. So I know that many players, they share the same feelings in their heart. Anyway, one of the main considerations here, d3 is the sideline, protecting the pawn. I think the main consideration here is rook e1, c3, d4. White says, I want to take the pawn on c6, the knight on c6 and collect the pawn on e5. And black says, no, sir.
And bishop steps backwards, and now d6 has been played. The idea right now that black is defending the pawn on e5, and knight a5 is something that white should watch out for, because if black is going to get that light squared bishop, it's going to be an amazing position for them.
Yeah, and this is why white typically here is making pretty big choice. One of them is c3, the classical. The other one is a3. There's some a4 stuff. But I always liked a3, to be honest, because I think that it makes sense to keep this bishop along the diagonal, because if you play like c3, black typically plays knight a5, bishop c2, c5. There's a very big struggle, very big theory, etc. But if you play a3, the bishop at least stays on this diagonal. And a5, this is something I don't immediately recognize.
a5, what could be an idea? Pushing a4 and then after bishop step backs b4?
I don't know. Something very aggressive. Like, I think normally black plays something else. I think black plays either bishop e6 or short castle. By the way, bishop g4, this pin, for some reason, in the Real Lopez and the Italian game, they're not very good, because the bishop here has no business on h5. So that's why here, yeah, okay, black went for a5, c4, immediately the break. All of this looks pretty normal, but I just haven't seen it before.
Yeah, and as a confirmation, it has been played only in 32 games out of, like,
This a5.
Yeah, the same.
Yeah, that's why I haven't seen it.
So, and also not so many top-rated players went for it. I mean, one of them is Richard Rapport in 2019, so quite some time ago. From the female players, Divya Deshmukh, Radoslav Wojtaszek in 2024. So it has been played, but very, very rarely. But as I can see, there are a lot of games which finished in a victory for black here.
All right. So it's something very trendy.
But not somehow not really recently, but probably something new. Basically the old can become a new a new modern line, because players pick up the lines which were not used for many years, then they're becoming more trendy, and then again like this they're exchanging.
But this is the latest trend, to be honest. Not only in the Real Lopez. Okay, I don't recognize a5, and as you said, it's a new trend. But we already have seen also here in Biel in some other openings, like these side pawn pushes, a5, a4, h4, h5, etc. The players at the highest level, they're very often trying to aggressively use those pawns very early on and not define the placement of the other pieces, because they're really skilled then to, maneuver and figure out where to place them. If a club level player plays this, he typically doesn't have this ability to do it. So yeah, pretty much it's like, if you're a very good player, it's a great idea. If you are a starting player, don't do this. Just develop your pieces and play some more classical moves.
Yeah, and also as we know, Vaishali Ramesh Babu, she is a part of the Vaka Academy, so she has one of the best seconds. She has a big team. Also now she's in preparation for her World Championship match against the current reigning world champion, women's world champion Zhu Jun. So this is actually this time format here at the Biel would be some kind of a preparation for her coming to the tournament. We're not sure actually about the dates. It will be end of this year or beginning of the next year, but it's going to be for sure very soon.
It's actually a very good point about the World Championship match, because how much she can reveal. Because, of course, I think the main event for Vaishali is the World Championship match. And she's coming here to Biel most likely to prepare for the main event, the championship, and how much can she show. But she's definitely testing some setups, some lines, maybe time management, we don't know. By the way, Vaishali already here in Biel, she was a couple of years ago, back in 2024. She played in the Challengers, managed to defeat a couple of 2600 ELO Grandmasters, Donchenko and Bienne. She's very strong.
Yeah.
Samyenkov as well, yeah. Sure.
Many of them she defeated. She managed to get the third place. What we know right now is definitely that Juven June is currently watching probably either the broadcast or she's following the game of Vaishali to see what she's going to prepare. I mean, maybe she'll play some things, but most likely she'll keep the secrets for the match. Arturs, I suggest to get the bird's eye view, to get the overall view of the current round. What has changed that we witnessed earlier?
Well, so we are going to start with the top left corner. Suleimanli against the Levon Aronian. This was an IQP position. Now it's something else. I see the D pawn for white has been traded. The top left corner. Top middle board. Matthias Blubam against Jez Erdomos. Not many moves have been played. I think it's just one move really. They move B6. I think we literally saw this position about 20 minutes ago. The pace has significantly slowed down. The game, Jose Martinez of Limle, top right corner. Okay, that looks really spicy. I think we could check it. Let me just very quickly make an overview of the other games. Marco Materi against Václav Finek, lower left corner. White did push E4. As I said, at the club level, this is a risky choice, but Engine, it really likes this. We just looked at a Tong Xiao game against Vaishali, and also there's an update in the game of Carissa Yip against Alexander Kostanyuk. C4 was just played, and there was a trade on C4.
So the trade happened, but the most spicy game that I can see in this round is Jose Martinez against Limle. So let's dive in there and see what is an update. I don't see a single central pawn for black. Arturs, what happened? How did they disappear? And is white up a pawn right now?
Yes, spot on. So we left it here. Knight h6, we discussed that black is fighting for the control of these light squares. White played knight c3, knight f5. Okay. We're going to definitely check it in the database. If there's a novelty, I do not immediately recall knight takes on d5. White is simply grabbing a pawn, threatening to play knight f6. That's why I think that black has to address this in some way. And rook h6. So here the Vietnamese grandmaster is literally saying, if you want to play knight f6, be my guest. I'm simply going to sacrifice my exchange.
And apparently there was a game which had exactly the same position. It was played between Roman Gavrilin against Yegor Kurchenko. Roman Gavrilin 2600 against Yegor Kurchenko 2478. And by the way, black won that game. And it was after knight takes d5, it was the only single game which was played. So knight f5 was not a no.
Can you show me how the game continued?
Yeah, absolutely. So after rook h6, knight e3 was played. Oh, that was immediately...
Knight e3?
That was immediately a blunder, according to the engine.
And how did it continue?
Knight c takes on d4.
Which
knight
one?
Knight c takes on d4. Knight f5. Knight f5. Bishop b3. Bishop c5.
Yeah, but this is very clear. Yeah, the black is doing fantastic immediately.
So the knight e3 was basically the next move was a mistake by white. So it means in this moment it's very critical position for Jose Martinez.
Must be some adjustable course, definitely.
Yeah?
Like, I don't know. Like, I'm guessing, but I mean, these days, it's not really a big secret. Okay, obviously, all the players are having their own very deep prep, but even some of the best players in the world, like Hikaru Nakamura, they have said it openly. You know, sometimes I just get a chessable course to limit the time where I have to invest here. And Rook H6, it's just looking something super spicy, and I have to check it. I mean, what happens? What happens after knight f6? Yeah, knight f6. I want to take the exchange, takes, and why I can't do this?
Is there a check? I mean, I'm just trying to find some ideas. So first of all, of course, black sacrifice and exchange. Almost all white's pieces are on the first rank. Only bishop is on a4.
Oh, we can fix it very quickly. There you go. Fixed it.
Yeah.
All of them.
All of them. And as we see, the pawn on d4 is being targeted. How do you defend it, by the way? The pawn on d4 is being under attack. Black wants to castle long, bringing the rook to the position. The pawns are marching. I mean, this is a huge initiative for black in this position.
I think if I was white, I would not even consider going here. It just looks not worth it, and that's why also Jose is thinking here. All right, what is this? I've never seen it before in my life. You and me, we are both. I haven't seen it before. This is definitely something new.
Some big surprises.
Very big surprise, yeah, but
let's try maybe to see which moves would you anticipate in this position. Okay, knight f6 we checked, but what else? I mean, knight e3 we checked according to the game, which is played in the database, was a very bad move because it allowed all this open ideas for the diagonal g1, a7, and the bishop went to the game. But how do we defend the pawn on d4? What do we do?
Oh, well, it's an extra pawn. I could always give it back. You know what really scares me the most in this position if I'm Jose? I don't know this position. That's what really scares me because here Limle played it very quickly, and he already has shown his incredible depth of preparation, like his rapid game against Matthias Bluebaum, I mean, which was played 2 days ago. How many times, for example, have you seen Bluebaum being outplayed in the opening with the white color where he has white? It just never happens, basically. Yeah, because he's so good. So Limle has prepared some really heavy weapons for this tournament. He's all about business here. Rook h6 is something I don't recognize. Is it knight c2? Is it knight e3?
I was wondering the knight e3, actually, yes.
Knight e3?
e3. So my idea is I want to defend the pawn on e4. I give up the pawn on d4, but I defend the pawn on e5, and I want to push f5 in case of knight moves away.
I think there's going to be some
immediate
issues here with this pawn. Bishop e6, queen d4. I think we can agree the exchange sacrifice looks very risky, and like without any super big analysis, I'm pretty sure we're going to check it in a moment, but I would say something like knight c2 is something I can always play if I don't know anything. But again, I'm also expecting that my opponent will be probably ready for this. Either way, one thing is clear. For Martinez, this is a quite unpleasant situation to be in after the opening.
And also look at the clock situation. Only 2.5 minutes spent for Limle, while for Jose Martinez, it's 46 minutes. I mean, Arturs, I'm really excited to see what Jose Martinez will find in this position. But I think it's also a very good moment for us to take our very first break. I mean, as we can see, the action is unfolding in the first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Dear viewers, stay tuned for more. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'm happy to be joined by international master Marco Materia, who has just won the Chess 960 Accentus tournament of the Generation Challenge. Marco, congratulations. Tell us, first of all, your feelings about it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm really happy to have won this tournament because it's the first time I play on the Generation tournament, and it's really I'm really happy because next to it there is the Masters tournament, and there are many legends of chess. So it's good. I'm really happy to win the tournament and that they see yes.
And Marco, there was a special moment after your round robin where you could choose your opponent of the Masters. How special was it for you? And since you were first one to pick, tell us, why did you choose your opponents?
Yes, it's the first time that I pick the players, and I picked first Erdogmush with White because he is very talented and young, and it was a dream to play with him over the board. And the second player I played, it was Le Quangliem, and I chose him because he won 3 times, I think, the tournament, the Masters tournament, and I think he's one of the the strongest, and I felt very motivated, and because I wanted to do my best against these players.
Definitely, and so cool that you could challenge them.
Yeah.
And overall, like out of the 7 games, which game would you say is your favorite? Is it against Yes because you managed to hold him into a draw?
My best game, I would say, it was against Alexandra Kosteniuk with black, because this game, I think it was a really good game with black. I didn't let her many chances, and I made an exchange sacrifice, which was really strong, and then I won all the pawns, and I think it was a really good game.
And final question that I have to you, did this victory of Accentus Chess 960 boost your confidence for tomorrow, and also how it's important to be the first one in the tiebreaker for the future?
Yes, for sure. When I won this tournament, then it boosts my confidence, and also it make my opponents a little bit more
Worried.
maybe worried. Yes, something.
Marco, I have a question to you. If you could choose out of these best football players, against whom would you play chess? Lionel Messi, Erling Haaland, or Harry Kane?
I would play against Kylian Mbappe because he is really a very good football player, and I would love to give him some hints to how to play at chess.
Okay, looks nice. Hopefully Mbappe is going to agree. For nearly 60 years, the Biel International Chess Festival has brought together the best chess players and chess lovers from all the continents. Next year, we celebrate our 60th anniversary. Help us make it unforgettable. With your contribution, you can help us make the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival truly special, to invite one of the dream guests to Biel and have some surprises.
See you next year.
Darius, welcome back to the round one of the classical portion Grandmaster Triathlon here at the International Biel Chess Festival. The action is just spicing up as we have seen an amazing preparation by the three-time Biel Grandmaster Triathlon champion Lim Le. But we see also other players in the playing hall. Arturs, there are so many events at the chess festival here in Biel.
15 in total, including Samuel, which was being organized at the very beginning. There's the Masters Open Tournament, Amateurs Open Tournament, there's Fisher Random, Total, Chess, Blitz, Rapid, literally everything you can think of. It's here in the Biel Congress Center, in the heart of the city. Yeah, let's have a look at the overview currently. What's the situation in the main event of the Biel Chess Festival, the Masters and Generational Challengers? We have already an end game in the game of Aydin Suleimanli against Ronian. That's the top left corner.
And I look at the position and I see that the pawn is being sacrificed in the rook endgame. So it's going to be an extra pawn endgame, extra pawn rook endgame, which looks like a theoretically drawish one.
It seems to be like that, and Levon appears to be still within the book. I think we are going to go to that game very shortly. The game Matthias Blaubaum against Jez Rdomush. A couple of moves have been played. Here, White still hasn't castled short. That's the top middle board. Then we have Jose Martinez against Lim Le, the game we discussed before going to the break. White has an extra piece, but Vietnamese Grandmaster is about to recapture it. Engine says about balanced. Well, what do you make of Marco Materi against Václav Fineka, Angelika?
Yeah, absolutely love the center which White has. This e4 move has been pushed, but as we are mentioning, e5 is anytime breaking the center. It's the bottom left corner, the game that you can see. Again, Václav Finek is ready definitely for the section. We saw also in the Generation Challenge Ton Shao against Vaishali Ramesh Babu in the bottom middle board, offering a trade of the bishop. Also another interesting opening choice was the e5, so definitely stay close eye to that game. And as well as the battle of Carissa and Alexandra in the bottom right corner, we can see that finally the castle has been played. But Arturs, I don't know how about you, but I would love to go to the game of Jose Martinez.
All right.
Sorry, let's go to
No, you called it. You called it, all right. Where was it? My mistake. I selected the wrong game. There's a lot of action to check, but of course this is the spiciest one.
This is the spiciest, and I immediately want to check, what is the update, how many moves have been played. Because we left the position, there was a big question how to defend the pawn on d4. As we can see right now, the pawn on d4 is gone. But at the same time, there are an extra piece, as you're saying, that black is going to recapture it very, very soon. And the queen is currently under attack in the position. At the same time, the knight is under attack.
Everything is under attack right now.
Everything is under attack.
All right. So we're going to go back to this moment when the Vietnamese Grandmaster played rook h6. We speculated maybe this is a chessable course. Well, Angelika opened up Chessable, and she figured out there's no chessable course. So in case you are an aspiring author, you're looking for an idea, Lim Le just delivered to you, because nobody literally played like this before. There was this one game, but with a different move order. This is something really fresh. Engine loves it. And here, Jose decided to play knight c2, give up the pawn, back, and after knight x on d4, knight x on d4, bishop c5, super precise play by black. He's down a piece, but he's getting it back.
And you know what? I have every time the feeling when Lim Le is playing in Biel that he's the whole year, gathering material, getting the opening repertoire and just preparing for the single tournament to just show his brilliances, his opening preparations, his novelties. I'm absolutely amazed by the play of Vietnamese Grandmaster.
Yeah, so far I think he's one of the best prepared, if not the best prepared player here, because his ideas are really fascinating to see. Here concretely, White cannot keep the extra piece, so Martinez decided to play bishop e3. Looks very human. He develops the remaining piece, takes on e3, capture on a4. White has nothing better. b5, again the only move, and it doesn't matter what white does. Black is about to recapture pawn on d4 and get a full equality. But I think there's also a silver lining for the Mexican grandmaster. His position no longer feels to be dangerous. He can figure things out, like play queen b3, rook e1, king h1, and even if the position is equal, at least it's a pretty normal, healthy position.
Arturs, would you say that Jose Martinez already passed the test of the opening of Limle, or there are still some underwater storms we have to watch out for?
No, I think he's doing well. According to an engine, he didn't really play the best, but all of his moves were pretty human. And I would imagine, like here, he's going to play, let's say, queen b3. It looks very logical to me. Defending the knight here, let's say black decides to take with the queen, just to attack this knight here. White could play something like rook e1. Black could play, I don't know, I'm guessing maybe a long castle, king h1, and white's position just feels okay. Like there's nothing wrong. The knight on e3 maybe feels a bit awkward, but it can jump to f5. So yeah, I think he has passed the test pretty well.
And we have an update. Queen d4 is right now on the board, rook a to e1. So everything is going according to what you just said, Artur. So you spot on what is going to happen. Now we're expecting the long castle in this position. And yeah, looks like Jose Martinez just gave 50 minutes of the time, but luckily the position is remaining around equal. So I think he should be happy of passing the test. And it's a good moment for us to check what happened in one of the top clashes of the matches, Aydin Suleimanli from Azerbaijan against Levon Aron. And let's go immediately to the game, because we see already the, there is a limited pieces already on the board. At the same time, white has an extra pawn.
Yeah, and we left it a long time ago. I think I'm just, without very deep analysis, I'm going to go straight to the point where we left it. After c takes on d4, there was this question, how Suleimanli is going to be captured, with the pawn or the knight. He took with the pawn, castles, bishop e7, queen e2, temporarily sacrificing the pawn, but I think it's very risky for black to take it. Let me show you why. Takes, queen d4. Typically, the problem here is bishop b5 check. Like maybe first rook d1, I'm not entirely sure. But black has some problems with the king's safety. And if you have to play king f8, it immediately means that white has an excellent compensation. And then I have a feeling that this is going to run into something really painful. I don't know what it is. Is it take on d7? Is it capture on d7? There could be many tactical
You can even
here.
sacrifice the rook. Anything can happen in the position. But
maybe.
You don't really want to go for it, so you don't take the pawn. That one is poisonous on d4. For that reason, of course, Levon Aron didn't take the pawn. He just castled and rook d1.
And this is a very common maneuver for the IQP, this queen d2, rook d1, because for the IQP structure, meaning IQP in case somebody's watching this and wondering what is this animal, IQP is an isolated queen's pawn structure. You see this pawn is isolated, it's a queen's pawn. White is sometimes thinking about rook d3, knight e5, rook g3, go for some attack. But something else happened, what we did not see, which happened off screen. a5, bishop d7, and yeah, I think around here, Aydin decided just to liquidate the game, because for some reason, I think he was unhappy? Or is there still some opening theory? I'm not really sure, but if white here plays d5, these trades happen. I cannot really imagine black having any real issues here.
Yeah, and everything is getting eliminated. I was just wondering, why would black allow this d5 and not to play knight d5? Because what Levon played, he played knight b4. Then after e5, why wouldn't he put the piece on the d5? This looks like one of the typical maneuvers against the IQP, but probably something concrete doesn't work here.
Yeah, I think it's more of like the idea why black put the knight on b4. Because if you're playing the IQP, from the white's perspective, your big idea is ultimately build up the battery of the queen, the light square bishop, and go for the attack against the pawn on h7. That's why. If black plays immediately, let's say, knight e5 or some other move, and then he plays knight e5, white is able to build up this battery, put the bishop on c2, play knight e5, play rook d3, play rook g3, and the attack feels quite menacing. That's why this knight on b4, it is very annoying for white, because you see he cannot easily get the bishop here, because bishop a2, black is going to take it, Bishop b3, bishop c2, black is going to take it. Bishop d3, black is going to take it. Also, you could have played rook d3 immediately. And that's why this probably was some part of the prep where Aydin was like, okay, like what I tried, it quite didn't work. Maybe he wanted to test one certain idea here, but the Armenian super grandmaster, it seems that his prep is top-notch.
Yeah, now queen is defending both bishops. Bishop e6 is something that we expect just to get, but yes, we can see there are two bishops, so bishop pair advantage for black in the position, but as we see that it's going to be easily traded. And at the end of this variation, we get into the endgame, where white is going to be up a pawn, but it's rook endgame, and the rook endgame extra pawn usually doesn't mean that much. At least theoretically, you know, practically you can still fight, you can still try to win this one. Have you ever won such endgame?
I think you need some help from your opponent. So where you're heading here, Aronian is trying to liquidate the position 3 pawns against 2 at the king side. If this happens, if he trades these 2 pawns at the queen side, it shakes hands. At this level, I don't think there's any fight possible, because by definition, the less pawns you have on the same flank at the rook endgame, the more drawish it becomes. And that's why Aydin here is going to do his utmost best to keep the pawn on b2 alive. That's why he played this a6, because if he would have played something else, let's say b4, I suspect here Aronian's idea was to play rook b5. Maybe I'm wrong. Rook e4. And I was thinking if there is a room for
a6 now, maybe.
a6, maybe.
Yeah,
But
you
then
have
there's
to be
a6.
very careful.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. a6 and then b6.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Like this. Let's say here, takes. White does this. Rook b5. I don't think white can do anything. And this is pretty much what the Aronian wants. Okay, maybe I'm not super accurate, but that's the idea. And that's why I didn't. He played a6, and he wants to keep this pawn alive. And the Aronian is thinking, what's the best way to make the draw here? Because the pawns and queens are gone, it's going to be a draw.
And he's playing rook a. I was just for a second thinking he plays rook b5, but he plays rook a5 and g4.
Oh, actually, I completely missed this move. Then it's just a dead draw.
Oh, the rook a5, yeah?
Yeah, it's immediately the draw, because I don't see what white can even do here. Because, okay, not rook a6, of course, because white is going to be able to establish himself pawn majority at the king side. It's easily winning pawn endgame. Like, you create the pass pawn, you distract your opponent, you push the king towards the queen side. You are going to win this endgame. But Aronian just found a very easy move, rook a5.
b6, maybe you just play and then take the pawn. b6, you can play b6 and then just take a pawn.
You want to win the pawn. Oh,
it happened.
Oh, okay, so I don't think it really matters. I also missed b6, but to be honest, I think that the simple b takes on a6 is also a draw. B takes on a6, rook goes here, it doesn't really matter. This extra pawn at the king side, at this level, it doesn't really matter. It's just a draw. But Aronian is just showing that this is the most accurate way how you make a draw, and I have no doubts here that the players are really well aware that they are going to share points in this game.
So while there is a rook endgame played out in this game, I suggest for us to pull up the overview of the round number 1 to see what else is going on the other boards, because we have Generation Challenge Tournament, we have Masters, you know, everyone is fighting, everyone is trying to give their best chances. One more time, 4 points for a win, 1.5 for a draw, so you would like to score a victory in this round. What do we see here, Arturs? What are the updates?
Well, we have an update of the game Vantias Bluebomb against Jezar Domos. That's the top middle board, which, by the way, is quite slow in terms of the pace, because the players played out opening pretty quickly, and now they're making a move on average speed, like 1 move per 10 minutes. White still hasn't cast a short. Jose Martinez against Limle, that's the top right corner. We see some trades. White has no issues, but neither does black. That's why the evaluation bar is somewhere in the middle. Looks quite peaceful. Then we have Mark Commentary against Václav Finik, the top leader fight in the Generation Challengers tournament. That's the lower left corner. Black did push e5, and if I was a Bogo Indian player, I would be very proud of what he is doing. There are Lopez between Tanshao against Vaishali. Not many moves have been played after bishop e6. The position still remains pretty much balanced. We're definitely going to check that game. And of course, the final game between two ladies, Carissa Yip against Alexandra Kostyniuk. This Caro-Kann fight looks quite unbalanced. We are definitely going to check that game as well.
I would suggest to go to the game of Matthias Blubaum against Jezer Dogmush. So we'll cover all the 3 games that we have right now in the Masters before moving into Generation Challenge, just to see what is happening here, who is in the lead. But I see that we have a Carlsbad pawn structure, one of our favorite pawn structures and the most common ones that can happen in the chess game. And yeah, bishop is on d3, while black pieces are not so much developed.
The last time we checked this game, this was like 40 minutes ago, and they committed like 4 moves. So I think my pace is more or less on spot, about 1 move per 10 minutes. And we left it here after rook c1, where black was thinking about his choices like, is it d takes on c4, play c5, looks very reasonable to me. Is it d takes on c4, push e5, some sort of a capture on c4 seems to be necessary. But here the young Turkish superstar, he went for something else, b6. And I think that it also gives a pretty good clue that he's looking for a fight. He doesn't really want to walk away from this game without even giving it a try to play for the victory. And the reason is very simple. I mean, look at the tournament rankings. He currently, at the Masters section, is at the last place. He sits at 3 points. Matthias has 1 point more. He has 4 points. Again, a victory in the classical section gives you 4 points. So that's why Erdomosh is willing to take some risks. And even though his position, according to an engine, is slightly worse.
And I really hope that yesterday, yes, could take some rest, because as we've had already chess 960 in the first day, second day, we had the rapid tournament already part of the Grandmaster Triathlon. And yesterday there was a rest day for the players. Some of them joined the organized excursion. Huge thanks for the organizer to make it happen. It was an excursion to the Omega Museum. How did you enjoy it, Arturs,
I
yourself?
definitely enjoyed it. And in case you have not seen some of the viral videos on Biel Chess Festival Instagram, go check it out. We're pressing a certain button so many times. You have to see those videos so that I can properly explain it. But it was, yeah, amazing experience. Not every single player joined. Some of them decided to take the rest. I think Matthias was there, but Erdomosh was not. But yeah, ultimately, I think it was a great time.
Yeah, definitely. But yes, was not someone who was not there. It's understandable. He had a tough time in the rapid, had tough time also at the chess 960. So for that reason, he had some rest, and hopefully, he had flipped, his some buttons, in his mind, and he managed to prepare well. And let's see, I mean, if he will be able to get some points. Again, as you were saying, 4 points for the win. And if you have 2 draws, 1.5, 1.5, it will be only just 3 points. So not enough to draw the whole tournament.
Yeah, so a big fight is ahead of us. The players are taking their time. Time control, by the way, the first 40 moves is, there's no increment. The players get 2 hours. And after about 40, they get extra half an hour. This is move number 12. The players have eternity of time to think about things. They're very deep in the thought process. Like here, Domosh is trying to figure out what's the most ambitious, most annoying way I can set up my position. Like bishop e6, rook c1, castles. At the same time, I'm not entirely sure what else Matthias here can do except of castling short. And typically, white tries to apply some pressure against his pawn. And if black plays c5, there's going to be a trade, and again, the pawn structure will change.
So just for our viewers, what is Yes right now thinking about? The problem is he cannot develop the knight from b8, because the pawn on c6, as you're mentioning, is under big pressure. So he's currently trying to understand, does he develop the bishop from c8? Where does he develop it? Is he going to try to go for something like bishop g4, bishop h5, g6, try and trade the bishops, or something, less ambitious? I know, but the knight on b8 has to stay there because you cannot remove it since the pawn on c6 will fall down.
You would be surprised, Angelika, how many times during the game players are not thinking about the game at all. Like, I have no idea what Yes is thinking about. Like, he's really, look at this, he's super, super concentrated. He tries to find the best pose and get the very deep thought process. But yeah, sometimes the players during these long time controls that think about all kinds of other stuff, that think about their life, they think about their yesterday's game, they think about the dinner, they think about the movie they watched yesterday evening, they think about the excursion they took to the Omega Factory. Okay, I'm kidding really, but sometimes when you're playing such long time controls, you already have figured things out, you want to have a fresher perspective. Some players have some funny thoughts, like there's this very famous example of Michael Tal once thinking during a game that what happens if a hippopotamus starts to drown in a swamp? How do you get it out? Do you get a helicopter to get it out, etc.? No, I'm serious. Like these things have happened before. So I'm pretty sure that Domosh is very, very much focused on the game. But when you have so much time on your hand, like they tend to think about all kinds of things.
For me personally, I have some. I mean, as you know, I love singing. I love songs, vocals, and so on. So many times I'm just singing some songs in my head, and they're just I cannot get I cannot get them out of my head at all. And then the whole game, some song is being played on repeat, and it's like some earworm, that stays there. And I have a critical decision. I have to play the best move in this position. I have time pressure, but no, the song is still keeping in my head. I don't know, how is it for you? Do you have some songs there, or just some thoughts?
I hear voices in my head all the time.
I know I should sleep, but the voice is in my head.
No?
Go.
Okay. No, I used to have this problem. Not anymore. Not anymore. All right. So very, very big strategic complex game on a serious note. I mean, black can always just play bishop e6, rook c8, c5. Erdomosh is thinking about something really deep here. While he's thinking, we're simply going to select another game. I think it could be maybe the game of Jose Martinez against Lemle, or you want to select another game?
Let's go. Let's make an update on that game, because it's one of the most exotic openings that we've had so far in the round one. The most interesting choices by Lemle, but as we say, that Jose Martinez is passing the test so far, but the position is completely, unexplored, crazy position, and for both players to find the best move, so difficult. And as we see, Jose Martinez is down 1 hour on the clock.
Yeah, these things tend to happen when you are caught off guard in your prep. The good thing is for the Mexican Grandmaster that finally, the three-time Biel Chess Festival winner, Lemle, is out of the prep, because he already has spent 40 minutes. At some point, your prep has to end. And I think we left it a couple of moves ago. I think it was here. Queen c2, queen d4, rook e1, queen c4. This is what we saw in our overview. Black was saying, do you want to trade the queens? Let's trade the queens. And I think it was actually Martinez who was being ambitious here. The big question is, why did he not take on c4? This pin looks unpleasant.
And then stepping away, and then there is a doubled pawns on the c file.
Probably because of the counterplay against this pawn.
Rook f2.
Rook f2, rook b8, rook c2, some sort of a c3 push.
Oh, c3, and there is a checkmate.
Some back rank. Yeah, I think that here Martinez said that, okay, listen, you definitely caught me off guard in the opening, right? You surprised me, but I still want to get the fight here. That's why he played rook f2, and he said, I'm not going to take on c2. If you want to take on c2, you do it yourself, like let's say takes, bishop b6, king f1. The knight is about to jump somewhere here, and the difference here is that black does not have an open file at the b file to organize counterplay, and the pawn on c7 is quite weak.
That's one more time the confirmation that chess is concrete game. So if we talk about the weak pawns, the double pawns, the pawn islands, if the pawn on c4 would be taking the queen, there will be more pawn islands, there will be weaker pawns, if we talk about it like generally, but at the same time the file is getting open, so that's why we have to look in every position very concretely, and that's why many times, some amateur players might have some question, why didn't he take it? That would be a weak pawn, but no, he knows he doesn't want to open some counter attack for black.
Yeah, that's why he played this rook f2, and now Lemle declined the queen trade, because he's not interested to give white this counterplay at the b file. By the way, the rook on e1 is under attack. White has to address this. And I think that he would love to play bishop b6 maybe at some point. I don't know what actually he wants to do. or maybe a long castle. The big question is how is white addressing this counterattack against the rook? Is it rook e2? Is it rook f2 e2? Is it king f1? King f1, to be honest, looks pretty okay-ish to me.
Yeah, because there are no open files against the king, and you really want to get away from the spin on the bishop on c5. And then knight can freely go after you move the rook from f2. That looks like a logical move, yeah? Definitely.
Yeah.
Just stepping away, there are no more longer checks. Also, the bishop is dark squared, so you're not getting any kind of pins. And your knight is ready to jump. Knight d5, knight f5, everywhere.
Precisely.
To go.
Yeah, I think it's a very reasonable move. And I'm trying to understand why Jose is not playing it. Is there something forcing I'm missing? Maybe now? It's going to be the same, yeah? I don't think that black wants to take it here. Am I missing some? Okay, there's again this check. But there's a difference that the king is closer. There's no back rank issue. Okay, look at this. Yeah, it's exactly like the same position, except here in this position, black's counterplay against this pawn is going to come slower. For example, okay, white is the move, of course. Yeah. So here, yeah, you're just not in time to organize any counterplay. So it's a difference of 2 tempi.
Difference of 2 tempis. King is closer. There is no bank break checkmate, so you have to calculate every single position as the new one. You know, your previous calculations now are not matter at all. And long castle? Well,
yeah, I'm thinking about it. I mean, you want to put the king somewhere. Like
and
long castle is some rook d2 stuff. Rook
c3.
c3.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very reasonable. And is it some rook d7 or some other move? That's why Jose is not playing the move immediately. He's looking at this. He's thinking about this. Do I like it? Don't I like it? Because very often grandmasters already have noticed the move like within the first 10 seconds. And then for the next 10 minutes, they try to convince themselves why they don't want to play this move.
So really convinced not to play and find something else.
And then they play it anyway. Yeah?
And
like
then they
I've
play.
done this so many times.
Yeah, and then you're basically, you want to beat yourself. Why did I spend so much time on this move and then still end up playing the same one?
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this is a problem with making decisions. Okay, right now Jose Martinez is taking his time. He's trying to make up his mind in that position. Meanwhile, we have still a lot of action in Generation Challenge. I suggest to dive, let's take a look at the overall overview and see what else do we have there. I see some updates from the game of Vaishali with the black pieces against Tong Shao in the bottom middle board. The knights are already jumping in the center, knight on d5, knight on d4, as well as very interesting match, Marco Materia against Václav Finek, also for the overall rankings. White has the space advantage in the center. Black is trying to create some space advantage on the queen side, but a bit struggling. And what about the ladies' battle that we have? Carissa Yip against Alexandra Kosteniuk in the bottom right corner. There's also some very unbalanced positions.
And there's, by the way, just a draw. Agreed.
Just agreed.
Yeah, between Aydin Suleimanli against Levon Aronian. Not a very super exciting game, but sometimes the players play the best moves, and this is the logical outcome, which also means that Aronian still is going to be the leader of the event because he had a 3-point lead over exactly Aydin Suleimanli. They share points, get 1.5 points each, but the other games obviously continue. Also, yeah, here we see, by the way, the players are discussing. Maybe Levon is asking, why did you play d5? He's inquiring some other information from his player. And this is also typically the common scene between all the players before they leave to the analysis room. They very quickly share their immediate thoughts, their criticism, mostly towards themselves after the game. But yeah, most of the biggest discussions are made right there over the board.
But I don't think so. I think he's asking, how was the rest day? You know, what did I miss yesterday? Because Levon Aronian actually was on the list of the players of coming, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. So he's asking, how did you do it? And Aydin would say, I scored 14 seconds exactly. So one more time, our dear viewers, if you would like to check how it went, how did our dear players try to save Apollo 13 in the simulation that there was here at the Omega Museum. You can check on our social medias. But meanwhile, the top clash of the Generations Challenge tournament, Marco Materia, winner of the Chess 960 tournament. He has the best tie break so far in the event against the current leader, Václav Finek, almost a grandmaster. I mean, he fulfilled all the norms, he fulfilled the rating, he just needs basically just formality. He's a GM elect right now, basically the GM. Marco Materia is international master, super strong in the fast formats.
Yeah, and I think they're also two of the biggest favorites of the tournament. As you can see, they're leading the event. Finek has 8 points, he has black, and Materia has 7 points. I get 4 points for the victory. That's why here Materia is trying to find ways to crash through. The valuation bar, I find it really interesting. It says that white is better. But I'm not sure I agree, to be honest, because I think that if I would be a Bogo Indian player and I would see this position, I think that black has ultimately accomplished everything he wanted, because all you need to do for white is, maybe it's not going to happen, and maybe this is the reason why white is better, is to move the pawn on d4. Because let's say white plays, or he touches, for some reason, he says Jadoub, or he touches the pawn and he forgets to say Jadoub, and he plays d5. Suddenly, black gets the knight on c5. There's a major difference. This Latsko bishop for black is so much stronger. Black can think about b5 ideas. Black can think about some kings in defense pushes with e5. You see, black doesn't have this typically terrible dark square bishop that he would have in the kings in defense. Things are really great. The same applies also for d takes on e5. If you do this, d takes on e5, black establishes the control of the c5 square. On top of that, after black's g6, black just secured an outpost on f5, and he might be thinking at the right moment to take on d4 himself to get the knight on c5, again establish this outpost and have some pressure on e4. But Stockfish says, I do not care.
And I believe that something what engine loves is a space advantage. Do you think this is why computer is saying, okay, white is slightly better in this position because of the space advantage? Because what I realized in some openings like King's Indian defense, or other openings where black is giving up the space advantage, castling, developing very fast, and then striking the center, that was always the case that engine loves white more, but then while the time passes, white is attacking the center, black is doing these pawn breaks, then suddenly evaluation changes. Do you see it similar in this position?
It could be. It could be that engine is overly optimistic, but probably not so much. Like, it's almost, in the computer language, it's almost +1 for white. So what our dear Stockfish is saying here, white is much better, but I'm looking at this and it's not very clear why it should be. And that's why it's probably something very concrete. And the deeper I'm looking at this position, I realize it most likely has to do something with the queen side. It could be that very concretely, white has some ideas to play queen d2, maybe bishop a4, play a3, and try to target you this pawn, because let's say after a3, if you take on a3 with black, I am opening up the b file, and you might have some problems, because I don't see what you're going to do at the king side. By the way, queen d2 was played by white. He's threatening some queen h6, whatever. But black could always put the queen somewhere here on g7. Are you going to checkmate me there? And if black is going to take here on d4, play knight c5, probably engine is thinking very deeply here that this pawn on d6 is really a long-term weakness.
Yeah, that's a huge question now for black, how to continue. I mean, Václav went for this opening, got all the space advantage, but at the same time, this pawn, he has to be careful about it. And taking on d4 always creates these issues. So it's not so clear what to do with black, because as you were mentioning, this bishop a4 idea, a3, targeting this pawn on b4, it looks so concrete and it looks very fast because the moves are forcing. Bishop a4 is coming with a threat, a3 is coming with a threat, and I'm not really sure how to proceed here as a black. As you're saying, also taking on d4 could be dangerous.
Yeah, and this is most likely also the reason why engine likes white's position. White can also make some easy moves like rook d1, just to apply some pressure, maybe hint towards some queen g5, maybe h4, h5. And I have a feeling that at some point black will have to take on d4, put the knight on c5, and say that the pawn on d6 is a weakness. So we might go to something like this. Again, I'm not a prophet. I can't really tell, get in the minds of the opponents, what's going to be the move order, how they're going to get here. But there could be a very good chance that they might go to something like this. Black could be playing pretty loose with the pawn on d6, trying to sacrifice it, seeking some counterplay with h5, h4. Seems to be quite thematic for this position.
Yeah, and Václav Finek is taking his time. Is this position probably a good moment for us to go to another game of the Generation Challenge? I suggest to check out Carissa Yip against Alexandra Kostyuk, because this is one of the also another unbalanced positions that we have where white has a space advantage. It was a Karakon opening, just a reminder to our viewers. And this bishop on h7 is always still standing there, knight on f5 targeting the pawn on d4. But is the pawn on d4 is so weak? I see all the knights are defending it.
You know, we had the opportunity, speaking about Carissa, you know, this is, I'm definitely going to go into detail about this position, what are the plans for both players. But we had an opportunity to meet Carissa, was it yesterday? Yeah, during the lunch or dinner? Dinner, yeah?
Sorry, the day before yesterday.
Day before yesterday, yeah. So we're having this dinner next to the playing venue, next to the Biel Congress Center. There's a very nice restaurant called Verona. We'll love to go there.
Advertisement time. Advertisement time.
Yes.
One of the best restaurants.
We're always going there. We love the place. It's very close. And we're having our meals, and Carissa's sitting there, so we start to talk with each other. And we decided to compliment her about her opening choices. Say, thank you, thank you. And I said, listen, Carissa, I really like your opening choices in the rapid tournament. You know, your central opening, e4, e5, d4, etc. Yeah, she said she has some very interesting, funny ideas there. They sometimes worked in the rapid, sometimes did not. But here in the classical, the American player is playing something more classical. So, by the way, speaking about both players, if I'm not terribly mistaken, they are going to face each other in the upcoming Cairns Cup, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be like one of the strongest female chess tournament in the chess calendar. So it's already kind of a tournament before another tournament. So it's preparation also for their ultimate match here. And here at Biel Chess Festival, they are facing each other in all kind of formats, you know, kind of battling it out. And also talking about Alexandra Kostyuk, you know, she was very excited, you know, coming into this tournament, and she was mentioning, well, the tournament's name is Generations Challenge, you know. So Generations Challenge means there is going to be some battle between generations, but so far, she said, they're all youngsters, you know, 5 youngsters, and I'm the only one representative, you know, of the older generation, so I'm kind of the one who is defending the older generation. And I was asking, are you challenging the next generation, or next generation challenging you? And she's like, both ways, but she's going to try to stand her ground and, you know, show how it's done. But definitely also tough tournament for Alexandra. You know, she has to face all these young rising stars.
Yeah, absolutely. So they already, by the way, have faced against each other before in classical chess, just once, by the way. And it's quite interesting that it was exactly the same Cairns Cup, even though it was back in 2020. They played it, let me check it. Alexandra Kostyuk won with the black color. So Carissa was a teenager back then. Now she is obviously a grown-up and already much, much more stronger. Looking for the chance to make a revenge about that game. But okay, let's have a look at this position. So what are we seeing here? Both players, I think, have pretty clear plans, what they want to do. Carissa just played Queen e2. She has an open file, Rook c1. I think what white wants to do is apply pressure against the pawn on c6. Yeah? So also, very often, like this is one of my mantras, when you don't know what to do, you can always improve the pieces or attack weaknesses. I'm thinking, can I play bishop d3? Can I play rook c2? Can I play rook c1? If the bishops have to be traded, fine. I want to get to this pawn. At the same time, black has this outpost on d5, but how do you use it?
Yeah, it's not so easy to get there with a knight, because you would love to have the e7 square vacant but there is a bishop on e7. So can you play something like rook e8, bishop f8, knight e7, knight d5? Is it something that comes to your mind in this position? But it's not such a static position where you can play millions of moves and nothing will change.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like, I might have to. I might have to do this, but like, if this is the only way to get the knight on d5, things are not so great. There might be a room for some maybe inspired b5 and knight b6, which might cost black the pawn in the process. But the problem is, if you play b5 first, it's contested enough times so that you're going to just drop the pawn. Second, the pawn on a5 is quite loose. And maybe this is what Alexandra is thinking, you know. Okay, my trump is obviously the d5 square. This kind of feels slow. If everything fails, I can try to go for this. But can I make this work? Let's say queen b8, bishop d3, rook c8, rook c2, and some b5.
You want to push b5, but isn't it?
It's bad.
Isn't it falling?
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad.
Okay, we have confirmation from computer.
Yes, yes, my ideas don't work. Well, then I don't know. What you said rook e8, yeah?
Well, I don't know about rook 8, but at least
I'm just
there's
going to do the
something.
same idea. Here, I want to take the pawn.
You want to grab a pawn. How to defend it? Oh my God! Knight b8.
Knight
Queen
b8. Yeah, it's a sad knight. Maybe
Sad
sacrifice the pawn. Can you do that?
And then after rook takes knight e7, coming with a tempo to d5.
Yeah, but it's just a free pawn for nothing. The knight is getting to d5, but it's a pawn. No, it's very dangerous. Something like rook c3, rook d3, some kings at attack. It's a free pawn.
Yeah.
Rook on the third rank.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it works, but looking at all the pieces that Alexandra has right now standing, there is not a single active move that can be played. Knight on f5 is being stuck. Bishop on e7 also doesn't really have a square. I mean, unless you want to get some kind of similar pawn structure as in the game of Marco Matera against Václav Inek and play something like bishop b4, offering a trade of the bishops. But then also you will not have something to cover the dark squares because bishop on e7 is covering the dark squares.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is bishop b4 because that's the fastest way to get the knight on e7. But it also weakens the pawn on b4. For example, I think I have to take it because now that's a weakness. Okay, the pawn on a4 is under attack. Maybe there are some issues with, I don't know where the issues.
What about some a5 and knight c5 or it?
Take?
Okay, it doesn't
You want to
make
control
too
this
much
square, yeah?
sense. Yeah, wanted to do something, but maybe just to rook a1.
Okay, one.
Just
I never
defend.
want to go back for where I was. I might have to. I mean, actually, maybe why not? Rook a1, defend the pawn, a very simple idea to play queen d2. Let's say you play knight e7, I play queen d2, or queen e1, and now this pawn is under attack, which is, by the way, not so easy to defend.
Yeah, if you play something like knight d5, you have opportunity to take on d5 and just capture the pawn on b4.
Yeah, it's a free pawn. C takes, C
an
takes, you
extra
take on
pawn.
d4. This is why Alexander's thinking about this. So, oh wait, she made a move. Sorry. Well, I was thinking, okay, 7.
Oh, is her idea somehow to bring the rook to the d7, like knight b8, rook d7? Knight b8 and rook d7?
Knight
But,
b8, rook d7.
Oh, it's too crazy.
This is way too deep for me. Yeah, maybe she wants to defend the pawn, play rook d7, counterattack the pawn on d4, which is defended, but I don't like this because I think that for white it's very clear what Carissa's going to do. She's going to play bishop d3, unless there's a better move. Like, attack the pawn, double the rooks here, put the bishop on e4. Maybe, there's another idea I wanted to mention. Maybe black wants to play c5 at the right time because this is something I was considering to do right now. Like, can I play c5 right now? Meaning, if there's a trade, I'm doing great. But white could walk past it. This is what worries me. Like d5, take on d5. These pawns feel awkward. The knight on d7 is silly. The bishop on e7 doesn't do anything. There's a storm outside.
Yeah, there is a big rain there, but I think while
also on the board.
Carissa is taking time to think. We're going to take a very short hydration break for commentators.
You have been so many times to Biel. How many times in total? Can you remember? Can you recall?
No, I lost count. I think the first time was in 2012 or 2013, but then I played a number of times and I have no idea.
Why are you always coming back to Biel? What makes this place so special?
I like the place, I like the tournament, I love being here. Yeah, nothing particular. I just enjoy the environment and I always had good memories here.
Do you recall your very best result you ever had here?
Well, so I won my first Fisher Random here, the only tournament that I played before this one where I came second. So then I won the Rapid once, so that was good. And once I was extremely close winning the MTO, but I finished second, so.
Good results. Do you think, or is it maybe an ambition to, even if you visit for the next couple of years as well, to ever get your best result you have ever had so far?
Honestly, I don't think that way. I mean, I'm here, I'm just having fun, I'm enjoying, and that's what matters to me.
Thank you so much.
I'm happy to be joined with the winner of the Neiksans Chess 960 of the Masters Tournament of the GMT, Matthias Blübaum. Matthias, congratulations, and
Thank
share
you.
with us, your emotions after getting the first place.
Yeah, that's very nice. I didn't expect it, especially the tournament didn't start well. I was winning against Liv 1 and then I messed it up in time pressure and even lost the game. So I didn't expect it after this game. So yeah, I'm very happy.
You also had the final rankings, players so close to each other. How tough was it to fight against all the pairs?
I mean, especially last two games were of course interesting because we weren't playing each other anymore. So it was a bit dependent on how others are doing. So yeah, I mean, I had no guarantees, but I just played my games and looked what result happened. I mean, I won the 6th round, but yeah, in 7th round, maybe I could have played on instead of playing a4, but yeah, I thought it's a logical result, and luckily it was enough.
Still amazing to get this victory, and now how important is it to be the first one in terms of that you're going to be the first one in the tie breaks?
I mean, it's obviously nice. I'm not sure if it will make such a huge difference, this tiebreaker, but also I got to choose 3 whites in the classical part, so it's nice, and also it's a confidence boost to win this tournament. So I feel like I can still play chess after this break.
A final question, as you said, that is a confidence boost. Tomorrow is going to Rapid. What are your ambitions for it?
I mean, I'll just continue playing and see what happens. I don't think I can go in with special ambitions. I just try to do my best.
As the winner of the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon tournament, if you're going to win, you're going to win also the watch of the Swiss company Rush. This is one of the watches which also are varying for the broadcast, very nice one, but it's going to be another series. So these are the 3 choices. We have Midnight Blue, Stillness, Pink Perfection Stillness, and also Frostfire. Which one would you choose if you had to choose one?
I guess I would choose Midnight Blue.
Midnight Blue, just classic.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Dear chess fans, we hope you had a good break. Meanwhile, the games were still ongoing. It's a round one of the Grandmaster Triathlon classical portion here in Biel, Switzerland. And we have some updates on the board. As we know, one game finished in a draw some time ago. It's Aydin Suleimanli against the leader of the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon, Levon Aronian. But all the rest of the games are still happening. Arturs, what do you spot on the bird's eye view?
Well, I do see that something has happened in the game of Jose Martinez against Limle, because the valuation bar somehow is in Black's favor. That's the game I would like to go to in a minute. The other games, if we very briefly make an overview, Matthias Blubam against Jezer Domosh, that's the top middle board. Not many moves have been played. The black player is thinking about the c5 push. He's still not there yet. Marko Materia against Václav Finek, lower left corner. Black just committed himself by taking on d4. We already discussed this briefly. We definitely are going to have an opportunity to go more in detail to understand what's going on. Also, Ton Shao against Vaishali, lower middle board. We have not seen it for a while. The game is pretty balanced, I suppose. We also have to give it some love. And also Carissa Yip, of course, against Alexandra Kostanyuk, where Black is under some pressure. We saw Rook a7. No more moves have been played, so let's delve in immediately straight to the game of Martinez against Limle and try to understand why White's position suddenly becomes dangerous.
Let's go there, Arturs. And I feel like one of two is correct. Either our players, know that something is happening outside, because right now we have a rain that started here, some storm, the wind, so weather is getting, a bit worse. But on the boards we have the same, so I'm not sure if the weather sees what's happening on the boards of our players and adjusting to it, or the players know that something is happening outside. But one is true, something did happen, and there was a mistake by Jose Martinez against Limle in his brilliant, opening novelty that he played early in the moves, which helped him to gain extra time on the clock.
Yeah, speaking about the weather, I actually welcome the change, because we've been here for what, already 5 days, and it's been plus 30, 35 degrees Celsius. It's pretty hot. Finally some fresh breeze is coming here to the first floor at the Biel Congress Center. Up there on the second floor, the playing venue, it's pretty cool all the time. But yeah, here it's a bit warmer downstairs. Anyway, King H1 was played, the engine doesn't like it, and now we are going to try to figure out what is wrong with this move. Probably because Black is somehow able to crash through the second rank.
We have already discussed these positions before, and we said that if King is on H1 compared to the F1, which we were suggesting, for White to have the King on F1 to get it out, there is no longer the threat of the first rank checkmate, back rank checkmate. In this position, what Jose is doing, he puts his King in the corner. Now, there are always the tricks of the back rank check. You always have to calculate it. Will there be a checkmate or will there not be checkmate? So for that reason, I think potentially in some lines, this King on H1 can make a huge difference, and there could be some checkmates.
We were discussing this position, but I think it was here where Jose played Rook F1 and King H1, which according to an engine is a mistake. We're going to try to figure out why it's a mistake, and I propose why not King F1, because it kind of felt logical. Maybe Black still could have played the long castle, threatened to play Rook D2, and perhaps this is the reason why Martinez didn't like it. I don't know. Perhaps he felt with the King on F1 it's a bit more dangerous to him.
By the way, what's happening here after Queen F5 check? I would like to check and take a pawn on F7. Can I do it? Queen F5?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, sure. Let me check it first. I just want to check something. So, long castle?
Yeah, here, Queen F5 check. And I just want to take a pawn, if I can. Because it's... okay, I see I cannot.
I think
The
there's
rook
going
is
to be...
coming. Ooh. And checkmate. So that's how easily it can go wrong.
Yeah, you do not collect a pawn on F7 without figuring out what your opponent is going to do, but it's a valid question, of course. I mean, this long castle, Queen F5 check is always there, attacking the pawn on F7. And the same thing is also here, I think. Yeah, now he is kind of threatening this queen f5 or knight f5. All right, let's try to figure out what's wrong with this.
Rook d2.
Rook d2,
We
yeah.
want it. And let's step away like king b7 probably. And after giving up a pawn, if white is taking queen b2.
Probably. Or he can also play for some domination. No, engine doesn't like it. Yeah, I was thinking I can play for some domination here, and threaten with the checkmate, the queen on. Okay, there's going to be some queen f5 most likely. So yeah, I think white is safe. But yeah, this is also a big threat. Oh, there might be some tactics. No,
Take the knight.
what I'm missing?
You cannot take.
I don't know.
Rook b6. Is it rook b6?
Maybe.
You sacrifice the queen. Oh, maybe not. But my idea was sacrificing the queen and then.
But anyway,
It's
it just shows, yeah,
checkmate.
this is so complicated. Yeah, it's very complicated, and it's not like it's also not very clear to me why this suddenly should be a mistake, because maybe Martinez sees this position. You know, he thinks that like in this position, that's why he played king h1. That if black plays rook d2, queen f5, king b7 takes, that he has strong passed pawns, the rook on h6 is under attack, and if you play queen b2, there's going to be knight c4. Okay, now I'm really curious why. I'm going to check engine.
Let's play rook b1 and see.
Oh, that's
Is
why.
it c3?
No, it's just this, and black is winning.
Ah, so first take and then rook b6, not immediately rook b6. Okay, this makes a big difference.
He's in a mating net. That's
Okay.
right. Takes probably, or with the bishop.
Is
I
the
don't think it
bishop-
matters.
no, or it doesn't matter. Oh my god. Checkmate.
And also the c pawn is
Ooh.
incredibly strong. It's very complicated. I mean, I could easily miss this from afar. Like,
Absolutely.
yeah, so this sequence is one thing. The second question is what happens after bishop e3, rook e3, and now play rook d2. Again, queen f5, king b7, queen f7. Why should I be feeling worse with white?
Well, I think the issue could be, I mean, something very concrete because of the queen and rook being active. Maybe something like, yeah,
I don't know. Okay, I kept the engine
Queen.
on.
is it
Rook c6.
just bring another rook to the position? And now rook f2 is a threat. Rook f2, you can take the pawn on b2, you can do whatever you want. And there is no longer rook c1. Queen d4. Oh, queen f4. Oh,
Okay, good luck.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's
Beautiful.
very counterintuitive. Yeah, so the point is there's some background issues like takes and here. Yeah, you see all of white's pieces cannot defend everything, because I thought that, you know, in this position, like if you'd show me this position from afar, I would say that, yeah, I have some background issues, but I have two connected passed pawns. I can always go back queen b3, etc. I'm going to give you back, let's say, I'm going to trade the queen. I'm going to give you back these two pawns. Then my two connected passed pawns are going forward. I'm probably going to win it. But chess is a very, very concrete game. And very specifically here, after this rook c6, apparently black is very much in control. Is Limley going to be able to pick this up? That's a very big question, because you cannot afford to make a mistake here. Because, like, for me, all I need to do is push for the e-pawn. That's it. It's going to be a queen. Like e6, what do? Rook c2, it's already a mistake. White is winning. Look at this. Yeah, it's so easy. And according to an engine, since it's on,
Rook f2?
no, it's just rook g2. And just check.
And just pick up the rook.
Yeah, nice and
Pick
easy.
up the rook.
Here, here.
And you can stop with a rook e6, but there's also checkmate. Okay, great stuff, great tactics. That's what's happening right now in the heads of both of the players, Jose Martinez and Lim Le. All these tactics, all the back rank issues. I mean, that's why Jose Martinez went for this king h1. And to me, of course, it looks very human and logical move to all of us. But this is, I mean, there is something that he has to watch out for with these ideas of all the sacrifices, bringing the other rook to c6. You also have to see it. Rook h6, rook c6. Now bring in the rook from that h file, because many times you might even miss these maneuvers of the rook. So definitely now it's for Lim Le to try to find. I mean, will he be able to? I mean, I would not be. I would not be. If it's such a long line, of course, like if in one move you can find all these ideas, but you cannot see so many moves in advance. I mean, if he will be able, I'll be super surprised.
Well, okay, from the human perspective, is it possible to pick up? Yeah, I think so. I think so, because you immediately spot that. I think that over the time you develop some kind of gut instinct, meaning, yeah, what has some background issues? Can I try to exploit it? Why my opponent is not stopping me to play rook d2? Of course, you see, yes, queen f5 is dangerous, but you want to calculate a bit. Queen f5, king b7, queen f7. You definitely sense that this rook somehow has to be coming to the second rank. But let's also try to think about what else could be the Vietnamese grandmaster was thinking about. Let's say he doesn't play rook d2. He is kind of worried about knight f5 or queen f5. Is there even any other way for him to continue? Maybe it's some sort of a king b7.
What about first starting with some rook c6, if it's possible? So bring in the rook first to the action. Is it possible? I mean, of course, we cannot yet take on e3 because the rook is under attack, but
I'm not sure what it changes. Again, I'm going to give you a check. And take. Take and take and...
Queen f4? Is over... Ah, no, sorry, we cannot
f4,
yet.
Yeah. And e6, e7.
And if rook d2...
It could be quite similar. Yeah, rook d2, e6, and... there was the
transposed.
Sequence. Yeah, but it's not so easy to spot this. Yeah, this rook takes on g2 and queen d2. I don't know. Like, I'm thinking that... okay, like this feels quite a dangerous choice for black, but he also might want to move the king, because the king is here at the c file. It's under a check, so he's definitely thinking about something more. What I'm blundering. There's a3. You're dropping a piece.
Oh, you cannot defend it.
You're simply dropping something. Yeah, you can't
cannot
do this.
defend it. Wow. So you have to be so careful about it. You cannot just play some random move. You have to be... So the threat right now in the position is a3. The bishop will be under attack. So maybe something what he considers some prophylactical move like bishop a7. Is it? No, but knowing Lim Le, I mean, he is looking for something like rook d2. He is seeing this, and
he will play it.
He will play it. Yeah.
I think he will play, because like out of the lack of alternatives. I mean, maybe he can still play like takes and now king b7. But just allow white to play some rook c3, rook c1, queen f5 might be still a thing. So like even here, white could still play queen f5. And I think that you don't have the time to play passively here. I have a feeling that Lim Le is going to talk himself that, okay, I don't really have a choice. I have to go for the sequence and try to calculate it, and also look at the body language of the three-time Biel Chess Festival winner. Like, he's so composed, so really deep into this position. The first real thought for the three-time champion.
Yeah, and he's fully in control. He has 1 hour, 18 minutes right now on his clock. 40 minutes for Jose Martinez. One more time, for the players, there are 2 hours overall for each of them till the move 40. And from move 41, there is going to be the 30 extra minutes and also increment. So there is no increment right now. For that reason, Jose has to be really careful about the time spent that he has. But, you know, if someone can find out this line, it's Lim Le. It's a 3-time GMT Biel Chess Festival champion, and I'm really looking forward to see that game and looking back at the history of the Biel Chess Festival. He scored so many important victories in the classical portion. This was his specialty. This is how he became the champion every single time. He prepared this novelty, he came here and he beat everyone one more time.
Yeah, and he looks like in a great shape that he might do it just again. Okay, the game is just starting, and there's definitely a very good chance that we might go there. Also, what does the body language tell us? I can't really get a read of Martinez because this is his body language pretty much for the entire tournament. I really admired his composure, how he stays calm even at some of the critical moments. There was this these time scrambles in the rapid tournament. His clock is ticking. He's always sitting like this. It's like,
Yeah.
I just don't care. No, he definitely cares. He's just
he
trying
does.
super composed.
Yeah, just poker face. Limle is taking his time thinking, let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what else is going on. In the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Generation Challenge, we see some updates on many of the boards. Actually, Arturs, look at this. We have the game in the top middle board, Matthias Blubaum against Yes Erdogmush. I see the pawn, the B pawn is just marching, trying to create some kind of minority attack. Bishop is on the 5, so much has changed. What else do you see, Arturs?
Well, then we have the position of Materi against Václav Finek, the top 2 players in the Generation Challengers tournament. That's a lower left corner. Black has some problems with a pawn on d6. I'm pretty sure that he will find a way to sacrifice it. Ton Shao against Vaishali, lower middle board. White has an extra pawn, but the World Championship challenger Vaishali claims that she has a compensation. We definitely want to check it out. And of course, there's the game of Yip against Kostyniuk, where knight b8. Yeah, that's a sad choice by Alexandra, but what to do? The pawn on c6 was under attack, lower right corner. We are going to go to that game as well, but maybe let's start with the game of Blubaum against Erdogmush. Try to understand what's going on. Why did the players go? Where did they choose to go? And who is doing better?
And we see knight f8 just played by Yes Erdogmush. He tries to remaneuver his knight, but the question is where? What does he want to do in this position? And why is the knight so important on the f8 square? Meanwhile, we had also questions earlier, you know, where he will put his bishop from c8, and we see it now. Bishop is on b7. But what are the threats also from white in this position?
Yeah. So answering all of these questions, I think we have to go back several moves. At this moment, where was this? I think it was here. After c6, bishop d3, the players were really taking their time. Why Black decided to play bishop b7? I mean, he had many choices. He could have played bishop e6, rook c8, c5. He could have played bishop e6, rook c8, knight e7, c5. Okay, he decided to play bishop b7. But the point is, Black is looking for a way to play c5. That's what he wants. Let's say White would play some random move, h3. Erdogmush wanted to play c5, recapture the pawn, and then we have another discussion to talk about hanging pawns. Small center, maybe d4, maybe open up the bishop, be very aggressive. And this is why Blubaum played bishop f5. I love this move, Angelika, because he wants to take on d7, and he says, your c5 is not going to happen. And I'm not really sure what happened here, because after rook d8, did Erdogmush actually miss the move before?
b4 stopping the c5 break. Do you think he had, but okay, he couldn't go c5 immediately because knight was, as you were saying, he could not do it. So could he prepare the c5 in some way, like bringing the rook f to c8 or rook a to c8?
Self-pinning?
Self-pinning,
I
a bit
don't know.
annoying.
I don't know. If I play rook c8, there's going to be knight e5, and there's some immediate problems. Knight e5, d takes, bishop takes on c8, you down exchange for a pawn. I don't know about that.
You're right. You don't want to untie the hands of Black in that position. So, no, bishop f5. How do you proceed here? Because somehow everything feels so pinned. Queen has to defend the pawn on c6. Bishop has to defend the pawn. What can you do? Maybe
That's tough. Tough to say. Maybe g6? Yeah, but there's knight e5.
And then winning a pawn. Phew. So you have to prepare it. Can you prepare it with playing rook a to c8?
Pinning.
But then knight e5 will go immediately.
Again,
right?
yeah. Again, you're pinning. Maybe Erdogmush saw it, actually. Maybe he didn't really have any choice. I was also thinking about the a5 idea, stopping white's b4, and if white wants to improve it, at least it opens you up the a file. But I suspect, I'm not sure about this, but I suspect that maybe black would have some problems with this pawn.
Yeah, that would be not so clever yet to let the pawn there. And we have again this bust up pawn structure, by the way, on the a5, b6, c6, and the d5. So you don't want to blunder that. But what I think he was doing with this rook e8 move, he wanted to maneuver the knight to e6. Because now rook e8, knight f8, knight c6, and then you push for b5. Sorry, c5. Then
Right.
you have this opportunity.
Yeah, maybe. That's what he's doing. But this allows white to play b4. You cannot take it. The knight is hanging. He did play knight f8. And it's not, I mean, it's not like white doesn't have any downsides to this position, because also if black will be able to play bishop a6, hit the rook, anchor the bishop on c4, secure it with b5. It's a really great bishop for black, and that's why here also for Bluebomb, he knows that he is applying a lot of pressure here. He knows that he's successfully stopping c5, but at the same time he needs to watch out for bishop a6, bishop c4, while improving the pressure against the pawn on c6. How do you do that? That's the million-dollar question.
So first of all, what you can do, you can just remove your beautiful bishop from f5 back, but probably you don't really want to do so. But just playing rook f to d1 or rook f to e1, just stepping away with the rook, because the problem for black, black cannot simply play bishop a6 due to the fact that the pawn on c6 is hanging.
There's also the pawn.
But that's another question. Yeah, the pawn on b4.
I also forgot it. Yeah, I also forgot it. The pawn is under attack. So he removed the knight. The pawn on b4 is under attack. So not only black wants to play bishop a6,
Okay.
put the bishop on c4, but collect the pawn on b4.
What about b5? b5, and my idea is that you cannot push c5, and after you take, your bishop is going to be not so good, and maybe some queen c7. But okay, probably you don't. I'm not sure if you want to go to the endgame. And you have to pick up the pawn back.
Yeah.
Not so clear, yeah.
No, it's definitely an idea. Like I would consider it, but I would be thinking I want to conquer this pawn. Yeah, like I can always think about some pawn sacrifice, but first and foremost, I want to conquer the weaknesses. And since this is a threat, since bishop a6 is an issue, I would be thinking, can I address this in some way? So how do you address it? I can think of the move knight e5 or the move queen a4. Those are the first moves that immediately jump to my mind. So let's say I go here. I also take away the c4 square for the bishop. I target the pawn on c6. And if you play queen b4, I'm seeing this position. And I think that my pawn structure, your weakness on d5, probably give me better chances.
Yeah, and it's going to be much easier to take the pawn. Also, knight on f8 is being trapped there. There are no moves for the knight. I mean, it has to be remaneuvered to do something. Meanwhile, yeah, knight e5, so very nice idea. So bishop can never get to c4 square. But after that, you have also to watch out for any kind of f6. Where will the knight jump afterwards? But right now, probably the problem on c6,
I'll take
yeah.
it. Yeah, I'll take it. I think that here black has some problems with the pawn because you can't easily defend it. You could play g6 maybe, try to push me back, meaning I want to get the access to the c8 square, but I can still go, of course, bishop h3, and I just don't see how do you defend this pawn. And if I'm able to get to this position, once again, I think it's got to be knight c6. Maybe black doesn't have to take it, by the way. Maybe black just goes back. Knight e5, knight e6, and Matthias is somewhere here. You know, he's like having a proper feel. How does it feel? I'm pretty sure he saw like knight e5 in 10 seconds or something, but he's right now looking for something else. But definitely one thing is clear, he's better.
And he knows it. He feels that it's better. He knows about it. And while we're talking about this position, there have been updates on the board of Jose Martinez against Limle. So I suggest to go immediately to that board because as we were discussing, everything was played Rook d2 was found by Limle. I mean, as you were saying, if someone can fight it, it's definitely Limle, the 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon champion. And he did it. We see also bishop queen on f5 is on the board. And
I think here Martinez starts to realize that there are some problems. Because originally his idea was that most likely Black could not go here. I know this thought process because I've been in this in some similar positions. Many times you think like, oh, he can never play bishop e3, rook d2. I'm going to have queen f5, queen f7, pass pawns, etc. And then your opponent plays it, and you're like, wait, what's going on?
is it possible? Is it legal?
Is it legal? And then you start to think, yeah, it's actually pretty illegal. And I think he might have missed from afar this rook c6. This very powerful move. Because it's so easy to miss it. You see there's pawns under attack. You think, I will never be in trouble. I can always play queen b3. But suddenly you start to see this move. And after queen b3 doesn't work because of queen f4. Which is an issue, because if there was no queen f4, this would be a pretty great position. Yeah, let's say trade here. I don't know, here. Pawns go forward.
Just protected passer going forward. You cannot stop it.
Yeah. But this back crank. And about here, I think he starts to realize, wait a second, things are not so simple here. And Limle did pick it up because I think he didn't really have any other choice to think about. So here, white is in pretty big trouble. Black's threats is very clear. Rook c6, rook b2, pick up the pawns. And Martinez is trying to figure out, do I take the pawn here? Or what am I doing here?
Actually, that's a big question because you cannot really return. I mean, if you return to b1, but do you want to play queen b1? I mean, it's such a passive move. Also, you're still allowing rook c6. Do you want to trade queens? But there is rook on d2, which is going to gather all the pawns, like queen e4 check, trading the queens, but...
Can I find a way to trade the queens, by the way? That's a good question.
There was one move earlier with queen e4.
Yeah, but then you don't pick up the pawn on f7.
Yeah, then you don't have it.
It feels already so much worse. Like this pawn is going to go nowhere. The king is going to stop it. You're just down a pawn. No, I don't like it. So I'm thinking, can I pick up the pawn and then find a way to get the queens off the board? Queen b3 doesn't work. There's queen f4.
Oh, that's a question. What do you do here?
e6 is rook g2. We discussed this. With queen e2 to follow.
Rook e to e1 coming back, which enables queen b3.
What about this move?
Oh no.
Wait, maybe there's some queen d5
Queen.
check.
Oh.
Maybe
Queen b3 in this position?
how about...
And queen d5
Oh, wait,
now.
it doesn't work. There's
Queen
still queen
d5.
d5. Yeah. I tried to execute the famous idea, Stanitz against Chigorin. Yeah, this very famous world championship match where Chigorin could have become a world champion, but he blundered mate in two.
Oh no.
Like rook g2, rook h2, rook g2 checkmate.
Yeah. That's definitely something to watch out for. Jose Martinez, by the way, he played the move. Maybe let's just check what he went, and he went for the pawn.
Yeah.
So, okay, we might see similar lines. So now it's Liam's turn to find
Big
the
move for Limle. He does play rook c6. Yes, he found it. Rook
in a
c6.
second. In a second, he
Immediately. What a beast.
Ooh.
Immediately found it. That's what Martinez did not want to see.
He calculated all of it. He found it and immediately played it. And that's what you were mentioning, you know, when we were in the rapid phase of the tournament, that whenever you have time advantage, you just play your move in the sequence. So you play one move after another, so the player doesn't have time to think. But I think also in the classical portion, it's the same. Even when the opponent has, you know, 30, like more than 30 minutes of on the clock, right? Like now has Jose. Now Limle is putting pressure on the clock because he's blitzing out all his moves.
The issue, by the way, also queen h5 doesn't work. Like queen h5.
Queen f4?
Yes, exactly. Same idea. Again, queen f4. You can't do it. Your queen is disconnected. Again, rook f4 is going to be back rank issue.
Rook e to e1. Can you try to defend somehow?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe rook e2. Yeah, but now you don't have two connected pass pawns. You just have one. And the black is rock and rolling on the second rank. Yeah, you could be right. Maybe this is like rook f2 probably. This rook is incoming. You come back rank issues. The queen is out the game. No, it just feels pretty bad.
Too many issues. Too many issues for white in this position. Rook c6, and the time is ticking. 33 minutes for Jose Martinez. Will he be able to hold this position?
I think that he saw this position from afar, but he just did not believe that there could be issues here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And once you're there, you start to realize, wait, I just do not have a move. Because, like, again, if you look at the position, like, from white's perspective. So, what is black threatening? Black wants to play rook c to c2. He wants probably take on g2, but what's the big deal? You know, I'm always going to give a check. I'm going to play queen d5 check. Give you a check, collect on g2, there's no risk. And then you start to think, wait a second, it's actually a bit more complicated than that, because after the trade, let's say I make some null move, rook c2, rook g2, queen d5, queen g2, takes. Black plays queen d2, gives you a check, and collects the rook on e3.
So at the end of the story, it's going to be rook against the queen, which is not enough, of course. Phew. Okay, tough to calculate it over the board, especially, and when you have half an hour on the clock. But while these beasts are taking their time to think, you know, how to handle this position, I suggest to pull up the bird's eye view and take a look what else we've been missing. There was update in the game we've just checked. It's a game of Matthias Blumbaum against Cesar Dogmush in the top middle board. The knight e5 was indeed played, was found, but it's only one move which was updated. But what else crazy is happening, Arturs?
All right, so yeah, knight e5 was played, and Matthias is definitely pressing. Then we have an update in the Marco material against Václav Finek, lower left corner, where black is, yeah, just as I suspected, willing to sacrifice the pawn on d6. We're definitely going to get to that game. Then we have the game of Tong Xiao against Vaishali. That's the game actually I would like to head to next. Seems to be pretty spicy to me. Black is down a pawn, but having some compensation. And also, we haven't seen the game for a while. Carissa Yip against Alexander Kosteniuk, lower right corner, where Kosteniuk is trying to rearrange her pieces, but white appears to have some space advantage.
Let's just to go to the game of Tong Xiao against Vaishali. Ramesh Babu, we haven't checked this game for quite some time. After this, you know, interesting idea of the opening, this a5, which Vaishali prepared for this game. But we see already they're heading into the endgame.
Yeah, not very far from it. And just to give you a material count, what is up a pawn and how did it happen, the answer is going to come about here. So this is how the players played it out. Knight e5, knight e4, takes, queen a4. And at this moment here, the World Championship challenger decided to sacrifice a pawn, like this. Again, you see the sequence. If I go back again, she definitely had a choice. But she decided that the pawn on a5 doesn't really matter. The Chinese grandmaster decided that it does matter. This is what I really love about chess. There's typically a clash of ideas. Both players are trying to prove each other that they are wrong. Typically, both of them are correct. And yeah, this is the current position where white is up a pawn, two connected pass pawns to the queen side. The bishop on c1 is weird. But black has a beautiful pawn on d4, which can advance to d3. Watch out for this knight to be activated. It's a 3-result game.
But first of all, watch out for knight e4. The pawn is being under attack in this position. So that's a question first that white is going to answer. Also, as you were mentioning, the whole queen side, you know, is paralyzed for white. Bishop on c1 has to defend the pawn on b2. Queen is standing on d2. Bishop cannot be developed. Rook on a1. Maybe it's a perfect location for the rook since you want to push the pawn, but still it's not so clear how to activate it. While black is having all the pieces active and open to play. But yeah, if you have to defend the pawn on e4, how are you going to continue? Will you play something like rook e1? Because then suddenly there is rook e8, then there is suddenly d5 idea. What do you do in this position as white? Or what is the plan do you want to execute?
Yeah.
Rook d1, by the way, rook d1 attacking the pawn on d4?
I'm thinking about it right now. I try to figure out, do I want to play rook d1? Because I'm hitting this pawn. If you take on e4, I take on d4, I simplify the position. I think it's quite clear that black's going to play d3. He's not going to give it up. The pawn on e4 still remains under attack. Then I'm thinking, the only way I can defend this pawn is to play f3. Do I like this position? I mean, I definitely see the benefits of this, because if you give me like too tempi. I will get out the pieces, everything is going to be great, but I somehow suspect
That no one will give you time.
that's how it works.
It will be illegal.
Yeah,
I
that the
think-
opponent is not going to cooperate.
The chief arbiter will come and say, you know, you cannot do it.
Yeah, like I think the opponent might have his own idea, some rook c8. Let's say you walk away, queen something, or I don't know where do you put the queen. Okay, maybe queen a6 or something. Bishop e3, rook c2, rook d2, rook b2. And black is better, just like that. I just made all the human moves, and suddenly black is better. This
you
is why
have-
he's not doing it immediately. It's a very complicated position.
So you have to be extremely helpful. And here we have queen f4 at the board, targeting the pawn on d6 and also defending the pawn on e4, which makes sense. At the same time, bishop is ready to develop at some moment, but still pawn on b2 is being under attack. So what we have in this position, white has a static advantage, which white would love to keep, and black has a dynamic advantage in the position. So Vaishali has to keep pushing, has to keep the position being alive and dynamic.
I imagine he wants to go for this, where he has some attack against the pawn on d6. And he thinks he's doing all right. Maybe he's not wrong. Let's say I play d5. Not sure if I want to take it. Takes, captures, knight e5. What is this position? Yeah, I have no idea who is even playing for the win, because this pawn is so strong. The pawn on b2 is dropping, and if I don't do that, I play e5, knight e7, queen g3 maybe. No, I think I'm blundering something. I thought this could explode. By the way, this game, but super unclear.
Yeah, and there is this big pressure. Also, if you look at the time situation, unlike in the other positions, it's pretty even, 48 minutes for both of them. So definitely, I mean, getting lower on the clock, and still a lot of moves have to be played. It's move number 21 right now, so 19 more moves have to be made to reach the time control. And I think it's very tough for both players, but do you feel like it's easier to play for Vaishali in this position, finding the moves, you know, bringing the pieces? Because white feels like a bit stuck here.
No idea.
No idea.
That's my honest answer, because to be honest, I'm looking at this. I have no idea if black has to play d5 at all. One thing is clear: black wants to improve the knight in some way. Is it d5 immediately, or I was thinking that was the other idea? Maybe you can sacrifice the pawn. The engine doesn't like it. Let's say queen d6, knight c5, try to dominate you on some squares. And I don't think you have the time to play f3 because I said so.
Knight d3.
Yeah. Probably d5 is more human. Like a pawn is a pawn. You play d5, e5.
94.
94 stuff. Yeah, d3, d2.
And the pawns are rolling. They are double pawns, but they are rolling.
Yeah. I would play d5.
And Vaishali is taking time, so we expect her to go for the d5. Meanwhile, we have some updates on the game of Carissa Yip against Alexander Kostyniuk, and here is the overview of the other boards as well. Let's suggest to go to the Carissa against Alexander. We haven't talked about this game for quite some time, so let's see what has changed. Because we saw, I think the last move we saw was this rook a7, trying to maneuver the rook on the 7th rank, and then she brought the knight back to b8. So let's see what happened. So white is targeting the pawn on c6, while black is trying to defend, knight b8.
I can only imagine, Angelica, that for Alexandra, making knight b8 was very difficult, because, I mean, who wants to put the knight on the starting square? But she realized that there's just no other way to secure the integrity of the queen side, and okay, fine, she put the knight on b8. It's going to stay there for a while, but at least it's going to give her some time to rearrange the pieces. And I also find it to be quite interesting is that here Yip abandoned the idea to attack the pawn on c6, which I thought was always the idea with this bishop d3, bishop c4, rook c2, rook c1, because I think she realized that if she does, let's say something like, what do you do here? Let's say you go here.
Double the rooks.
Let's say, yeah, you double the rooks, rook c1, bishop f8. Ultimately, this pawn is easily defended. There's no progress. Black's going to play the big idea of knight e7, knight e5, trade off the light square bishops, and then see what happens. And that's why here the American player simply decided, okay, you know, I'm just going to put the rook on d1, forget about the pawn on c6, I cannot get there. And this is also something chess players, we tend to learn from working with engines a lot, because rook d1 move itself is sort of doing nothing. Like, you're putting the rook at the d file, you're defending it, but engines very often, they like these moves, even though if I would have to answer you why the rook belongs exactly on d1, not on c1, maybe in some lines it defends the pawn, but it's a move.
Yeah, and also A and B file are closed right now in the position, so C and D look like more logical to put the rooks to. But we see rook c8 and now bishop e1 trying to remaneuver it and defend the pawn on the d4. And this is the current position that both of them have. So what's the idea of this bishop e1? Do you want to play rook d3, rook c3? What do you want to do?
Maybe she wants to play some inspired d5.
Ooh, d5.
Like, okay, I don't know if it's ever going to happen, but let's say bishop f8.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's...
Black wants to do this. I was thinking, like, it's a crazy idea. Maybe I don't have to do this. Can I do it? Like, I was thinking, in case you take with a e-pawn, I could suddenly make you feel with all of your pieces here, the queens that feel awkward, move the bishop, go for some g4, f4, whatever, yeah, some sort of a kingside attack. But clearly, of course, d5 is not working because black can take it, and I thought I'm going to have some counterplay here, but I have nothing, yeah? So d5 is just a fancy move, which doesn't work.
Yeah, unfortunately. But many times this breakthrough is definitely working. And now the question is, should you try to push like g4, like going for your idea, but immediately going g4, g5? You know, just attacking on the queen side.
Yeah, we can try to make it work.
Queen e4. Now the pawn on c6 is also in the question.
Do you want to play
now
some
g5.
g5? Yeah.
Trying to open up.
It's a bit very committal move. You're giving up so many light squares, but if you're going to be right, you will be rewarded. The knight is under attack.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
So, bishop f8, I think Alexandra is definitely going to spend some time. She is going to ask herself, is there some d5 push? You don't want to not miss it because you pay attention to your opponent's last move, bishop e1. I don't know, maybe the idea was just to reroute the knight, put it to c4, apply pressure against this pawn on b6. It could be. But what is exactly wrong with...
Now it's white to move.
Yeah, white is the move, obviously, yeah. Let's say g4.
Okay, knight steps back. Now bishop h7.
Seems to be logical. And if I go here, knight e5. Black feels pretty safe, to be honest. Like, I'm going to play some f6 counterplay whenever I need. What about knight e2 immediately? Let's say you go here, I go here. Taking feels so risky. So risky. There's the rook.
Arturs, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is some action happening. Jose Martinez against Lim Le. Some moves have been incoming now. I mean, probably it's just one move, but evaluation bar dropped all the way down in the position. Let's take a look. What happened and what did Jose Martinez choose to play against rook c6?
He played rook c3.
And apparently computer doesn't like it at all, so position was already bad for Jose. Move before, like after rook c6 was played, full domination by Lim Le, but rook c3. Is there already here some tricks?
First gut instinct. The first thing I noticed, to be honest, like, I don't know, like, I'm not thinking about a pawn. I'm thinking, can I take it? I'm thinking, can I dominate my queen? And I'm thinking, can I play h4?
h4, h3, and you want to build a checkmate pattern because the pawn on g2 is pinned to the king. You cannot move it.
And it's right, by the way. So if I spotted this like in 20 seconds, I think that Limle saw it already
In
by
one.
now, like immediately, because these guys are so good in tactics. Like, it's somehow, I don't know, like you immediately spot that you have some problems with the pawn on g2. You spot that the queen on e4 stands really amazing, and there is just some lines. Once again, I think it's pretty forcing. I'm not sure that these pawns really matter here, suddenly. Even though black did play rook c6, rook c2 to kind of go after them, but let's again check. So takes, queen e4.
Very
Straightforward.
forcing. Rook g1 the
h4,
only
super
way.
straightforward. Okay, I can try to get to this pawn maybe, pawn on g4. By the way, e6, h3 is just going to be a mate, right? So that we are on the same page.
Oh. Yeah,
It's a mate.
this is crazy. This is checkmate.
Yeah.
So what did Jose miss, or what did he, what did he think that Liam was going to play? Because he went for this rook c3 for some reason.
I still want to. I mean, okay, here at least I have queen f4. Like, we are going to definitely check what did he miss, but like, where's the win here for black?
What's the problem with h3 again?
And I
I
take.
just take.
I don't immediately see. Puzzle rush. Who sees?
Puzzle rush survival.
This is definitely puzzle rush survival for white because.
Okay, what you could do,
Wait,
you
I
just
just take
take. Yeah, just take, and after rook takes rook a2 and rook a1.
Some quiet move.
Rook a2, rook a1. Yeah.
Are you sure? It's probably. Wait, am I fast enough? Probably I can play a5, a4, a3, and at the right moment take on g2.
Oh, just push the pawn.
I don't know. No. You see, it's not so clear. Wait.
Okay, what about rook a1 check? Okay,
sorry.
we don't.
Yeah. So here, 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 here.
So
Take,
rook a2,
yeah.
rook a1 check, and some queen e1,
I don't see the threat.
or queen e3. Oh no, queen e3
don't see the
doesn't
threat.
have no threat.
Maybe
But there
some
should be something.
rook f1. Yeah, maybe rook f1, by the way.
But okay, you have to calculate this endgame because, I mean, as we can see that there is material equality in this endgame. Probably this is something what Jose Martinez have been thinking.
Yeah, but your gut instincts gotta tell you that there's something there immediately. Like even if you do not see anything concrete, you have no optimism here for white. Like when you're a professional for so many years, you instantly feel, oh, there's something here. Like I also cannot immediately tell what it is, but with the queen on e4, with the rook on d2, with h3 is income, with the king in the corner, with the rook being passive, you just immediately know that there's going to be something there. And I can just immediately check the engine just to be super, super precise so that we don't spend here an extra hour. So where's the win? Takes, I think I already found it anyway. So takes, with your help, Angelica. Takes, h4, and both of them are good. Yeah, rook f2. Yeah, rook f2 is the most clinical move. That's it.
Rook f2. Immediately going for the pawn.
Rook f2, rook f4, rook h4.
Okay, so you have just to find this idea. Is it? I mean, is it so easy to spot
It's
for
pretty easy.
Limle?
I think it's
easy.
pretty easy. Like this is the first thing I noticed with queen e4, with h4, h3, and now he's just trying to figure out, does it work? Okay, I'm going to switch off the engine now. And then on top of that, like you're looking, what else do I do? But do you even check like rook takes on c3 and queen c3? I don't think this pawn even matters because ultimately it's going to be a race between the pawns, and you have some back rank issues. Your first attention goes to queen e4.
Yeah, rook c3 has just been played. I mean, will Limle find this continuation we just spoke with Arturs about? Big question here at the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival. Dear viewers, we're taking a short Welcome back, dear viewers, to the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival, where the action is just rising here because we have the three-time GMT champion Lim Le, who is taking on the Jose Martinez, and this is one of the critical moments in the game. And we have an update, Arturs. What happened? Did he pick up the line we discussed?
He did pick up, also with the speed that I suspected. That this Queen e4 was literally begging to be played, and also judging by the looks of Jose Martinez, he realized that yeah, things are pretty bad, and now we are seeing a lot of moves incoming. I think that here the Vietnamese Grandmaster has figured out a forced victory, which is h3, queen takes on g4, h takes on g2, rook takes on g2 here. And now Black is thinking, how do I exploit the back rank or play rook f2 at the right moment?
Yeah, this is a current position, and as we can see that for Jose Martinez there is not so much to do because rook on g2 is being currently pinned. There is no move from the rook, and we see the move happened. Rook a2, as we were discussing, by the way, all according to our analysis, is being played.
Yeah, so rook a2 is played. Black is still threatened to exploit the back rank. The point is you cannot play immediately rook d1 because the queen on g4 defends it. Rook a2 just feels very healthy move.
Let's go to the left position. He plays h4 now, as we were expecting.
Yeah, h4. We saw this position before the break, and now both moves for Black are completely good. Either give you a check here and play rook f1, but I think the immediate rook f2 is most clinical. You keep the pin alive. I'm fairly sure he's going to do this, and I think that the Vietnamese Grandmaster has figured out the victory. There you go. He does play rook f2, and I think both players here should be on the same page that Black is going to win this game. So what a preparation here by the three-time Biel Chess champion Lim Le. But for Jose Martinez, I can just say he was very, very unlucky with this choice when he played this king h1. He thought that the position for him is pretty safe, but he assumed wrong.
And this reminds us one more time how players prepare. You know, the line can be, shown, as we have seen, that there was always this equal evaluation bar. It was all halfway all the time. But then this is a critical moment where you have to make up your mind where to put the king, f1 and h1. And that decision was wrong because, as we can see right now, there is no way to stop that rook f4, rook h4. Black is just going to pick up those pawns. And, looking from far, coming to this position, if you count material, white is up one pawn. So whenever you're counting the material, always look and watch out for the position because it's going to be Black who will have an extra pawn in the next two moves.
Because of the weak king, ultimately, that's the big problem. Black is threatened to play rook f2, rook takes on h4, completely expose the king. And on top of that, white also needs to watch out that Black could, at the right moment, play a5, a4, simply trade on g2, and then win the race. So I think that here Black has figured things out, and here Jose Martinez is looking for the final chance. How do you keep the game alive?
Well, it looks like you have to stop that pin. You have to remove your king from h1, but is it so easy? I mean, if you just move your king away.
Maybe king g1.
Or
perhaps
king h2, yeah.
King h2. King h2 walks into this check. Yeah, like I'm trying to walk away from checks. Yeah, let's say king h2, rook takes on a4. Queen e2, rook takes here. I think that at some point Black can really consider to go for a rook endgame, and I think for Martinez his dream actually is to get to some sort of a rook endgame, because what if there's some chances, but I don't think that Black will trade off the free attack. King g1, and most likely there's some spectacular victory, something like this. Queen f1 is going to be rook h1.
Wow.
Yeah, so this is the current position, just to give you an update. Yeah, after rook f2 here, Jose is thinking, should I play king g1, should I play king h2? But the problem is rook f4, rook h4, he's dropping 2 pawns and the king is weak.
And all the way, this game, it was Lim Le who was dictating it. Finding this rook h6, I mean, it was of course preparation, but finding this in his preparation, as we were talking about it, he's basically the only tournament that he's playing actively is a Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival. He's coming year after year. You know, he's preparing his repertoire, maybe doing some, you know, something from the trainings that he has used to do in the Webster University. And he amazes us every time with his finds in the opening. And here it shows. And of course, all this preparation pays off. 53 minutes for Limle, 15 minutes now for Jose Martinez, and super tough position. Computer says it's completely lost.
He did play a move. What move was it? I didn't see. I think that was some kind of a pawn push move.
So
F5.
F5 was just played, offering a queen trade, getting into the end game. But even that, could it be winning? Or should you just play rook f4, like according to your plan? Rook f4, rook h4, pick up the last pawn, then take the pawn on e5 or f5.
Yeah, it looks very tempting. Rook f4, queen. Where do you go? I have no idea. Because I mean, queen e5 is not possible. You just collect the rook on f2. You could give a check first, also. So let's maybe put it on the analysis screen. Let's say rook f4. Yeah, looks super logical. Attack the queen, threaten here, go for the king. You cannot cover from the check because the queen on e4 is pinned. Let's say queen e2, rook h4, here, check, queen f1 is rook h1, king f2.
Rook f4? No, there is nothing.
Even you can just take it. Oh wait, there's queen trade.
Apparently even this is not a problem because you pick up the last pawn, but something is...
I think this is his dream position to get something like this, yeah? Some sort of a counterplay. 3 against 1, some sort of a counterplay. I have a feeling there's something more...
The moves are incoming.
concrete.
I think that's what we're going to see on the board. Exactly what we're discussing. Rook f4 has been played. Queen e2 is on the board right now.
All right. The players are playing it very quickly. I think also, yeah, Martinez is fully aware, obviously, what's going on. King g1. I do not see any other moves.
We have moves live, by the way, already,
All right.
so it's okay. So king h1 stepping away, and queen a1, queen b1 check, as we were also discussing, exactly the position we were talking about.
King f2. I think the...
Resignation!
There's
Resignation!
he just resigns. All right. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where's the victory, but apparently Jose had enough of it. He resigns. What a victory by the Limle, the 3-time reigning champion. I think by this time we should just rename the tournament Limle International Chess Festival here in Biel. What a player.
Or at least classical portion of it, because classical portion is something what he is really amazing at. I mean, every time he's coming, he's maybe not winning the rapid tournament, maybe he's not winning and dominating the chess 960, but in classical, that's what he knows what to do the best. 4 points for the victory, super important to score. He's coming here with his preparation. He shows this rook h6, and yeah, absolutely dominating. But we still have other games ongoing. We see Matthias Blubaum against Erdogmush. There have been quite some new moves incoming, and I see some kind of a stonewall pawn structure, d4, e3, f4, as we can see on the board right now. Knight is on e5 in the center of the position, and yes, is trying to double the rooks. And but the question is, you cannot really kick that knight because there will be always issue on the g6 square. You cannot play f6. But what does he want to do? The bishop on b7 is something what I'm also worried about. And the time is like under 50 minutes for Matthias Blubaum. For Erdogmush, it's 16 right now.
Yeah, the knight on e5 is really beautiful. But at the same time, Black is threatened to play f6. I mean, not immediately. Because after f6, there's going to be knight g6. You see the pawn on g6 is not well defended. But Black definitely wants to play king g7, protect the pawn, play f6, organize some counterplay, and if the knight is going to be gone, you're dropping the pawn on e3. So it's got to be some f5 idea here. Yeah, by the way, what about f5 right now? Can I do this?
That's a big question. f5, trying to open up the position. But for some reason, computer doesn't like it, but it is very logical. if you take on g6, there's going to be problem on e3. You have to take into consideration.
Yeah. Knight g6 is rook e3. Like, I would be so scared to play this with black because this king is so naked here, but what can you do? Then I'm thinking also knight g4 is something that really scares me. All kinds of ideas here. As usual, the engine doesn't care, but
Too many ideas.
maybe there's nothing.
Maybe
Some
there's
check. Here, here, here.
Very sharp, very sharp.
I think that White is looking into this. Like, he's looking into this idea because King G7 is incoming. Okay, maybe he can prepare it somehow, you know? Like, okay, since you can't play F6 immediately, perhaps Matthias is thinking, can I play Rook F3? Rook F3, Rook F1, and improve the idea to play F5? And if you play King G7, now I play F5?
Now f6 is a huge threat. You have to do something about the pawn on f5. No, I mean from white is a threat. So how do you stop it?
All right, yeah. So it's pretty crazy stuff here, but we are going to have a special guest here.
Yeah, and
I can go.
here we can see that
I'm getting booted off this commentary chair, it seems. All right, goodbye.
Rook a2.
Bye.
Rook a to e8 has been played. Okay, well, Arturs is leaving. Hello. So, yes, please take a seat. So, dear viewers, as promised, the man of the hour. Yeah. No, it's another way around. Okay. Okay,
All right. Yeah.
it's working. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. You can also.
Okay. I should put this somewhere here.
So, dear viewers, we have with us Grandmaster from Vietnam, Lim Le, the 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon winner here at the Biel Chess Festival. Liam, first of all, you surprised us with your very nice preparation, which happened in the opening. But first of all, share with us your emotions and overall how the game went for you.
Yeah. So I wanted to try to play for a win today because I had a very bad rapid day 2 days ago. In the rapid, I thought I should score at least 2 more points there, but I missed so many chances. So I thought, okay, in Classical, I have to try to win as many games as possible to catch up. And historically, that's how I won the Biel 3 times, that I always won the Classical parts of the tournament. So with black today, I thought, okay, what are my options? And I saw that I had an idea, like this opening with g5 is a little bit rare.
You can also have a
Yeah.
mouse if you would like to.
Maybe the keyboard would be
or-
better.
Or I can just do it for you, it's okay. So
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
go.
Yeah, so keep going, keep going. So yeah, I expected him to go for this line, and of course, usually black play g6 or knight f6, but g5 I actually played 1 game before. It was in Biel 2023 in this game, and I didn't do very well. I lost that game
Against whom did you play?
against Drew's Mossad.
Hmm.
And maybe he stuck with rook e1, not c3. But I still play g5 there. It's still a playable move. So g5, I think in the database there are like more than 100 games only. Compared
Yeah.
to g6, there should be several hundred games, maybe even 1,000 games. So I thought g5 a little bit risky, but hopefully he good and prepare for it. And I checked his games. He had only 1 game in the database in one of the online games, started Tuesdays or something, and he went wrong right away. So I thought, okay, maybe he doesn't remember this line so well. So I tried to go for this. Of course, he played the most critical line. Yeah, g4, knight e1, h5.
And
f4
f4.
is good. ed, yeah. cd, d5, and here there are many moves. There e5, there's knight c3, knight d3, ed, f5. Lots of moves here. But the way he plays is also very principled. e5 is logical. I knew this whole idea with knight h6, knight f5, and knight takes d4. I think he played very accurately. Just keep going. Yes, keep going. So
And according to what we've seen, there was only one game played in some
Yes.
database.
Yes, yes. I know this idea with knight d5, rook h6 is very nice because anytime he goes knight f6, I just take and I'm much better there. So the way he plays is correct, but he had to spend a lot of time to find on the correct move. So I was up a lot on the clock. So knight c2 is the correct move. Knight d4, yeah, this is the way for black to equalize. Knight d4, bishop c5, everything is forcing here. Take,
So
a4.
when did you start seeing from on your own?
Still not yet.
Still
Keep
not
going.
yet.
Yeah, keep going. So b5, yeah, queen c2 I think is correct. Queen d4, and my prep kind of ended around here. I remember rook e1 is the best move, but then I don't remember what's black supposed to move here. So the problem for black is that if I am slow and I allow him to go king h1, then knight f5 will be very annoying threat. So I had to try to go for queen c4. Maybe he should take the queen, like queen c4, bc, I don't know, king h1, bishop e3, rook e3. I'm sure I'm not worse here, but I think white is also okay because black has some rook b8, yeah, rook f2, rook b6.
And some
Rook-
c3 at some moment, but okay, the rook
yeah,
for now.
but white will be able to make a draw here. Rook e2 and just keep things solid for a little bit, and things will simplify eventually. So I think he missed queen b4 probably because rook f2 was very logical. At first I thought, okay, what would I do after rook f2? Because the problem is if you take on c2, rook c2 is a good endgame for white. So
That was what we were discussing. It's interesting that if you have the doubled pawns,
Yes.
it looks good for you because you have the open b file. But if you're trading and there are no weaknesses, then it's better for white.
right. Because the structure, like white is very far advanced on the king side, so potentially he can create a pass pawn there. So I didn't like queen c2, but queen b4 is very nice and must be what he missed because previously if I play queen b4 right away, like one move before, yeah, it doesn't do anything. He can play king h1 and then knight f5 is coming. But because of this rook f2, I got a tempo with queen b4, and it's already tricky for white.
So now everything is pinned. King,
yes.
rook.
Yes. So I had this queen before, and then he had to spend a tempo going back. So I castle.
Here we were considering for him to play something like king f1, so
Yeah.
stepping away, but stepping away closer because
Could be better because the king is closer to the center. Yeah.
we were
yeah.
calculating there are so many lines when king is on h1 that there are many this back
Right.
rank issue, you know.
Right.
So
No,
rook f1.
my feeling is if he defended correctly here, it should be a draw. But it was very tricky after rook f1. Yeah, castle, king h1. And now I had to spend quite a bit of time to decide what to do. I'm going to show some funny lines here. For example, I wanted rook d2. But I was worried about queen f5 check, king b7, queen f7. And now if queen takes b2, there may be knight c4.
Yes.
But there's queen takes a2. Yeah. Rook b1, yeah. Even here, some c3, and black is still... maybe black is
Wow.
winning. But I wasn't so sure. Oh, actually, yeah. But there's also queen takes a2.
I think here we were calculating takes, and rook
rook
b6,
b6.
some crazy stuff.
Yes.
And the point is that
king is in trouble, yeah.
in trouble, and even here, you know, you have a lot of time to give a checkmate.
Yes. Rook d1, rook c1, yeah. Yeah, so
Okay.
knight c4 doesn't work, yeah. But I was more worried about queen f7, queen b2, and something like, I don't know, queen b3. Because
Returning.
yeah, because this I wasn't sure. Let's say I take on a2, queen a2, rook a2, f5. Looks very complicated to me. I have a pawn up, but his pawns are so fast here. So it looks very dangerous. I may even lose this. So I decided to go for what happened in the game. But so after bishop e3, yeah, keep going. Rook d2. So yeah, queen f5 is the critical line. Oh, it doesn't like it. Maybe. But what's the move that the engine likes here?
It's not so clear. I mean, we can
Queen
take
d4, yeah? Maybe.
queen c1 apparently. Queen
Yeah.
f5 is the next move, but yeah, there are like
Yeah.
very little difference between both of the moves.
Yeah, I thought it's already very tricky for white here because, yeah, queen c1, I could play maybe queen b2. Yeah, I don't know why it's okay for white. but yeah, should be good
I mean,
for
it's
me.
not really okay, but
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so queen f5. Yeah, that's the critical line that I calculated. King b7, queen f7, rook c6. And I spent a lot of time calculating queen h5. I wasn't sure what to do because originally I thought, yeah,
So
rook
here.
c3 is losing. Yeah, queen h5 I thought was the critical move. First I calculated rook cc2. Yeah, queen f4 is the best move. But first I calculated rook cc2, and then there's queen g4. And there's nothing for black here, and black may even be in trouble. So I had to play queen takes f4, and then rook e1, and then I have very important move, rook e2.
Rook e2.
Yes,
Wow.
because without that move, I'm not winning. Without that move, the e-pawn is gonna run, so it can be very dangerous. But after
Everything is hanging, queen and the rook, but nothing
Yeah.
can be taken.
And the threat here is very funny. Rook e2, my threat is queen f2.
Wow.
And a problem for white is that he has to go queen h4, yes. And then I can at least have queen takes e5. And I stopped my calculation here. I thought this endgame should be winning for black. I'm taking on e2, taking on b2.
Yeah.
So it should be good for me. But the move rook c3, I think, just losing by force. I just had to calculate the whole thing, which I think I played correctly. So take queen e4.
How fast did you find this variation?
Until I saw the idea rook a2, rook f2, and I thought that should be winning for black because all the pawns, all the white pawns are weak, and I should be winning. Yeah,
So you push the
h4,
pawn.
This is very forcing. Yeah, yeah.
Take,
Take. I
take.
think rook a2 very important move just to make sure that I have the pass a pawn. Maybe h3 is more accurate, but I thought even a5 should be winning for me. I didn't calculate too much, but I saw like, okay, maybe it's not. Because king h2, I was thinking he trade everything on g2, push a4. But then I had to calculate some f5 and probably winning. Because a4, f5, I can go king c8. And I can stop the pawn probably.
Yeah, you were right
yeah,
on time.
Yeah. So,
We were also thinking
But
about this,
also-
maybe just pushing a pawn and then just trading
yeah.
something.
But also h3, I was going to play rook f2, I think was maybe easier. Just take the pawn on f4, and eventually the pawn on e5 will
Yeah,
be
that's-
lost. Yeah.
So he played h4.
Yeah, this just loses faster, I think, because all the pawns will be gone.
No, queen e2 and
Yeah, actually, he should have played king f2 here because at first I wanted queen f5, but then I saw queen f3 check.
Yeah.
Because without check, there's rook f4, right? So first I wanted queen f5, and I thought king g1, rook e4, I'm gonna win e5 and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
But maybe more accurate to start with rook f4 check, and okay, king
And
g3,
then-
queen f5, and then rook e4 next move. So yeah, I mean
queen
it
f5,
will be.
rook f5 or queen f5.
Queen
It
f5
doesn't
is
matter.
more accurate, I think, because rook e4 is coming next, so should be.
And almost
be over,
checkmates,
yeah.
yeah. But he
Yeah.
played, he just resigned here. He didn't want to continue.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, absolutely. I mean, incredible game from the preparation and coming here. So please tell us, how old is this preparation? Is it something fresh that you prepared for the Biel, or maybe something that you prepared
No,
for
the
quite
idea
some-
with G5, someone showed me this idea maybe 4 years ago. Yeah, probably around 4 or 3 years ago. I used it only once, so I thought, okay, it's time to use it because I kind of was in a must-win situation today. So it works out really beautifully, and I'm very happy about that. We'll try to keep the good prep, good form for tomorrow.
Amazing comeback now after a tough rapid tournament. Before I let you go, Liam, I would like to show you overview of all the other games, and if you could tell me, what do you think of the other matchups? We know that Aydin Suleimanli played a draw against Levon Aronian, was pretty quick draw, but what else, is interesting, if you have been following also during your own game, maybe?
Yeah, I was checking the game between Blubom and Edogmus a little bit. Can you click on that game so we can see
Yeah,
it a little
sure.
more? So for sure, white is a little more pleasant there. Not sure how good it is, but white has very good control. The c5 and f5 is always a threat. So I think black is a little bit in trouble here, but white has to be careful. It's not too easy to force anything here, because for example, f5, there's f6, knight g6, knight g6, fg, and then rook takes e3, and black gets very good counterplay. So white has to maybe defend e3 in some way. it's not so easy to decide what to do. Also, maybe black is trying to put the bishop on c4 just to get his bishop a little more active. So white is better, but I think he has to come up with a good plan. I'm not so sure what he should do yet. Maybe maybe g3 or something. It's hard to say.
G3, so that bishop at some moment can be remaneuvered.
Yeah. Bishop c4 doesn't work right away, I suppose, because of e4. And
E4?
yes, maybe, I don't know. And then I plan to take on c4, push e5 or something. But it's tricky. I think black is still quite okay at the moment. Black will go maybe king g7, f6, and try to kick the white knight away. So it's just a matter of whether white can create something on the king side before black consolidates.
Maybe just very shortly about another game, Carissa, who is also your student in the upcoming Olympiad in Samarkand. How is her position? What have you, have you been following her game at all, and what do you think?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. I will be her coach in the Olympiad. I'm not her coach right now at this time.
Yeah, of course,
yes,
understandable.
Because I haven't worked with her before.
Yeah, but
I'm
you're good
looking
friends.
forward. Yeah, we're good friends. Yeah, I'm looking forward to assisting her and the US team in the upcoming Olympiad. But I didn't want to take credit because she has other coaches, and I shouldn't claim to be her coach at this time. But yeah, so of course she's better here. She has many ideas like g4. Yeah, I don't like queen c2 so much.
Yeah,
maybe.
just we went to the game and immediately some mistake.
Yes. But it's, of course, white is better. She wanted queen b3, attack b6. Black is a little bit cramped, so she has to come up with something. I'm wondering why queen c2 is a mistake. Is it because of b5 or? No, b5 is not good, right? Because it's knight a3, I think.
Knight a3, okay.
Yeah, black pawns are very weak now, so I don't think b5 is good. Maybe not b5, but bishop b4 could be a move. Maybe knight a6 could be a move. No, knight a6 is the better move, yeah.
Knight
Try
a6.
to put the knight or the bishop on b4. The dream for black is to trade the bishops on b4 and then put the knight on b4. And then rook d7, and black can even take over. So
White has to be careful here.
white has to be careful, yeah. No, the problem is queen b3, knight is bishop b4. So I thought she was much better before, but now I'm not so sure if she's better anymore. Maybe she can try some knight e3 idea, like queen c2, knight a6, knight e3.
Oh, sorry, knight a6.
Yeah, like knight e3. No, but then black can take e4, and yeah, take e4, queen e4, and I don't know, queen d7, something like that.
It still has white a lot more space.
Yeah, but black will put something on b4 and then maybe try to play c5 eventually. So I think it's around equal now. But of course, a lot of play left in the position.
Okay, thank you so much, Liam, for your expertise on the games. And one more time, congratulations on this important victory that is
Thank you.
boosting your confidence for the next round. And best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear viewers, we are going to take a look at the bird's eye view. What is else happening at the other boards? As we see in the top middle board, Matthias Bluebaum against Yes Erdogmuş. There is still big pressure for the Turkish Grandmaster because it's Matthias who is control of the position. In the bottom of the screen, what we can see right now is that Marco Matera is still facing Václav Finek, and there is a rook already on d6, targeting the d file. In the middle bottom board, there is a Tong Shao against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. And I see that those pawns are marching in the middle, d5 and d4 pawns. That's what we've been discussing earlier. So some big advantage now for Indian Grandmaster. And Carissa Ypres, we were just discussing the game between her and Alexandra Kostenjuk. They're still fighting, but queen c2, as we just came to the board with Lim Le, the mistake was made by American superstar, the 4-time US women's champion, Carissa Yup. Queen C2, apparently some inaccuracy, which allows Alexandra go for this knight a6 and b4 ideas here in the position. And, well, are we discussing the games? I have my partner in crime back.
I'm back.
Arturs is back.
They booted me and now I'm back. But anyway, it was
Kicked you out and now you're back.
yes, now I'm back for at least a while. It was really, really great to hear Lemle talk about his experiences, also how he thought all of our moves we were discussing. He also thought about it like he also thought about knight c4. So this felt really good. But yeah, this game is super tense between Carissa and Alexandra. And also I think that definitely the Vietnamese Grandmaster is correct because somehow White is a bit undecided. What's the plan? White is probably still a bit better. Try to apply pressure against the pawn on b7. By the way, not knight a6, but knight e7 was played by Kostyniuk here, which is a bit surprise.
Yeah, very interesting because this bishop before, knight before ideas have been there. Do you think it is some kind of miss by Alexandra, or which plan does she have in this position? Maybe still she's aiming for this bishop before trading on the dark squared bishops.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Maybe she just saw, okay, White wants to play queen b3. I'm going to defend the pawn on b6, try to discourage you, try to apply some pressure on the clock, because look at this. Alexandra has more time. This is move 24. And again, dear viewers, the players do not get increment until move 40. This is the biggest thing. That's the biggest difference if we talk about what makes the Biel Chess Festival so special compared to others. It's this special time control. I mean, obviously the triathlon, but until move 40, no extra time. We might see some fierce time scrambles very soon.
So many special things here at Biel. First of all, the format, they play classical, rapid, blitz. There's also chess 960 as a tiebreaker. Also this time control, which is being played only in the Candidates Tournament and World Championship match. So yeah, definitely a lot of things. And as we are saying here, one of the top female chess players in the world are participating. Vaishali, Carissa, Alexandra. And yeah, this knight d7 have been played. What do we think here? White, how can White continue in this position? Because queen c2 was played in order to play queen b3? Was it?
b3, but the pawn is protected. I'm not sure. Like, I maybe could try to go for some slow improvements. But where are they? I could ask myself which piece is not working. The bishop on e1 clearly is not doing anything. How do I improve it? Maybe I can play some b4 idea. Like, for this I need a queen. Like queen b1, b4, takes, bishop b4, trade the bishops, control the d6 square. No. Queen d3 is played instead. Carissa is prepping something, but I don't know what it is.
Very interesting moves. Queen c2, queen d3. Some, I don't know.
Knight e3 maybe, as Limle told us in the studio. Maybe to trade off some pieces, get to the pawn on c6. It's still, I mean, very much a big battle. Both players are trying not to reveal their cards. I think it's also a good opportunity for us to maybe go to the overview. Yeah,
Absolutely.
And evaluate where
Let's
things
go.
are going in the first round.
So one more time, dear viewers. 2 games have finished. Aydin Süleymanli against Livon Oranyan played a draw, as well as we just had Limle, the winner of the round number 1 against Jose Martinez, scoring an important victory and getting 4 points for it in the overall leaderboard. But in the Masters, I see there is still 1 game ongoing. It's Matthias Blübaum against Erdogmuş, where Matthias is putting pressure on Turkish 2700.
And also there's a lot of changes in this Amateria versus Finnick game, because White was always better, but now I see that Black is fighting back. Seems to be like a 3-result game. Also Vaishali appears to be having a pretty great position against Onchao. That's the game we are going to check. So it's up to you, Angelique. Which game do you want to delve into?
We haven't checked for a long time Marko Materia against Václav Finek, so let's head there because, yeah, I think we abandoned it for some time due to the action on the other board. So we have to catch up with the game. I don't even remember when was the last time we checked it, but yeah,
well,
definitely.
I'm going to show you approximately where.
Yeah, here. Where
I
they
think
pushed.
it was somewhere here.
Yeah.
After queen d2, he takes on d4. White has some pressure
Oh.
and draw.
Oh, in the current position, the draw was agreed between Václav and Marco in this endgame, and it was Marco who offered the draw,
Yeah.
and it was the move 27.
Yeah, at this moment, after rook takes on e4, the players offer the draw. The arbiter comes and he's consulting with them about something.
What is, by the way, with the draw rule here at the Biel Chess Festival? Because I know for sure that there is at least 20 or 30 moves that you have to be played. There is a Sophia rule, so you cannot agree on the draw too early. So, as we see now, Anna Strebnic, she's the chief arbiter at the MTO and ATO Open.
Well, the players are smiling a bit, and I think this is precisely the discussion going on between the players.
I think they're
Right now?
now restoring the position. Look at this. They're playing the moves.
The arbiter came and said,
Oh.
you can't do that.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Wow. This is a perfect moment that we switched on to this game. Now, this is what happens when players agree on draw a bit too early. And we see that all the moves are being played. Arbiter there to make sure that everything is correct. If I'm not mistaken, it's 30 moves at the Biel Chess Festival. I remember it from the previous year. It was for sure not 20 moves. That's why I was wondering, which move is it? I thought it's move 31, but no, it was move 27 that agreed on a draw. And there is also another way how you can make a draw. You can also do a threefold repetition. That's how you safely do a draw, right?
That's the only explanation really here, so we're going to get a confirmation on this, but that's why the arbiter is present there and trying to verify the player moves. I'm pretty sure that the move count is supposed to be 30, so they are getting back to the position, and the arbiter says, play on, no draw.
Incredible. The first round of the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon, and we have such action. We have,
You don't do this in Biel.
you don't repeat it definitely in Biel, and that also shows this experience that these players they haven't played so many in such top-rated tournaments. But for Václav, actually, Václav played in the Prague Chess Festival, where he.
I don't think I've ever seen something like this before. I mean, what happens? So the players agree to a draw. The arbiter comes and says, no draw. You have to play on. The tournament rules require you to make 30 moves. Then you play on. You reach move 30, and then you don't agree to a draw.
No, Arturs, I would love to have an arbiter saying no draw every single time. Not only for 30 moves, not only for 40 moves, just whole game, no draws agreed. Like you can do a threefold repetition, you can get to the stalemate, you can get, to the naked kings. Just no draws at all in chess. What do you think about this?
Well, it's something new, right? I think that one thing is very clear. This game most likely is going to finish into a draw because both players already agreed. They're gentlemen. And this is currently move 28. I see a pretty easy move that you can take the pawn on b3. Black's going to collect the pawn on f2, rook b8, king g7, play whatever, b3, b4, and then there's going to be a draw for there. Definitely going to agree to draw.
Meanwhile, I have a confirmation. There is no draw offer allowed before move 41.
40, not 30. I thought it's 30.
Wow, 41. So what does it mean for these two players if they still would like to play a draw? it just also confuses you so much. You just agreed on a draw. You just shook your hands with the opponent, and now you have to focus on your game again. And it's understandable that both players would like to have they agreed on a draw, But now every move they also have to calculate not to blunder anything, because they might find some kind of a threefold repetition which will not be really a threefold repetition. Otherwise, how many? 12 more moves have to be played. 12 more moves.
Yeah, but you are under no contractual obligation to offer a draw anymore at move 40. And,
Exactly.
and there's so many things that happen until move 40. It was a pretty bizarre moment, but I mean, the rules are there for a reason. I think that, yeah, what happened here is that both players, they simply saw this position and they thought that, you know, there's no way that either of the players can play for the win. Now they have to fight it on.
Yeah, they do. And well, that's very funny. Very
It
funny.
is pretty funny. But yeah, the
have,
game
have,
continues.
have something like this ever, happened? I mean, maybe not to you, but to people that you know?
Never.
Never.
I've never seen it.
No stories like this.
Never. First time. There's always a first time for something. It's a human mistake. The game continues. All is good, but okay, that was funny.
Okay, I guess we let these guys, play it out. Meanwhile, trying to get to this draw, but let's pull up the birthday view to see what else have we missed while Marco and Václav were trying to have a draw a bit earlier than it's allowed in the rules.
Well, the other positions are pretty complicated. The Xiaotang, against Vaishali is this super complicated middle game. I think we had the brief discussion about one of the potential scenarios which might look exactly like this one. The position is quite sharp with about 20 minutes for each player. The game versus Kosenyuk versus Karisayip we discussed. By the way, Blue Bomb against Jej Erdomos, that's the top middle board. Bishop c4 and b5 as recommended by Limle here in the studio. It was played. Angelika, I'll take your lead.
Let's go to the game Tong Shao against Vaishali Rameshbabu. We haven't checked this game for some time, so I suggest we come there, we see what happens, because this is something what we were expecting, that the game is going to continue, but what exactly were the moves in the game? And this, we're discussing this d4 and d5 pawn. They're going to be very dangerous for white.
So we left it after queen f4. Let me pull up the board right here. Okay, queen f4, rook e8, target the pawn, f3, d5. Black is getting pretty aggressive, e5. White establishes himself. Pawn majority at the king side, rook e1, defends the pawn. Knight c5, trying to be very aggressive. Queen g4, threatening bishop h6. This is the position right now.
Yeah, so we have still the bishop is on c1, defending the pawn on b2. Rook is in the corner on a1 in the position. So white has those connected passers, b2 and a3, but they are not yet connected passers that we used to know them. Meanwhile, black has his d4 pawn, which is very dangerous. d3, d2 at some moment can be incoming. White is practically playing without the rook in this position. Rook on a1 is not there. I have a feeling, it's more comfortable to play for Vaishali in this position, but she has to watch out because queen g4 has just been played.
I don't know. I feel like it's very much three-result game, and I have a feeling that we are going to get our answers very, very soon. This could be potentially one of the wildest games of the round, because this is move 25, which means 15 moves to make for both players. White has 20 minutes, black has 11 minutes. The position is sharp. Do you play knight e3? Do you play d3? You need to watch out for bishop h6, and white suddenly goes for some counterattack. For example, if I'm to move bishop h6, knight e6, maybe there's some f4 or 5 ideas, and white still keeps the extra pawn.
It is not easy, but you can just play king h8 or king f8. You just step away with the king. Looks like there is no longer going to be the bishop h6 threat, but maybe something else?
Yeah, maybe. Like, I could also play some bishop g5 attack, bringing my pieces in the game, threatening some rook c1 at the right moment. Like, let's say rook b2, rook goes here. Is this a strength? Is it a weakness? The one thing, actually, I think I'm going to... oh, d3 was played. Okay, I'm going to keep to myself what I wanted to say.
You can still share.
No,
You can
like
always share.
I thought that it's easier to play with white because white has some attacking chances, meaning a time scramble approaching, white is attacking, white has some bishop h6 ideas, etc. But as soon as Vaishali played d3, I thought it probably doesn't matter because if we get the queens off the board, then there's no attack.
There is no attack, and there will be always issue with the pawn on b2, with the rook on a1. Does white want to keep the rook there to support the a pawn, or white wants to develop it? I mean, it's many big questions. But the first question is, what happens in case queens are off the board? For whom is it better, the position? Because if queen takes on c4, pawn takes, then suddenly there are these two strong pawns for black.
No, I think I will never do that. I think I'm just going to play something like bishop d2 probably. Give up the pawn, put the bishop on b4, maybe play rook c1. Engine is usually at my ideas, but like let's say, I mean, what do you do? Takes, bishop b4. I'm thinking like I want to eliminate this knight, put the rook on d1. Maybe black can, I don't know what black can do. Knight b3? Rook d1? And knight d4?
It is possible.
Try to keep things complicated, land the knight on e2. No, this is super, super sharp. There's no easy way for either the players to clarify the position. This trade is something I don't want to do. Like, it just doesn't feel right. I mean, black's going to put the knight on a4. Monstrous pawns, white's pawns are going nowhere. I want to go for the attack, but can I go for the attack? Like queen g3? Can I do this?
That's a big question. How do you go for an attack?
I think it drops material. d2, here, check. Bishop e3 drops the bishop.
Queen f2,
Queen f2, trade,
rook b2.
check.
Oh, no,
No,
check.
it's a fork.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
a
maybe
bit,
also rook
a bit
b2.
bigger. A bit bigger, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a problem. So he can't keep the queen. I think at this point, what white can do is do some elimination method. Like he already responded with something.
What about rook b1?
He played something. I just don't know what it is. No,
No, he
didn't.
hasn't played.
He didn't.
But what about rook b1? So my idea is I want to defend the pawn and develop the bishop in the next move. Can I do it? Oh, there is still this d2, right? You did the same?
No,
Ah,
wait.
no,
What?
no, sorry.
D2 is no D2. There's no queen d4.
Queen d4 is not there.
Maybe this. And play d2.
Bishop g6. The queen is not yet trapped, but almost on c2. I mean, unfortunately, there is e2 square for the queen. But what
Yeah.
about queen e1? Okay,
Oh, which move do you want to check? Rook b1 still?
so rook b1, queen c2, bishop h6, and rook e to c1. Because queen e2 is the only way, right? And now rook e1.
Draw?
Isn't it like a repetition? But engine has something in mind. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The pawn is marching.
Yeah, you can't defend the rook. Okay, these are just some funny ideas, but no easy moves for either the players. And I think this is also the moment where a player's skill, like the speed of the calculation, really is going to matter. Who is going to do it? Is it going to be Vaishali? Is it going to be the Chinese Grandmaster Shatong? We're going to figure it out. But let's move on to the other game. Let's keep an eye on this game very, very closely because I have a feeling something dramatic is coming here. We could go maybe to the game of Bluam against Erdomas.
Let's go immediately there. That's what I wanted to suggest because it looks like Yes just took the last pawn on the queen side for Matthias, so it was a2 pawn. And yeah, it looks like Yes has this a7 and b5 pawns. By the way, look how he's shaking. He's, I don't know, does it mean that he's calculating? Is he nervous? What does it mean, you know, this?
Maybe calculating, and he is nervous at the same time.
Both at the same time. And for Matthias, looks like a pleasant position.
I think
Matthias is shaking. Look at this.
No, I think Matthias is super invested for the success of the Kingston attack. Like also, as Limle was here in the studio, he said that White has to be careful because White's attack is not guaranteed. And since he just gave up the pawn on a2, I think that's it. So you have no choice. You can't go back. You just have to go for the kingside attack. Okay, you have the... Oh, I just sacrificed the mouse.
But the
Sorry.
problem is here that 4 minutes for yes only. 4 minutes against 21.
So, yeah, the knight on e5, 4 minutes for black, but the knight on e5, rook on g3, the bishop, the pawn. Do you play f5?
Probably you have to. If you remove the queens off the board, it's completely winning endgame for black, isn't it? Because of the pawns on the b and the a file.
Probably,
So
yeah.
for that reason, yeah, white has to keep on going the attack.
Yeah,
Right.
you have to. Yeah, you're down a pawn, you go for the attack. Somehow, you never want to trade the queens. So is it the 5 or e4?
Should be some break. But isn't e4 allowing black bring the bishop back to the game? So I feel like more it should be f5. But okay, queen is under
Yeah.
attack.
Some concrete ideas. So, you know, like, I haven't yet started to calculate. I'm just toying with ideas. What I'm seeing is I'm seeing that at some point I will need my queen for the attack, but the rook on e1 is under attack. That's why I'm toying with the ideas of e4. I don't think it even matters about the d pawn. I don't think it matters about the bishop on a2. I think it really matters if I can use every single piece I have for the, let's say, the kingside attack. So that's why I would just maybe randomly play e4. Just to try to push back the queen. Let's say you play queen c7. Now my queen is sort of ready to go for some kingside attack. That was the entire idea, which is ridiculous, of course. But I wanted to toss every single piece at my opponent and pray there's a checkmate.
Yeah, and looking at computer, he doesn't like, as always. But we have moves incoming. Let's return to the live position because the players are, I mean, at least yes, has 4 minutes on the clock. So he has to play everything very fast. Queen e2
Yeah.
was played.
He doesn't want to
No, wait,
obviously trade the queen.
F5 was played.
Yeah,
Bishop
F5.
b3 and then queen e2.
Yeah, f5, bishop b3, and queen e2. So he wants to keep the queens on the board.
He doesn't trade the queens. Of course, that's the only thing what Matthias can try to do. But it's yes who is having 3 minutes, 30 seconds. One more time. No increment till move 40.
What about rook e5? I would be, to be honest, thinking about rook e5 right now because I'm concerned about the attack. The knight on e5 annoys me really big time. So what about I take? Can I do this? Like, take with e5, take with e5. The pawn on b5 could be under attack. Can I play bishop c4, put the queen on e5, survive the attack? And if I survive the attack, I will be rewarded because I have those two connected passed pawns at the queen side. But to look at the shaking of her dome, she's so nervous
Look
here.
at him. Look at him. He tries to find the move. He's basically practically playing piano with his finger movements. You know, he's trying to figure out.
He'll
what
take
is
on e5. Or f6? Does he want to play f6 here?
2 minutes 40 seconds. 2 minutes 40 seconds.
Whoa, f6 on the board.
F6 has just been played, targeting the knight on g6. What happens after knight g6? Is the rook e3? No, it's not happening, right? Rook e3 cannot happen. What
You
is
tell
going
me,
on?
there's so many moves to calculate. This is a complete mess. Knight takes on g6. Sorry, let me maybe go back here. So this is the current position. Yep. So the current position here is after f6. We're thinking about knight takes on g6, rook takes on e3. It doesn't work because of the double check.
Wow. Double check and you're picking up material.
Check, check, thank you.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, so you can't do this. After knight takes on g6, probably Erdomosh has to take. And after f takes, there's going to be rook e3. Let me show you
But
here.
wait a second, cannot I just pick it up? I just can take the rook, no?
You're right. I thought actually I would have more attacking pieces. You're totally correct.
So, what does it mean that after this move there is a bishop c4 or something attacking? Queen d4? No, queen d4.
And rook is dropping, yeah.
Queen d4, yeah, in this position.
Queen d4.
Ah, maybe not.
No, I mean, it's it's sharp. Can we go back to this position once again and try to picture what Matthias is thinking? He
Matthias
already-
has just played a move. Let's see what it is. Because
Knight G6 and
instantly Knight G6 has been played. Rook F1. Oh, look at this.
Well,
now it's
I would never think about this. I would think about Rook G6. I would think about F takes on G6. I would think about that Marco Materia just agreed to a draw with Václav Fedek. I would think about that as well, but I would never find Rook F1 in this position. Rook G7 immediately played by Arturs.
yeah, because he has only 2 minutes on the clock. Something was missed there. Maybe we can quickly just check what was the best option or what was missed with Rook F1. So Rook F1 has just been played. And is there some Rook E3?
No, there's Bishop C4.
Wait, Bishop C4?
Queen H5. That was what's supposed to happen. Now, very strictly, only move Rook G7.
Now Rook G6, picking up the knight.
Rook G6, Queen E3 check, King H1, and just play Rook E7.
Rook E7, you have 2 pawns on the queen side, which could be potentially passers, and you're fully defended?
It's just not real. I mean, it's just not real because the king is super
Let's
exposed.
go to the live board. We see a lot of moves incoming.
All
A
right.
lot of moves are incoming. Wait, we have similar position now.
Queen H5, Bishop C4, Rook takes on G6, Queen E3, King H1. We do have exactly the same position, actually, but with a different move order.
Maybe quickly just see how it happened, because after... So
Queen H5, Bishop C4, this is what happened. Rook takes on G6, Queen takes on E3, King H1. So these were the moves that we missed. And here, according to an engine strictly, the only move is Rook E7.
1 minute for Jezzer Dogmush. Will he able to find the move? We see he's jumping on the chair.
7 minutes to make with no increment.
Not 7, 1. 1 minute. Under 1
Even
minute
the
right
camera is shaking. What just happened?
Bishop F1.
They were like,
He took on F1. Rook takes, and is it going to be a repetition?
I think it's going to be a draw.
Perpetual. I
Queen
think he couldn't
G6,
find
yeah.
anything else.
Queen G6, King of8, Queen F6. There's going to be perpetual check. Well, this was a pretty dramatic moment. You can see here Matthias Blum is shaking his head. Also, Domus is so unhappy. Is he unhappy?
Yeah, he is unhappy. He is shocked, but he has to play a move. He has to make it till move 40, because otherwise he's having 40 seconds. No increment right now.
Queen F6, King G8. The players have to make the move 40. I'm pretty sure they already heard what happened. The challengers tournament, they are aware.
Okay,
You
one
have to
more.
get the move 40.
One more move, and
The Domus is going to make it. There's a triple repetition. There is a draw because it's move 40.
oh, that was the shortest handshake that I've ever seen. Have you seen it?
All
They
right, but-
barely touched each other hand.
But now we have a chance to maybe once again pull the analysis board and see what was missed, because like so many things happened very quickly. It was very, very difficult to follow what happened here. So the action started here at this moment with Queen E2. Queen E2, F6, Knight X on G6, Knight X on G6. I'm checking strictly with the engine. Rook F1. Engine doesn't like this move. It says it's a big mistake. Apparently, Erdomosh had to start with Bishop C4, Queen H5, and then play Rook G7. This was the correct move. Instead, he played Rook G7
But
And-
somehow he got in the same position.
because Matthias played Queen H5. He could have played also Queen X on B5.
Okay, but it's not so easy to see. You want to attack, you want to bring the queen to the king
Just his
side.
card. That's what they tell me. Yes, it is not easy. Rook takes on E3, and there's some kind of a mess going on here. Queen takes on D4, and this is equal. Right?
Apparently this is equal. But what happened in the game? He played Queen H5.
So he played Queen H5,
Bishop
Bishop C4,
C4,
Rook takes on G6, and here Erdomosh having very little time on the clock. He did find Queen takes on E3. This is good. King H1, and now he did not find Rook E7 because he literally had 1 minute and 43 seconds and 7 moves to make. So the correct idea was rook e7, and white cannot play rook takes on h6. I think he missed rook h7.
Rook h7, stopping all the checkmates. Wow, what a move. Not easy to spot.
No.
But Arturs, we have action on the other board right now. It's Vaishali who is pushing against Kongresshaus. So let's go immediately to that game because something crazy is happening. She's just pushing her pawn.
Let's go.
I'm not clear what's happening. d2. You cannot take the pawn. Is it queen d4 again? What happened? We've just been in this position and...
It's a blunder. This was the position. This was the position, like after 96, the Chinese Grandmaster played a 4. You want to play a 5. And the d2 idea was always there. The point is after d2, bishop takes on d2, black plays queen d4 check, and your bishop is gone.
The problem is the queen was always defending the d4 square from g4. Once you play a 4, there is no protection from queen d4 check.
So what else you can do? The rook is under attack.
And the bishop is also under attack, so you cannot just step away to the f1 or d1. Rook e2, but...
There's at least this move, I think. Like takes.
And queen c1.
Queen c1.
Queen
Unless
d1?
I find...
Queen d1, probably.
Queen d1. Oh, I missed queen d1. Sorry.
Okay.
Let me go back.
So
What's the move?
it's a big question.
Okay, I have the engine on. How easy is it? Rook takes, queen d4,
Oh, there is a pin. You cannot step away with a rook.
h5.
Takes knight f4.
And if I don't take?
If you don't take, there's going to be queen f4. On knight f4, you can decide.
Yeah, it is,
Rook
but...
e5. Rook e5. Incoming.
Yeah, but I'm also to make a move here. Now, all of this is good. All of this is good, but one thing is clear, that this was a pretty big blunder. And also we can see the body language of the Chinese Grandmaster. He's not happy about it. Bishop takes on d2, queen d4. These moves were played.
He gives up a piece right now for an attack on the king side. He's pushing f5. Now Vaishali has to find a way how to defend the knight, how to step away from the e6. Where is she going to go?
I mean, white might be still having some chances because do not underestimate these pawns. This was definitely a blunder by white, but there might be f6 threat, there might be e6 threat, there might be rook d1 ideas. So here the big question, of course, is if Vaishali will be able to find the correct moves with the remaining 5 minutes and 20 seconds for the next 11 moves.
For Kongresshaus, it is 7 minutes right now, but he's down a piece. That's a big question. He doesn't have material for it.
Well,
2 pawns, but they look very much hanging.
I would just play knight f8, to be honest. Like, just being cautious, defend everything. You play f6, I'm going to play knight e6, go back. You play e6, my knight is exactly where it wants it to be. You play rook d1, I'm going to pick up those pawns. So knight f8, I think that this is at least something that Vaishali sees immediately, but she's thinking, okay, maybe after 5, I can be a bit more ambitious, put the knight on e4, and immediately win the game.
You know, Arturs, we had this conversation before. Limle had not such a great tournament in Rapid. Vaishali was also one of the lowest seeds. And it is classical, which rewards you with 4 points for the win. Limle already got his 4 points. Now it's question for Vaishali. Will she be able to convert this advantage in this game and get her first victory in the round 1 against, by the way, top seed Kongresshaus, because he is a top seed in the tournament of the challengers. I recall the same situation 2 years ago, Arturs. If you remember, 2 years ago, Vaishali is casually playing the first game against top seed Donchenko, Alexandra, who just dominated the Chess 960 tournament, who dominated the Rapid tournament. But she's coming to the first classical game and just beating him. And then she's winning a game against Jonas Briere and then Samonenkov, just scoring these victories. She's super strong in the classical.
She has this tendency to beat very good players, that I can tell.
Absolutely. And let's not forget her remarkable 5 winning game streak in the candidates 2024. This candidate, it was very shaky, you know, leaderboard of the women's were always going up and down, but she managed to become the World Chess Championship challenger and will challenge the reigning women's champion Zhu Wenjun in the upcoming match. So yeah, definitely she's super dangerous. Maybe not so strong in the faster formats, but
the clock is ticking. The clock is ticking. It's already 3 minutes and it's 11 moves to make, and she cannot decide where to put the knight. Should he put the knight on f8, be very careful, protect the king, or should he go forward, play knight c5, knight e4? The nerves are kicking in, but you got to make a move. Knight f8 is on the board.
Knight f8, she brings the knight backwards. And look at this, Deng Xiao immediately playing the move. He's trying to play on the clock of Vaishali, and this is a brilliant strategy. You want to put pressure for your opponent because, as Arturs, you were saying, 31 moves have been played right now. 10 more moves Vaishali has to make with 2 minutes on the clock. She shouldn't forget there is no increment in this time control. No increment till move 41.
The move is coming, queen d3. Of course, White realizes that he's lost, he's down a piece, and the only thing he can really do is try to complicate things, try to play the moves as quickly as he can. Queen d3, there's a small pause from the Chinese Grandmaster. I think he wanted to double the rooks immediately. Rook a e1 played very quickly. I like this speed. I think here g6 could be a move by Vaishali, try to somehow get the queens off the board. She knows she's winning, but the clock is playing against her.
And the only question is how. You also have to be ready for all the f6, e6 threat in the position. I mean, the pawns are marching forward, and you have 1 minute and 40 seconds for 9 more moves. 9 more moves have to be played by Vaishali. Can she make it, Arturs? What do you say?
I think we're going to find it out like in the next 2 minutes, really, because she definitely feels this is the critical moment. I think she wants to play g6. That's why the queen stands on d3, try to get the queens off the board. No, queen c4 was played, a cautious move. Of course, the Chinese Grandmaster is immediately going to move the queen somewhere, but where? Queen h5 or queen g5? You don't really have so many opportunities here.
Yeah, and queen h5, you might get your queen trapped there somewhere, so you should be really careful about it. See, he's reaching for the queen. He wants to try to reply as fast as possible to put even more pressure on the clock for Vaishali, who has 1.5 minutes right now for the next 8 moves that she has to be played. One more time, there is no increment, so she has just this 1 minute and 22 seconds right now. She's not even writing down the moves. This is in the regulations. This is usually like this. When you don't have an increment, you are allowed not to write down the moves for the last 5 minutes that you have. If you have an increment, you must write down the moves all the time. 1 minute. Ooh.
Yeah, queen g5 and 7 moves to make for black.
1 minute only for Vaishali. She has to make a move. She has to make a move because 8 more moves.
I don't like the speed.
She might not physically be able to make the move.
Whoa, rook takes on e5?
Wait,
what a tactic. Rook takes on e5, f6. What a beautiful find.
Wow. And knight on f8 is defending the king from all the bank-rake opportunity. Wow. Brilliant spot by Vaishali, but she needs to speed up on the clock. But trading the pieces, of course, it does not hurt. f6, you have to step away.
Step away, but where? You don't really have so many squares. Queen h5 maybe, f takes on e5. Your back rank is going to be weakened. I think the only idea you can play is something like queen d2.
Queen d2, stepping backwards, queen h5. Not sure where the queen is going there.
Maybe queen h5, f takes, queen e8. Try to confuse the opponent with something like f6.
Vaishali will have to be making the moves even faster.
The clock
6
is
more
ticking.
moves.
Yeah, can we
6.
give a very, very quick update of what's happening in the other games? And of course, then immediately we come back to this game, like what's the evaluation in all the other games?
Let's probably keep an eye on
Just
this game.
one, yeah, just one really.
Yeah, Vaishali.
Carissa Yip has a worse position against Alexandra Kostanyuk. That's the other game, really.
Let's keep an eye on this game because 40 seconds right now for Vaishali. She has to make a move. She has to make 5 more moves in this position.
Rook d3, all of this is good. She is looking for ways to trade the queens. Maybe put the queen on d4. Try to play something like rook d1. Move 36, 4 moves to make with 38 seconds on the clock. She should be able to do it.
Yeah, I also think so. She should be 4 more moves, 40 seconds, so it means 10 seconds approximately per move.
Queen
Should
G5.
be doable. The most important not to get this, the Ding freezing, Remember how he was famously like frozen completely in one of the matches for the
Queen
World
F2.
Championship.
That's a move that Vaishali didn't expect. I think Queen D4 is good here. Queen D4 offer a queen trade, threatened Rook D1 check.
Rook D1 check, she's going for it instantly, and maybe now Queen D4?
Or Queen C7, pinning the
20
Rook
seconds,
D5.
18.
Queen
She has to play
C7 is looking really good. No, Rook F1.
Okay, Rook F1, she's attacking the queen, but apparently computer says it's not the best option.
I like it. It threatens Queen F4, but it might cost her the pawn on D5.
2 more moves for Vaishali. She has to make Queen D2, Queen F4. Will she immediately give a check?
She might lose the victory here because, okay, now she plays D4 because the queen trade was possible here, but she would lose the pawn on D5. Now she plays D4. 2 more moves. No, wait, one move to make for black.
1 move to make, 13 seconds on the clock. She will be able to do it, but will it be precise last move? It's so important to make the 40th move. Arturs, I've been told 40th move is the most important, and then 41st. These are 2 the very important moves that you have to make.
Yeah, Tansha is reaching for the move, but no easy moves. Queen C7, I think black can pretty much pre-move this move.
Yeah, no easy way to go forward.
She's trying to be very, very tricky. What's the trickiest move you can come up here? Some unexpected move.
Some shocking move.
You need to eliminate the pawn on D4 at least. Okay, Queen
Queen
A5.
A5.
He takes away the C7 square. That's a move that Vaishali did not really expect. You got to make a move. 10 seconds.
6 seconds, 5. Okay, she goes D3 very quickly. And she gets extra half an hour. That's all what Vaishali needed. Wow. What a thriller. She's still up a piece for 3 pawns. Still, she's going to have to convert this endgame. Oh.
Yeah, but now it's not so clear. Because I think she definitely was clearly winning before, because now white can trade the queens, Queen D5. Get to the pawn on D3. The knight on the fate is quite far away. And I think overall she did really well. Tried to preserve the advantage, but now I think that white has realistic chances here to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the players are getting the score sheets with the moves that they've been missed. But meanwhile, we still have one more game, which is ongoing. So let's go straight there. It's Carissa against Alexandra, the other game which is left in the Generation Challenge, which we have right now happening.
Move 40, by the way.
Move 40 and 1 minute for Alexandra.
Yeah, but things have really gone wrong here for the American player, because white has a amazing blockade of the light pieces. The knight on D5 is very strong. The light squares are really weak. Rook C7, there you go. Kosteniuk just made it to the move 40. She plays Rook C7, and I think that she is going to be the one who will be pushing for the victory in the next time control. The players are going to get extra 30 minutes on the clock, but black is better.
As all of the games have reached the move 40, the next time control, and everyone got 30 minutes of time to think, I think it's a perfect moment for us to go on our next hydration break. But well, what an action here at the first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Absolutely unbelievable chess. So many missed opportunities, incredible stuff happening. So the action is just keep on heating up, dear viewers. So stay tuned for more, and we'll be back just in a few moments.
This is Biel, one of the world's most challenging chess tournaments. Top players have to fight it out not in one format, but in 4. Blitz, Rapid, Classical, and 960. They have to constantly adjust, constantly focus. If they let their attention slip, even for 1 second, it's game over. And that's what makes coming here as a player so joyful. You get to watch some of the best talent in the world at their absolute peak. No matter who you are, where you're from, or what time control you love to play. The chess at Biel brings us together.
Master Triathlon at the 59th International Biel Chess Festival. And before we go to our final two games, I would like to take a look at the current results of the round one.
Yeah, let's do that. As you can see, it's been quite an exciting day here in Biel Congress Center. There was one decisive game so far. It was the three-time Biel chess champion Lim Lei who defeated Jose Martinez in spectacular fashion. Quite an amazing preparation there from the Vietnamese Grandmaster. Adin Soleimani against Levon Aronian. It was a pretty uneventful draw. The players finished pretty quickly. Matthias Blumbaum against Yes Erdomosh was quite a thriller. At some point, the Turkish player was winning, but he was in such a severe time scramble that he decided to go for a threefold repetition. And then we had Marco Matera against Václav Finek, the two leaders in the Challengers tournament. The game actually had a pretty funny twist because they decided to agree to a draw before they allowed move 40. The arbiter had to intervene, say, you got to play it on, but ultimately the game still finished with the same result.
Yeah, it finished with a draw, and we still have two more games ongoing right now. And what does it mean for our current standings, Arturs? Well, look at this. In the Masters, it's Levon Aronian with 10.5 points, who is still leading the whole event. But on the second place, it's Lim Lei, after winning against Jose Martinez, getting 4 points, jumping all the way up in the leaderboard. I mean, it's impressive performance what he's doing, jumping all over Matthias Blumbaum, Aydin Suleimanli, and being on the second place right now. One more win, and he might even be higher than Levon Aronian in the next standings.
Yeah, everything is still possible, of course. That's why things rapidly change in the classical tournament. In the Generation Challenge section, Václav Finek still keeps his lead over Marco Materia. It does look like that Xiaotong will be able to catch up with him because he's right now in trouble against Vaishali. As you can see, Vaishali has a much better position right now, and also Alexandra Kostanjuk could potentially score a victory over Carissa Yip.
And here we have one of the remaining games. Tong Xiao against Vaishali Rameshbabu. Vaishali is up a piece for 2 pawns, but the material is getting more and more limited. Meanwhile, she managed to get one more out of the pawns. What is her strategy, to win this game? How can she do it, Arturs?
Well, probably try to bring out the pieces first. Try not to trade any unnecessary pawns. This is why White is probably going to try to do exactly that. Maybe King of 3, G4, H4, G5, and see what happens. I think if I'm black, I'm trying to first and foremost activate the king, activate the knight. This rook probably goes behind his pawn. Is it a win? That's the big question. Like, I'm not sure. Feels pretty close.
The problem in this position is that the knight pretty far away. And not to activate it, it's not so easy. It's very short distance piece. You cannot really, handle it so well. And currently, knight even doesn't really have a single square to go to. If black would have a bishop, it would be a different story. Maybe it would be easier to do so, to convert this endgame. But of course, Vaishali, first of all, shouldn't have lost, on the clock. She should have played, all the moves under such a huge time trouble. So for that reason, she's happy at least to get this position which she theoretically could win, and of course practically as well. But it's White who is bringing the king out. What about Vaishali's king? Does it also get out? King f7, king e7, or king f6? What do we want to do? Do we want to develop the knight to d7? Maybe king e7, knight e7?
Yeah. It looks pretty logical, and maybe White is going to start to give a lot of checks. But speaking about who is happy and who is not happy about this position, I think also the Chinese Grandmaster has no reason to complain because, like, in the middle of the game, he just blundered a piece in one move. I don't think this was intentional, and now at least he has some chances. Yeah, so according to Engine, this is not lost. Engine is saying, like, I just switched on the engine. I'm just going to turn it off right now. So 1.24, which means that White can save this position. Either way, I have a feeling, Angelika, that this is going to be a pretty long game. At some point, Like, we could go back, maybe check what she could have done in the time scramble, but she had so little time on the clock that
Yeah, it's not
she's
real.
going to have to work with what she has.
And King E7 has been played, probably Knight D7 will follow, but another game which has still a lot of pieces on the board and very exciting one, matchup of Carissa versus Alexandra. Carissa Yip, Alexandra Kostyniuk. The second game which we still have ongoing here in the Generations Challenge section of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We've been discussing this game for a while. We were talking about it that, you know, white was better, but something can easily go wrong, and I think that something happened. That was also Liam Le when he was here. He was also saying that something can easily go wrong and it will be black. Who is in charge? What do we see now, Arturs? Is it so?
I think it's so, because black has accomplished essentially everything she wanted. The knight is on d5. Then if we go back maybe right after the opening, like this was the move here. We do see immediately quite a big difference, because white was trying to apply some pressure at the queen side. The pawn on c6 is the weakness. Black was struggling to get the knight on d5. The knight on b8 is very passive. And now we see this is the current position. So clearly, whatever happened during this middle game phase, black did get to make the better choices. And we can maybe roll back a bit and see what exactly happened.
And what went wrong
What went wrong, yeah.
for American International Master?
I think we left it exactly here, right?
Yeah, we went to hit this moment and we said that knight e3 probably something that she wants to do, but not.
So
There was a repetition of her?
No, I mean, Alexandra was just playing rook c7, rook c8, saying you come up with some kind of a plan because I cannot improve my position. Bishop d2, bishop f8, bishop f4, bishop b4.
Some repetition, wow.
White declined. White decided to play on. Knight f8, bishop d2. Oh, there comes the counterplay.
b5 breaking through, that's what we've been discussing all the time. Is b5 possible? But
Yeah.
what changed in the position? Did Carissa, forgot to calculate that b5 is a move?
Maybe she lost her guard. She thought that, black is always, playing here, there, rook c7, rook c8, bishop b7, bishop b4, that you can never be active. And boom, suddenly black decided to be aggressive. Here, Kostyniuk felt her moment. And just like that, black was able not only to get the knight on d5, but also make some really favorable trades. There you go.
Wow, knight is already on d5. White has a dark squared bishop, but it's being pretty much limited by that knight on d5. Bishop a5, she's trying to develop it, but not much is changing. Look at the bishop on a5. It is kind of empty one. There are no targets for the bishop on a5 and no squares to go.
Yeah, it's pretty useless. Like, if he would remove the heavy pieces off the board, I would say that black is just strategically winning. Because, let's say we get the queens off the board, we get the rooks off the board, black's going to play knight e7, knight c6, b4, a3, just a free pass pawn. The pawn on d4 for white is not going anywhere, so this bishop on a5 is pretty sad piece. And for Carissa, I think what she can try to do is to get the bishop on c5. At least do something.
But the big question is, can she do it? Because if she plays bishop b4, you have to calculate knight takes on b4, queen b4, rook c4. What will happen on d4? So,
Or also the pawn on e5, which, by the way, begs the question, why she didn't do it immediately right here?
so
Why
bishop
didn't she
b4?
play bishop b4?
So if knight takes b4, queen b4, rook c4, is it possible?
I don't want to give up such a knight, but unless there's something very concrete.
Well, I was thinking that there is some way to win the material, but doesn't look so.
At least queen d2. Okay, maybe there's some concrete ideas with queen c6. I am always very open-minded, because there's this very famous example, Fischer against Petrosian, giving up the good knight against the bad bishop because you get something very concrete in return. I get that, yeah, like this maybe rook c2, Queen d5 is incoming, but it was not played by Carissa either way.
Yeah,
so
it was not played, and she didn't want to go over there, and she plays knight e1. Where
Because-
does she want to remaneuver? The c5?
I think so, yeah. She wants to play knight c5.
Yeah, looks like a great plan for Carissa. Meanwhile, Alexandra is taking her time. What could be her thought process in this position? Because yeah, she has this beautiful knight on d5. She has an open c file. She is dominating the position, but what is a concrete way of continuing the game? Because her knight on g6 is not the best piece. Maybe somehow we can improve it?
I would be thinking what was before, to be honest, like at this stage. I would be thinking, I mean, definitely every single player goes through this stage of grief at some point. You have your great position after the opening, and then you start to think, what was before? How did I get here? I had such an amazing position, but yeah, you cannot really live into the past, yeah? So you have to look forward. I think she's just trying to improve the position somehow, see what happens, but she knows that she's worse. She knows that she misplayed things. But what to do?
But Alexandra should be very happy. What do you think she thinks about in this position? What's her plan to continue? Because the knight stands beautiful on d5. Rook is on the c file, fully controlling it. Is a knight on g6 something who needs more to get more love in the position to bring it out, or something else?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Like going to c6 looks reasonable. Like I would always try to improve the pieces. The question is, which would be the first moves I would be thinking about? Like I like rook c4 a lot. Rook c4, try to activate the pieces. Then I would be thinking, wait, if I play rook c4, can white maybe try to trade off some pawns? Here, takes, queen b3. Okay, I have an outside pass pawn, but now white has kind of made a progress.
You can even play b4. The pawn is not going to be taken. Okay,
Not
now
yet.
rook is
Yeah.
hanging, yes.
Not yet, but maybe, yeah, at some point, yeah. Some b4, some queen c6, b4.
Maybe knight e7, knight f5.
Yeah, knight e7, knight f5 is the move. So she's thinking like, what's the best way? Like maybe knight e7 looks very, very reasonable. Like it cannot be a mistake. And now if you play b3, the rook is not under attack, and maybe there's is there some b4?
That's a question. Can you go for it? b4?
I
And then
don't
in
know.
case you take on b4,
Oh, it's a
what do
silly
you want
idea.
to do?
I had some silly idea. Doesn't matter. I didn't notice my knight is under attack. I wanted to double attack it, take the pawn on b3, but yeah, there's bishop e7.
Yeah, you have to cover the knight on e7. Now knight c3, jumping in. Yeah, actually that's a good point, because the other knight is kind of waiting for the knight on d5 to move, and now pawn on b3 is being pinned to the queen. And now you can probably take on d4.
I mean, these are all ideas. I don't know how accurate they are, but
And you have to calculate all the checks, like can
there's
white
a
take
check.
something?
No perpetual check. The
No
king at h7.
perpetuals.
Yeah. The king is feeling safe. So Alexandra, she's trying to be super, super careful here. Also, by the way, I was thinking maybe there's some sort of a king's attack. If you get the queen, you see the white king is quite exposed. Maybe at the right moment there's an opportunity to explore some knight f4 ideas. Maybe queen c6, take over the c file, knight f4, or maybe she's just enjoying the position here.
She's
very
enjoying the position, but definitely she was also enjoying yesterday rest day that the players had. Alexandra was one of the players who joined. We went on this very nice Omega museum, the watch factory museum, the watch, one of the main watches here in Biel. Biel is very famous for watchmaking. Of course, Biel is famous for many places, also Switzerland overall. What is it? The chocolate, cheese, wine, watches. What else?
I think you named it all. Yeah, like these are the big three. Yeah.
Apparently not football.
Yeah, because like I was talking with Paul, the tournament director, the other day, and I told him that this was before Switzerland was playing in the FIFA World Cup quarterfinal, and I said, "Are you going to cheer for Switzerland?" Then he asked me, "Is Switzerland in the quarterfinal?" It's like, okay, that's all I needed to know.
Yeah, people are not sometimes following, but yeah, definitely. And Alexandra is also representing Switzerland. She will be representing for the next Olympiad, which will happen in Uzbekistan in September. And also, she was enjoying the visit, making some photos of very nice watches. We have also tested players on their ability to react in exact amount of seconds. So there was this kind of simulation of this Apollo 13 accident where the watch which was made by Omega helped to exactly count this 14.00 second in order to let the crew go, go down on Earth. And if it would be like a little bit more, so it will be like half a second more, half a second less, it would be either too late or too early. And everyone was trying their luck. Arturs, how was your experience in that?
Actually, I have a bit larger story than this. So yeah, we did press the button. So you have to press the button in exactly 14.00 seconds. And if you do that, you have a stardom. Everybody is envying you. There was huge applause and everything. So we were competing yesterday. Aydin Soleimanli did with his only third try. And he would remind me this feat for like at least 3 times for the day, how he did this with only 3 times. I think I also did it, I definitely did it once, but it took me like 20 or 30 tries. But what makes it really funny about this visit is that we already went to this museum 4 years ago. And 4 years ago, the guests, the invited players were the Mirajo Gukesh and Vincent Keimer. So Gukesh at the
Another
time,
backup Dusatorov also.
he was there, yeah, at the museum. I don't remember him. Yeah, he was definitely in the tournament, but I don't remember him at the museum. Maybe he was.
I have a video of them with Vincent running, so for sure he was in the museum.
Right. So anyway, so we discovered this button 4 years ago. Everybody left, like the museum, watching the watches and everything. We didn't really care about the watches. All we cared was the button. And ultimately, it was 4 of us. So it was me, it was Salem Saleh, it was Vincent Keimer, and the Mirajo Gukesh. We were pressing this button like crazy.
Did Vichy stay also? Because Vichy was for sure in the museum. I'm not sure if
he
he
left.
Was,
he left.
he didn't push buttons.
He was not interested in the button. But like we stayed there for a very, very long time. And I think we recorded some videos. And ultimately, I think it was only Salem Saleh who made it. So Salem, if you're watching this, you know your record has been beaten. There's at least 2 grandmasters who got exactly 14 seconds. It's me and Aydin Soleimanli.
Yeah, and there were so many times like that you had 13.99 or 14.01 and like, you know, why cannot you get the exact 14? And that's why it showcases how important the time is. So sometimes we don't really, you know, we don't really follow how important time is. Of course, also in chess, time is sometimes everything, as we've been seeing. Like Vaishali had to play the move so quickly in the time scramble. But yeah, and also what we had there was this kind of sprint running competition showcasing how Omega Watch is being used in the Olympic Games, and that it shows like the stop shot of the players, how they're running, and also exact time of each of the players. We were running, so we had Alexandra Kosteniuk. She was the first one who immediately wanted to run. She was running a few times with Marco Materia, by the way. They were competing, so...
And there's video available on Instagram, yeah? Biel
Yes.
Chess Festival's Instagram channel.
So you can follow all of it. And then, ultimately, it was Pavel Trugubov, who also, I think he won the freestyle, the Chess 960 tournament, open one, in the first day. He won the open tournament here, and he's a husband of Alexandra, who's also staying here with her. So they were competing, and it was Alexandra who beat Pavel in running. But yeah, by the way, both of them are very, very active, and they also play tennis. Also her daughter, Alexandra's daughter, is playing tennis. I think she's professional in it. She's playing some tournaments. So whole sportsman family, and also who do we have running? It was, I believe, our head of media, Jonathan, was running against chess-based India media. So we had Germany versus India. Competing.
You're missing out the best part, I'm
Yeah.
afraid, Angelica.
Yeah, the best part was at the very end. It was me against you.
Yes, we ran.
We ran.
Let's not mention the result.
or we walked. We walked or we
No.
ran. I ran and Arturs walked.
No, but it was fun overall. And this is, by the way, also one of the things why players really like to come to Biel. So yeah, we had this chance to talk with the players. Like I also chatted a bit with Matthias. Like, how comes you have never played in Biel Chess Festival before? He's like, I don't know, never got around it. But now he's finally here, and it's a tradition really for the invited players that every single time we go do something fun. So this time this was the Omega Museum, and next time who knows what's going to be.
Yeah, we had everything possible. We had the boat trip to an island. We used to have also our favorite, the Quest escape rooms last year with the Aladdin Farawint and so on. And yeah, this year it's again the visit, which was also very nice. But yeah, the games are still ongoing. Arturs, is there something new that we see Carissa against Alexandra? I see like a couple of moves have been played.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, why we start to talk about museums and everything is that the place is, the pace is much slower right now, because this is very often what happens. There's this build-up, big drama happening in a time scramble, pieces flying, emotions and everything, and then it just cools down. The players get extra 30 minutes. Not a lot is happening. In the game between Carissa Yip against Alexandra Kostanyuk, I think what Carissa is trying to do, she's attempting to set up some kind of fortress, like, because you see the knight on e1 is making sure the c2 square is not available for the rook to come in, but I suspect that b4, a3 at some point is going to make a difference.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the favorite things about the Biel Chess Festival, that we always get to the end games. We always get some interesting and crazy end games. And similar is happening in the game of Tong Shao against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. I believe like Chinese Grandmaster is also trying to build some kind of fortress. And we see also that the evaluation bar is not so clear about Vaishali's position. Apparently last move h6 was not the best that she should have played.
Okay, so it looks pretty human to me because you stop g5, but maybe she should have allowed it. But if I would ask you a question, what do you think it's easier? Do you think it's easier to hold this position for white or win this position for black?
No. It depends which side I am playing. If I play for white, then I would say that it's much more difficult to defend, and if I play with black, then much more difficult to win. It's like always like this, you know. If you have an extra pawn in the rook endgame, it's a draw. If you are down a pawn in the endgame, you are losing. So, but seriously speaking, I have a feeling that I mean, obviously, when you're trying to win this position, you have nothing to lose. But for white, pieces are located in such a perfect way. Yeah, the pawn is on h3, g4, f5. This pawn chain is there. Pawn is on a3, far away. I might even say that it's easier for white to hold this position because of the problem for black bringing this knight to the game, bringing this knight to take the pawn on a file.
Probably, yeah. I think I agree that it's kind of a bit easier to play for white. The only thing I think here white needs to figure out, is he going to go for h4, g5? Or is he going to stand and do nothing? By the way, king e4 is a missed opportunity. I'm not sure that really matters at this stage. And we're going to maybe check very quickly with an engine what is our dearest friend Stockfish says.
I have suggestion, but after h6, I had a suggestion to play h4 and g5. So my idea is to trade the pawns as fast as possible. Because it's usually, you know, if your pawns are standing like in a way of like diagonally, g7, h6, it allows some pawn trades.
It's a very logical idea. The thing is, I suspect that White was not really sure about what happens after rook b5 and maybe h5, that you might have some problems to keep the pawns together. Like, I want to play h5, destroy your coordination of the pawns, take on g4, play knight f6, disconnect the pawns, and then take them one by one. And if you play king e4, what about, let's say, knight f6? Okay, there's already a problem. What about, yeah, king f4 is knight e5 and king f3, h5, and this is how you lose the game.
Oh, and that's how you lose it. Wow. So you have to be extremely careful in this position. So let's go back, see what was the problem with the h6 or before h6. What was the best move here to play for black?
Apparently not to touch the h pawn at all. So the most human move is this.
But I think she just played king f7 one move before.
Yeah, to bring the king.
No, it was already on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Here, yeah?
In this position.
They repeated the position. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So
But
in
okay,
this,
it's logical, yeah.
yeah, in this position, king f7 here.
Not so clear.
No, it's not clear at all. So, okay, rook b7. If you play h4, rook a7, put the rook in front of the pawn. If you play g5, rook a4. Actually, it's very instructive. And then you play h5, trying to get to these pawns. Rook g4, rook h4. Okay, I mean, this part I can understand, right? So rook b7, let's say I do nothing. King e4, if it can be called nothing. Rook a7, king d5, king f6, king c6, sorry, wrong move. Here, here. Check.
Wow. Not so clear at all.
No, it's very unclear. This is very difficult to win. I mean, practically, I think a human is never going to win this against Stockfish.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
What about ChatGPT?
ChatGPT is going to lose every single position. Like I've seen ChatGPT play. It's not a very good player. It keeps imagining pieces on the board.
My favorite story about ChatGPT is when Magnus decided to play against this AI.
Yeah.
And then he posted on Twitter that, you know, I decided to play against ChatGPT. So I played a game, I won it. And then I asked to evaluate, you know, which rating do I have according to the game which I just played. And ChatGPT said, yeah, you're playing pretty well, you're 1800. Magnus posted it, yeah, thank you very much. 1800.
Yeah.
The highest rated player in the world, yeah.
I've seen some exhibition matches between ChatGPT and some players where it keeps making illegal moves, putting the pieces on the board, etc. So right now AI is not really so good in chess. Obviously things will change, but yeah, we're talking about Stockfish. Stockfish, I think, is easily going to hold this with White.
Yeah, and we have your move, by the way. So king e4. That's why it's a missed opportunity, because now king is standing on the e file. King is perfect on e7. There is no check rook e3 as it was earlier possible to kick that king.
What about king d5? I go forward. Like, you try to shoulder the black king. You know, I'm not sure about... Yeah, there you go. King d5 was played. I'm not entirely sure about the supposed mistake of h6, but I am speculating that maybe in some lines White might have some counterplay against his pawn on g7. I mean, it's a very human move. I think I also would have played h6 myself if I was black.
So probably somewhere in some lines, yeah? Somewhere there is something very concrete which makes this h6 not the best choice for black and weakens the g7 square. I mean, definitely it's possible. And also, let's not forget, it's 2 pawns for the knight. And 1 pawn is on the a file, so it's so far away. It is going to be very tough for Vaishali to try to win the game. But while the players, the players are trying, it feels like it's a bit slow in this position. But okay, rook e3 is already a threat, as you're mentioning, Arturs. But something is going on in Carissa against Alexandra Kostyniuk.
Yeah, let's
there
go
has been attack ongoing on the king side as well as on the queen side. So the big question is, who is faster? Carissa pushed g4, h4. Alexandra pushed a4, b4. Arturs, who is faster in this position without looking at the evolution bar?
It's not even a race, I'm afraid, because White has no attack here, meaning g5, you just weaken the light squares. But you got to do something. Otherwise, you're just sitting there and doing nothing, and black is simply finding the right moment to push forward the a pawn. So Carissa is trying to organize some sort of a counterplay. Most likely, the next moves will be something like knight f3, king h2, rook g1, g5, something. But it's so slow that I just do not buy this. But it's the best thing she can do.
How high would you put the chances for Carissa to hold in comparison to Kongresshaus, so the game we just saw? Because apparently in these 2 final games, what we have, it's all about some kind of fortress.
The way the games have been ongoing, my best guess would be that Kostyniuk will win this, because like she's playing textbook control of the light squares. Her position is becoming better and better by the minute, and of course this is where Carissa plays king h2. She's preparing this rook g1 and trying to go for some counterattack. Okay, maybe things could dramatically change in a time scramble, but black does have 30 minutes to figure things out. About the other game, Kongresshaus against Vaishali, I would say draw. Looks quite likely, because White, the Chinese Grandmaster is playing pretty quickly. For Vaishali, she has some difficulties to figure out the plan, and White has more time also. So.
Yeah, I fully agree in this position. And looking at the clock, Alexandra feels very comfortable, fully occupying the c file, pushing those pawns on the queen side. Just now, the last move was king h2. What does Carissa want to do with it, or she's just stepping away from something? But b3 is immediately played.
Yeah, she wants to have some counterplay there. And b3, that's a great move. Fixing the pawn here on b2 as a weakness. At some right moment, a3 will be incoming. Also, I think black at some point can play h5, knight f5, try to sacrifice the pawn, gain access to the f5 square. Another idea is to play knight g6, knight f4. Maybe even rook c2 is going to be a thing at the right moment.
Yeah, probably this is the only downside of the black's position is the knight on e7. So the knights are kind of waiting for each other. Knight on d5 is amazing, but you would also love to have the knight on e7. Great, but h5 is being played, so no knight g6 anymore. But can you try to break those pawn chain, or do you want at least to do anything there on the king side as black? Maybe you just don't want to push anything.
Not anymore, because if Kostyniuk wanted to play h5, she had to do it right now. Like, I was thinking about this. h5, if you take it, this looks pretty bad because there's no counterplay. The knight holds everything. There's an attack. Find a way to transfer the queen to the king side, and that's going to be it. But I think that Alexandra felt that why should she touch the king side? It just complicates things. And this is why Carissa immediately shut the door. She just played h5. She's prepping for this g5 at the right moment. And some sort of a knight f3, rook g1, g5 is definitely in her cards.
But you have to watch out for all the rook c2 ideas. So knight on e1 is stopping this rook c2 way coming in. You have to watch out for a3 potential break of pushing the b pawn forward. There are too many things that White should take care of. But meanwhile, is there any kind of attack that White can still try to build on the queen side?
It's a very good question. Like Kostyuk would love to get the queens off the board. I think so, because then things would be much easier. Maybe she can actually think about simplifying things with knight b4. Perhaps this is not so silly idea at all to give the other knight access to the d5 square, try to force things. For example, I'm not sure if white's going to take at this point. Like takes. Now it's very clear that there's no attack. Knight e5 is incoming. I think if I was white, I would never trade on b4 at this point. And I would probably go for some queen g3, try to keep things complicated. But I have a feeling that there's going to be some queen e4. And it kind of feels like Lim Le playing with the black color, how he outplayed today Martinez, completely dominating white's pieces.
Yeah, like the pieces are like octopus, just squeezing and squeezing white's pieces. Also, it looks like for example, knight on e1 is pinned to its position to stop any rook c2 option. Also, queen on d3 in the current position. It just has to stop all the kind of the queen e4 entrance. So all the pieces are pinned to their own squares, and well, it doesn't look so good for Carissa. Very unfortunate, by the way. Like if we recall what happened in the opening, I mean how good she was playing, how well she was prepared. Also, like when Liam was joining the broadcast, he just highlighted that okay, he's not her current coach. He is he's going to be only her coach during the Olympiads, so he didn't want to take any kind of credit. But they're very good friends, and as we've seen it. So here is the opening. Yeah, let's take a look at it and see what went wrong actually at which moment.
Yeah, so this was the opening phase. This knight d2, knight b3 is, I mean, not the main continuation, but it's pretty interesting. a4, a5, bishop d2, h3. Okay, whatever the idea of the h3 doesn't really hurt white's position. c3, c4. Like this was a really beautiful position by Carissa. I like queen e1 here, hitting the pawn on a5, forcing black to play b6, provoking weakness on c6. Now improve the queen, improve the bishop, improve the bishop, improve the rook. And somewhere here, I think that things start to go wrong for her, because like every single piece stands pretty great, but what do you do? And this is also the one thing that unfortunately chess engines, they're kind of useless in this regard, because you can't tell. For example, if I would have to ask the engine, who do you prefer? It says white. I have space, I have weakness on c6, but who is easier to play? It's black, because black wants to play bishop f8, trade the light square bishops, put the knight on d5, have the simple plan, and then see what happens. And precisely because of this, here Carissa started to go wrong. Like, okay, she put the bishop on e1, she put the knight on d2, tried to improve the pieces, put the knight on c4. Maybe she had to force things with knight e3 here. Let me check with an engine briefly. No, engine says g4, knight e7, knight d6, rook c7, and g5 potentially. Go for a king's attack.
Arturs, we have been discussing that sometimes computer is just computer is just giving for some concrete line this extra advantage, and in many openings, especially when there is a space advantage. But here Carissa had to go concretely with this g4, g5, which I believe actually Liam Le was mentioning this g4, g5, that she should have gone for it. And when the moment that she played queen c2, he said, I don't like it. She might even end up losing this game because of this remaneuvering.
Yeah, you could see she's undecided right here, you see? So knight c4, now what? Queen c2, queen d3, the bishop is back on e1, now it goes to d2, now it goes to f4. Kostyuk says, draw? Like, draw? No, let's continue. Repeat the position, boom, and boom, comes b5 at the wrong moment. Yeah, so you develop, I've been in this situation so many times, you develop this sort of, the sense of the safety that I'm the one who is pushing for the win. Like, there's no way that my opponent is going to do something, and Kostyuk is very experienced, and boom, she immediately sees the moment, went for b5, and White was not ready for it.
And it was absolutely like cold shower for Carissa Yip in this position. And after trades, we can see that how Black is becoming better and better in this position. And if someone who can squeeze the win out of this position, it's Alexandra Kostyniuk. She's a former women's world champion, and also she's pretty often participant of the women's candidates tournament. Last tournament she didn't qualify. But she's always playing at the very top. She keeps motivating herself. She is keeping playing on the very, very top. And when you give a chance to Alexandra, she's not going to miss it.
No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, so she's really, really sharp. Knight b4. I think realistically, the best thing that Carissa can do is try to keep things somehow complicated. But how do you do it? Knight b4, the move we discussed, Angelika. By the way, it was played. It's a great move. Opening up the d5 square. Normally, I think you don't want to trade the great knight against the bishop, but here it's very concretely about crashing through. Black is about to create a pass pawn at some point. And also, by the way, the bishop on d2 is one of the attacking pieces, so you kind of don't mind training it.
And also the other knight from e7 is going to step in and become the strong knight on d5. So for that reason, definitely it makes sense. Just trading the knight for the bishop, bringing the other knight to the d5, the central square, just absolutely dominating position. And yeah, it's a very tough moment for Carissa. You know, what do you think going through her head right now? Because I have a feeling she's looking back also, like trying to realize, oh, what did I do wrong? You know, I had just such an amazing position, opportunity to draw the game, but I was ambitious, I was trying, but something went wrong.
I think she already passed that stage, to be honest. Definitely, she had this feeling right after or before the first time control, when Black was able to get the knight on d5, establish a pass pawn. Right now, she's just working with the situation that she has. She knows she's in trouble, but maybe there's still some hope. Try to escape, and we just saw there was a capture on b4. A couple of pieces are off the board. This is, I think, good news for Kostyniuk, because now her king is also feeling much safer, and Carissa is struggling.
Arturs, I suggest to go very shortly to the game of Kongresshaus against Vaishali just to see for an update, because I think one or two moves have been played. It was king d5, the last move that we've seen the position, and
it's not yet a progress at all,
no
because
progress.
yeah, I mean, Black cannot. That's the thing. Like, Black cannot even trade the rooks, and even if you do, is this winning? Like, let's say we imagine the rooks are off the board. What's the winning plan? Are you really gonna dominate the knight with two disconnected pass pawns? It's really difficult.
Oh, it's so tough. I mean, how are you going to do it? And also, White's pawn are always ready to, you know, march forward, getting traded.
I think it's going to be a draw, because also look at the clock situation, 4 minutes versus 19. And I think it's also a really great display of the decision-making by the Chinese grandmaster, because as soon as he blundered the piece, there was like a switch. You know, he completely switch on another gear, started to play faster, started to apply pressure, use the clock as a weapon, and also here this endgame, he's playing with a very big speed, right? So for Vaishali, there's no time to think. She's already used most of the time. Okay, it's not really a time scramble, but they might repeat the moves here. I would not be surprised if Vaishali would just decide to repeat the moves, because she doesn't see the plan. And also you need to be a bit careful on some lines, because what if you miss a moment? Let's say you play king c7, there's definitely rook e7. Maybe you miss at the wrong moment, rook e6, rook g6, and if you don't see the winning plan, then okay, you just make a draw.
Let's not forget about the time situation. Vaishali might repeat just to get extra 1 minute on the clock, because for every move right now, Vaishali is getting half a minute. And if we see Kongresshaus has almost 20 minutes on the clock, that's quite a lot against only 3 minutes. So she might have repeated a couple of times to get extra time, but looking at her body language, look at her hands, by the way. I mean, it looks like she's very, very uncertain about her position. She's unclear, and also maybe now she's realizing, well, she had such a big win in chesses earlier. Now it's maybe.
On the other hand, like, she doesn't have any risk really. Does she any risk? Yeah, okay, she is going to continue. Rook b1.
She's continuing. So Vaishali is deciding to continue. We still have 2 more games in Generations Challenge ongoing in the first round of the classical portion. Grandmaster tries For nearly 60 years, the Biel International Chess Festival has brought together the best chess players and chess lovers from all the continents. Next year, we celebrate our 60th anniversary. Help us make it unforgettable. With your contribution, you can help us make the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival truly special, to invite one of the dream guests to Biel and have some surprises.
See you next year.
Dear viewers, I hope you enjoyed the video that we prepared. Indeed, this is the 59th International Biel Chess Festival, 59 years in a row. The tournament is happening despite of everything. There has been Corona pandemic, it was still happening, and next year it will be 60th anniversary. So if you would like to help and support us, make it special, you're welcome, and we would be really grateful, because we want to continue coming here, the tournament, following the action, and also try to translate some chess moves for you.
Yeah, really, really well said there. Yeah, and last year we already had some support. I think there was some pretty sizable support at the very last minute. So everyone who does it, really, really thank you for that. Appreciate it. And every single kind of support, no matter how large it is, allows us to become even better every next year.
Yeah, and we're happy. You see, we are here. And we have an update on the game of Tong Shao against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. The Chinese Grandmaster managed to save into a draw in that crazy endgame, roller coaster game that we've had. And it was a draw, so one more game remaining in the Challenger Generation Challenge tournament. Carissa Yup against Alexandra Kostyniuk, and Alexandra is fully winning, but I see that Carissa is still trying, pushing her pawns on the king side.
I mean, you gotta do something. And I think the last moves also, we could show them on the screen. We left it after a bishop takes on b4, knight takes on b4, and f4. Okay, g5 is not working, so you try to get more pawns to help the attack. Alexandra played rook c4, bringing back the rook to the c file. f5, knight e5, queen d2 first, and a3. Here comes the breakthrough, and I have a feeling that b takes on a3 is simply not doing anything, because this pawn doesn't matter. Black has a very strong pass pawn, like maybe rook c3, queen c4, slowly you crash in. And that's why here Carissa played f6, Kostyniuk played a2, and now this pawn is a monster.
Wow, okay, any kind of endgame is winning here. Because of this a2 pawn is defended by the b3. First you have to capture this b3 pawn, but yeah, this one is unbeatable, definitely. You have always to keep an eye on this a1 square and also on c1 square, because whenever your queen moves away from defending the c1 square, then rook c1 will slide in immediately and the pawn will be promoted. So it's super tough task for Carissa also, who is right now is below 4 minutes on the clock.
I mean, maybe take on g7 with some g5 ideas, or play g5 immediately. Okay, king g3. I'm not sure why. King g3, perhaps just to confuse the opponent. And if I was black, I would be thinking, how do I promote this pawn immediately? Either queen a6, or queen a8, or rook a4. All of these moves look good to me. I'm also thinking there could be a room for, okay, probably this is a bit too much complicated, rook c2 and queen c2.
But I think it's possible, right? Then there is going to be like 2 pawns.
All right, let me show
sacrifice.
you. Yeah, let me show you.
It's not our post.
No, it's not my rook anyway. Yeah. So let me do this. It's a bit ridiculous. I don't have to do this, but I kind of want to prove the point. That takes it. I wanted to take with a queen. Queen takes on c2. The point is, I want to trade the queens, promote the pawn, put the knight on b4, put the knight on c2. I think this part is very clear. So let's say you take it. Here, the knight is still heading to b4, and
Knight is not. King is not in time to defend.
Yeah, I don't think you can do anything here. Knight b4.
Oh.
There's no moves, because knight a3 is incoming and this pawn is advancing. I think it's very clean. This rook c2. Maybe it's unnecessary, because perhaps white can. What can white do actually?
But
Nothing.
actually, Alexandra made up her mind and she went for queen a4. So it's another winning opportunity. And knight f3. See, Carissa is trying to do still something on the king side, and this is the current position.
Oh, queen a4, of course, was cleaner. Threatening a1 queen and rook takes on d4. Yes, of course. So, yeah, there's another queen on the board. I think this game is about to wrap up. No more big twists are happening here. Queen takes on a1, black is up our next rook. White is trying to go for some counterattack. F takes on g7, queen takes on h6. All of this is not enough. Simple king takes on g7 is a good move here, but
You don't have to take,
anyways.
actually. You can even like keep like this.
I mean, there's a threat, like you want to play queen
yes,
h6.
queen h6.
Yeah, so there are some threats. King g7 looks good, but after g5, black is not obliged to take. Yeah, king g7, g5, ignore the pawn, and maybe something like queen f1, queen f5 looks easy.
There's also queen c1 move. No take of the pawn on g6, offering a trade
Oh,
of the queens.
that's. I think that's it actually. Yeah, queen c1, nicely spotted there. There's many winning moves. You just stop queen h6 from happening. I think queen c1 is immediately going to force a resignation.
What a tough game for Carissa Yip. She was completely, I mean, she was not winning, but she was so battered in the opening. She was trying so hard. And then at some moment she had, I mean, at two moments she had opportunity to go for a draw, continue repeating, but she was, of course, very ambitious.
I
in
think she
her
was just
chances.
outplayed. Yeah, so ultimately, she was just outplayed. She had a better position, but Kostyniuk understood the position better. She was smarter with the decision making. Carissa let her guard down, and you can also see the body language of Carissa right now. She's waiting for this final move. King takes, okay, king takes on g7, then queen c1 or queen b1, doesn't really matter. And typically when you're about to resign, you try to recollect the game where things went wrong. Sometimes players like to look at the score sheet, try to pinpoint the exact moment, like you try to take away something from this game so that the next time it doesn't happen. But unfortunately, I mean, these lessons are in the thousands. Like every single time you learn something new, how you shouldn't have done.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with this comes an experience, and experience which Alexandra has. I mean, it's enormous. As Alexandra was laughing about the name of the tournament, the Generations Challenge, you know, that she's the only one representative of the older generation, and she's going to be challenged by all these youngsters. Carissa Yip, one of them, very strong female player, 4-time US champion. And here we have queen c1 move. If you take on h6, just king h7.
King h7, queen d3 check, and then king h6 or king h8. Yeah, that is very clear.
Precise.
That's it. The game doesn't continue from here because queen f4 is incoming. Carissa knows, like these last moves were not really a try to do anything, but when the black queen gets on f4, rook comes on c2, the game is over here. So it's all about the acceptance. The game is about to finish, I think, right here.
Yeah, at this moment, I think Carissa has to accept this game is over, and we might see a handshake very soon. But yeah, the extra rook is way too much, you know, to try to fight, and there is no real attack happening on the king side. Rook is also sliding in. There will be a lot of things happening. And by the way, after queen d3, you can also just play queen c2 again.
You can do anything.
You can do anything that you want, and okay,
At this
Carissa
point.
realizes it.
I really like how Alexandra is super focused. There's the resignation. Carissa resigns and Alexandra Kostyniuk wins. But Alexandra was super, super focused until the very end. You never let your guard down.
Yeah, you never have to relax. And with that, we have the results of the round number 1. And we have 2 decisive games in the Masters. It was Lim Le, the 3-time Biel Grandmaster Triathlon champion, who scored a victory against Jose Martinez. Incredible preparation. The rest of the games on the Masters were draw, but some adventures, because Matthias Blübaum was better against Jezer Dogmush. Then Jezer Dogmush was winning, but it finished as a draw. And Aydin Soliman Le against Livon Ryan, it was quite a short draw. What happened, Generations Challenge, Arturs?
Yeah, probably the most bizarre game of the round was the battle between two leaders, Marco Matera against Václav Finek. The players already shook pretty much their hands at move 27, but then the arbiter came and said, you don't do this in Biel. You gotta play until move 40. This was something I'd never seen before. The game resumed. They played until move 40. It did finish in a draw. Anyway, the other game, Vaishal against Xiao Tong, the Chinese Grandmaster blundered a piece in the middle game, but he managed to fight back and escape with a draw. And we also just saw Alexandra Kosteniuk, also known as the Chess Queen, outplaying Carissa Yip in a very nice technical manner.
And what does it mean for our overall rankings? In the Masters, we have Levon Aronian still leading the event after his incredible performance in the rapid and draw today. 10.5 points. 2.5 points behind him is Lim Le, already, so close to Levon Aronian after winning the first round. Aydin Suleiman Lee, 0.5 point behind. That's Matthias Blubaum, 2 points behind Aydin, still in the distance. And Yezer Dogmush with 4.5 points. And it's Jose Martinez, because he lost his game today, currently on the last spot.
And in the meantime, in the Generations Challenge, Václav Finek still remains the sole leader, keeping his 1 point lead over Marco Materia. Also, Xiao Tong is very close because he managed to miraculously save his game today against Vaishali. Alexandra Kosteniuk, because of her very important victory, now stands at 7 points within the striking distance. For Vaishali and Carissa, there's still chances in the upcoming rounds.
What an exciting round one has it been. First of all, Arturs, question to you. Which game would you highlight as the game of the day for today from the Grandmaster Triathlon? Because there have been so many ups and downs, so many roller coasters, but which one stands out to you the most?
I already know which one I'm going to pick, because right after this broadcast, I'm going to record a recap. And it's going to be how Lim Le won with the black color after his spectacular prep against Jose Martinez. Also, I felt that whichever game it was, Marco Materia against Václav Finek was pretty funny. So I gotta mention that, even though the game was pretty balanced, I think, most of the time. And in terms of the twists, maybe Vaishali's game against Tong was very, very instructive. But in the time scramble, ultimately, she missed the victory. Probably it's also worthy being in the recap for the games of the day.
And Arturs, we have prepared the pairings for tomorrow, round 2 of the classical portions of the Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival. This is what is going to happen tomorrow. In the Masters, we have Lim Le facing with white pieces against Matthias Blubaum. Levon Aronian, current leader of the tournament, will face Yezer Dogmush. I think it will be the battle of the round for sure. Aydin Suleiman Lee plays against Jose Martinez.
And then in challengers, we have Václav Finek taking on the winner of today's game, Alexandra Kosteniuk, who, by the way, plays the second game with the black color in a row. It's going to be quite fun to follow. Vaishali, this time with the white color, is going to take on Carissa Yip. And then we have Marco Materia against Xiao Tong, two of the players who share the second place, try to catch up with the leader, Finek.
Arturs, it has been an exciting round. Number one, the format makes it the most, exciting for the players, because it's making them play till the very end, trying maybe to risk in some moments, and that's why we have such masterpieces like today. I'm looking forward to even more action. I think our dear viewers, you're also going to not regret what will happen tomorrow, because round 2 will excite you even more. And tonight, by the way, there will